トールズフロントライン2エクシリウム。
Hello. Oh, excuse me. Oh boy. Just enjoying my day off here so far. Oh my goodness, a sneezy kitty bro. You okay, little bro? Wow. He sneezed all over me. Here, little bro. Wipe your face. Whether you like it or not. Here. Oh, wow. That was a huge sneezy fit for my little gato bro. He's all just standing over here just waiting for the... He's like bracing himself. Waiting for the next one to rock him. Trying not to fall off the damn desk. Poor kitty kitty. That was crazy. Let me just start this game up here. Still having little sneeze attacks. Oh. And I had to put the cat girl front and center. Here, yeah. So, here we go. What are we doing right now? Okay, I've got a whole bunch of energy and I've got a notice here. What is it? Nothing. Okay, well, just one of those annoying forever notifications. Let's see, okay, so I tried a lot of people are definitely pulling for Voya Mestina, and I love the character, I don't really feel the whole mech thing. They should have just done her without that silly mech suit, you know? Doesn't need it, she's a badass. But anyway, I've been pulling for Rebella here, because I straight up love the look on her face there when that Diner Grate surprised her. Besides, I need to make an ice team eventually, and she's, you know, good DPS at least. Anyway, I have no resources for pulls right now. So all I can do is jump into this story here. And yeah, this is the third, it might be part 2 of the story, but this is the third part. It's been quite a ride. Okay, so that's just 300 corpses in addition to what I get from each level. Hopefully I'll get enough to do another 10 pull. Can turn a fan off real quick, right back. Grab my ramen bolt. I have been well, I didn't wake up that long ago. I just hadn't made time to eat. 2074. Didn't know what they actually... I stand before the hotel's full-height window, my fingers lightly tapping against the tempered glass. The sumptuous skyline of the white zone traces a dazzling horizon in the night, sharply contrasted with the dim gray outline of the satellite city in the distance. The prosperity outside the window feels utterly at odds with the weight on my mind. With Leva's coordination, we managed to shake off the security authorities far more easily than expected. That identity card sent to every official who tried to inspect us scampering. We returned to the hotel to reorganize our intel while waiting for any new updates from Group 2. In one corner of the room, Colsony kneels on the carpet, completely absorbed in sorting through the materials we retrieved from the Research Institute. Rosa leans against the wall nearby, carefully inspecting her weapons while keeping a constant eye on the scene outside the window. I let out a quiet sigh and refocused my thoughts on what we encountered earlier at Orphalune's Institute. That sudden attack, and the mysterious scientist named Chilovig. While Groza updates Leva and the others on the situation, I also take the opportunity to contact the Elmo and throw my questions at Dandelion. Dandelion speaks with an unusual seriousness after I finish recounting everything.
Eh, でも研究内容とは対照的に警備はほぼないと言っていいのが気になった。
まあ、当然といえば当然ね。コーラプス粒子をエネルギーに変える技術は普及こそしていないけど、すでに実用化されているわ。ロレンの量産している浄化車とエルモ号のベクトルエンジンがいい例ね。
はい、
私の考えすぎかしら。楽園計画は本当にオルフェルーネの言うように何の変哲もない研究プロジェクトなの？
I gotta say, I even put this in feedback for Micah, that I really hate the female commander's voice, that I think she sounds like a little boy.
それともその裏にパラデウスが何かを隠しているの？
もし本当に発表通りに計画が進めば、低コストでイエローエリアの浄化を行いながら発電もできるのだから、確かに楽園に違いないわね。
Absolutely.
でも都市一つの消費電力を賄うなんてペルシカにすらできないゲートをあの小娘にできると思う？
確かに。
I massage the bridge of my nose, trying to ease the strain from all the thinking. Yeah, I don't want to sit here and narrate over the VAs doing their thing, so...
そういえば気がかりなことがあるわ。
何？
オルフェルーネはフランクフルト事件で真理を見たと言った。彼女もあの空間に影響されたの？
指揮官、約束を忘れたの？
Oh?
ごめん、忘れて。話を戻そう。問題はオルフェルーネ本人がどこまで知っているかよ。彼女の研究に対する熱意は本物だった。こんな記者相手に誇らしげに実験施設を案内したくらい。私を騙すための演技だとは思えない。
Right.
複雑に考えすぎよ。 いつものように女の子をたぶらかしたんじゃない？
Huh.
その可能性は限りなくゼロに近いわね。
Yeah.
じゃあゼロではないのね。オルフェルーネのことは引き続き調べるわ。新しい情報が入ったら共有してちょうだい。
Yeah, if there is anything to be found, find it.
ええ、それじゃ。
I walk over to the large round table at the center of the room. Spread across it is a huge map of Liev with several key locations marked in red. Orphaluni's research facility, the Gerard Group's headquarters, and several experimental fields on the outskirts.
彼女が無実だとしたら、背後にいるのは誰？オレク・ジラード？イグラ？それとも。
Tap a question mark on the map. My finger.
一番怪しいのはチルロビグ。
Yeah, I think we need to look into that. Colton springs up from the floor and hops excitedly over to the table and picks up a photograph, one of the pieces of evidence we secretly took at the facility.
イグラがこんなやつのためにオルフェルーネを一人にしたんですか？
Yeah.
オルフェルーネの生活のすべての面倒を見てきたんですよ。
Oh.
チルロビグの電話一本で彼女の元から離れるなんて怪しすぎます。
でもオルフェルーネ本人は異を唱えなかった。あるいは不審に思わなかった。
Funny thing is, somebody online the other day compared Chiloveg with Ubel from Thuriran. And that's actually a fairly apt description, except more scientific about it.
ということは、オルフェルーネも承知の上か、以前も同じことがあったかよ。
Right, right. Setting her weapon aside, Groza steps up to the table and points at a spot on the map.
仮に黒幕がチルロビグだとして、イグラはどういう立ち位置なの？
Okay. I recall Egla's ever-vigilant eyes and subtle body language from yesterday at the research facility. Even as Orphalune naively demonstrated her experimental results, Igla maintained an almost flawless professional map. But in certain moments, especially when I pressed deeper, her reactions revealed a level of wariness far beyond that of an ordinary assistant.
一枚噛んでいる。
You know, yeah. I voiced my assumption outright.
チルロビグがオルフェルーネに何を隠しているのかも知っているはずよ。パラデウスのことも人体実験のことも私の口から聞かされるのを何よりも恐れていたようだった。
Yep.
オルフェルーネのことを守っている、あるいは監視しているの？
Question. I think her primary duty is protection, but the other is definitely happening.
二人にとってオルフェルーネはもう邪魔になったとか。
イグラが離れた直後、研究所が襲われた。私たちが襲撃者を撃退していなかったら、オルフェルーネは確実に死んでいたわ。誰が送り込んだ？ファルベングループ？パラデウス？
I drummed my fingers on the tabletop, sinking into thought. The entire situation feels like an intricate chessboard in one small corner.
ところでスピカー、本当にオルフェルーネが何も知らないと思っているんですか？
Oh, she definitely knows something.
状況的にそう考えた方が自然よ。
No, she knows something. Just definitely nowhere near everything.
でも完全には信頼していない。思想がどうであれ、ジラードグループの次期総裁兼主任研究員よ。本人が事情を知っていようがいまいが、何かしらの形でパラデウスの陰謀に関わっていたはず。
彼女は純粋な科学者よ。目の前の研究に没頭するあまり、周りの状況が見えていなくてもおかしくないわ。
It's a good observation, Groza. Groza's analysis likely correct.
それから彼女の言っていた真理とは何なの？
That's why I think she knows something. Truth. Things she claims to have beheld during the Frankfurt incident. Almost laughable, but when it comes to the Frankfurt incident, I was without a doubt a son. Right at the heart of it, did we witness some pleasant things, but nothing I'd ever call the truth. What exactly was she referring to? Just as I sink deeper, the communicator on the table suddenly vibrates. Grab it quickly and answer. Lukai's voice comes through from the other end, and the wind blowing and static crackling faintly faintly in the background. Sorry. There's a trace of tension and excitement in her voice, rare from the usual composed Klukai. After leaving Orphaluni's research facility, Klukai has been leading Group 2 and monitoring Igla and Orphaluni's movements.
オルフェルーネらを尾行してジラードグループ傘下のホテルに到着しました。今夜そこで楽園計画の前祝いを行う模様です。現在そよ風招待がホテルを見張っています。イグラはオルフェルーネをホテルに送った後、黒塗りの車に乗って衛星都市の方角へ向かいました。
衛星都市？何のために？
わかりません。気づかれないよう距離を保っていたので。
Right.
ですが、あそこにはジラードグループの所有するビルがあります。警察の通信によれば、30分前にそこで警報が鳴りましたが、誤作動だったようです。
誤作動
He's still gonna go check it out. If it were truly a false alarm, it wouldn't warrant a personal visit from someone like Igla.
どうする？
来るかい？そのまま監視を続けて。クローザー、コルフェン。行くわよ。
Hi. It's Groza and Kolpny? I don't like that. I mean, Groza is extremely competent, yes. Oh boy, that was just not... No bien. Based on the coordinates provided by Klukai, we are already close to the target area. The entire district is an industrial park belonging to the Gerard Group. We disembark some distance away from the park itself. After checking our weapons and comms, we begin moving toward the park. Although security personnel are patrolling nearby, slipping past them and entering the park is effortless for us. Blah, blah, blah. I feel noticeably more at ease after changing out of the dress suit. We follow the route that Klukai sent, and our journey has thus far been uneventful. Security forces present here in such numbers and guarding the area so tightly, it is easy to imagine there's something here that they're trying to hide. 404 is positioned on a small rise outside the park. While the location does not allow a full view, we can still make out the general situation inside. There are no civilian facilities anywhere around the park. It is also particularly strange that the interior is completely empty, with visible signs of a hasty evacuation. Aside from the security personnel, almost no one is left on the site. Excuse me. Again. We approach 404. Blue Kai is observing the park through a pair of binoculars.
来るかい、状況は？
監視している間、誰もここから離れていません。イグラはパーク内にいるはずです。リバにこの場所の情報を要請しました。
それで？
ジラードがかなりのコストをかけて物流センターとして建造した新施設のようですが、使用された形跡がありません。
何かのカモフラージュ？
おそらく使われていないのに毎月巨額の資金が投じられています。イグラがここを訪れたのもチルドビグが関係していると思われます。実態は秘密。
さすがリバ、よく調べている。
実はリバより先にあの人が情報を提供してくれました。
あの人？
カリーナさんです。あなたが合流したら連絡するように言いつけられています。
そう。
通信コードはこちらです。
Take the code Klukai hands me. After hesitating for a moment, I connect to Kalina's channel.
カリン、調子はどう？
Yeah, she had a bad day in chapter 1. She's still in the hospital.
平気です。リバさんとレナさんは局長に同行しているため不在です。ここから先は私がサポートします。
ありがとう。イグラを追って目標エリアに到着した。相手の位置はわかる？
管理局の人間があの場所を見張っています。情報が入り次第共有します。
Okay.
ただ警察の通信を傍受した結果、ジラードグループの施設で戦闘が起こっていることが分かりました。
今この瞬間イグラと交戦している可能性があるのは
はい、反逆正体しかありえません。
彼女たちを見つけるのが最優先よ。ヘレナも一緒にいるかもしれない。
No.
おとなしく返してくれると思いますか？
アンジェの元部下たちよ。きっと昔と変わってない。
Right.
はい、私もそう思います。インダストリアルパークには大きな通風口がいくつかあります。その周囲に秘密研究所への入り口があるはずです。入り口までは誘導しますが、そこから先は指揮官様の判断にお任せします。
わかった。
Oh, sorry, I haven't been reading them. I gestured downward. My bad. They were just getting ready.
ここがダメになったらパークの正面入り口で合流しましょう。
交戦規定は？
反撃のみ許可する。
Alright.
面倒ね。
What a pain.
カリンがセキュリティシステムの穴を特定してくれた。まずはハッキングで情報を集めて、必要とあらば電子戦で敵の自立戦闘ユニットを無力化できるはずよ。
今の404に電子戦ですか？
できる？
当然です。任せてください。
She's totally changed her attitude around the commander. I don't think I've really played through a mission. I don't remember playing through a mission where she directly interacted with us before. Definitely a little mellower. Andoris, I'm sending over the information on the security system's hacking point. Although it seems there are more combatants along the way than expected. As long as we're careful, we won't alert those pests. Yep, start by dealing with those automated units, then go for a stealthy hack. Well, I do have Andoris, and I do have a team for it. So let's do that up. Along with Leva. Oh, and Lena, who I just finished building today, and Andoris is next on the list. Hey. So who did the most damage? Leva at 46% of it. Oh, and she broke 63% of 63% of the stability too. That's huge because Jangyu usually wins that one. Lena took the most damage. 8. Crazy. Okay. Right. Oh, it's another story mode. Yeah. 29 minutes and nighttime at 24. Inside the top floor conference room of the Gerard Group headquarters, Kruger, Leva, Lena, and several agents from the Non-Military Forces Administration are already in position. CEO Oleg Gerard of the Leave headquarters appears far more shrewd compared to Rurik of the Odessa branch. At this moment, he is sitting at the far end of the long table, a metal case, and several documents placed before him.
お越しいただきありがとうございます。オレク総裁。
社交辞令はいい、クルーガー局長。これがそちらの望む人形暴走事件とワクチン事件の証拠だ。
Here's, yeah, Oleg's a smarter guy than Rurik was.
データ、実験記録、議事録、一通り揃っているはずだ。
随分と塩らしいじゃない。
時代は変わったんだ、リーバさん。悪あがきを続けても私には何の得もない。
Right? Kruger signals for Leva to inspect the materials. Leva takes the memory drive and plugs it into an interface. Scans through it quickly, then nods.
全部揃ってる。不備はないわ。裏はなさそうね。
Alright.
私の誠意を感じてくれたか。条件を提示できる立場にないことは理解しているが、そちらも同等の誠意を示してほしい。
Hook a brother up. I cooperated, please. Yeah.
あなたの身の安全を保証する。
We will ensure your personal safety.
一言余計かもしれないが、総裁、あなたはどうやら社員のことは眼中にないようだ。
Why should he care? He's got to save his own ass.
とは残酷なのだよ、局長殿。時には誰かが犠牲になるしかない。私の弟のようにな。本質的には生存競争だ。違うか。
もう一度契約を確認しよう。あなたが全ての証拠を提出し、調査に全面的に協力するなら身の安全を保証し、
Nice, nice. They'll make him disappear too.
一部個人資産の移転も引き受ける。
資産といえばまだまだ示せる誠意が残っていた。これで年金が増えるというな。
He turns on the tablet he brought with him and pulls up a series of files.
楽園計画のことを探っているんだろう。イグラの勝手な行動もこれが関係している。
Alright.
正直、そちらがなぜこの計画にこだわっているのかはわからないが、持っていくといい。楽園計画の資料だ。
Ow.
オルフェルーネのノート、実験で全てが入っている。
Lena's eyes widen slightly.
娘を売るっていうの？
Wow, what a douchebag. He's selling out his own daughter.
なんだね、その目。
Jeez.
科学者たる者、自らの選択に責任を負わねばならない。
There is that, but dude.
私はただ商人として取引をするだけだ。
楽園計画は数時間後に開始されるわ。お嬢さんは今も全力で準備を進めているはず。裏で父親が自分の積み上げてきた全てを差し出そうとも知らず。
これは娘のためでもある。あ
Okay.
なたたちに目をつけられた以上、関わり続ければ罪は重くなる一方だ。
Fair enough.
損切りは早い方がいい。
Okay, well, you did put a little thought into it, I guess. You're not wrong about that. Kruger's expression remains unchanged as he takes the tablet.
確かに価値のある資料だ。だがこちらが誠意を示すほどではない。非軍事勢力管理局を代表して楽園計画の凍結を求める。
Okay.
無論だ。手はずは整っている。
He pulls out his communicator and rapidly inputs a command.
今しがた CEO 命令を出した。楽園計画に関する一切の活動を中止。
Oh boy. This is going to flush out all the rats.
公表もする。これで満足だ。
まだだ。計画に関してだが気になる証拠が。
Before Kruger can finish, the lights in the conference room abruptly go out. Then the alarm flashes red.
レナ、局長を守って。
Bang. The conference room doors are flung open as armed personnel and marionette dolls pour in and swiftly surround everyone present. Oleg jumps to his feet.
誰の指示だ。出ていけ。
静かに。セキュリティシステムをリセットしました。ただいまをもって一切の出入りを禁じます。
Oh my.
馬鹿げてる。私は総裁だぞ。
オレク・ジラード、 修正協定違反につき身柄を拘束します。
Oh my.
あなたの命令は受け付けません。
修正協定だと何の話だ。
Heh.
誰の権限で動いている。
楽園計画始動まで全ての人員の出入りを制限します。
Heh.
抵抗しないでください。
Any resistance will result in immediate termination. Yeah, no, that's what that said. Now so I betcha Pilaveg had Igla put that failsafe in the system, because Igla would have been able to do it. Also wonder, the order to send Project Eden was intercepted at that point. I bet you it was, and no one else knows except the people in this room, and Igla and Chilaveg. Oleg's face drains of color.
これはクーデターだ。誰だ。チーマーマンか。取締役の誰かか。
Neither the armed personnel nor the dolls respond to Oleg. Cold sweat pours down his face as he slowly collapses back into his chair. Uyghur casts Oleg a cold glance, then stands and addresses the armed personnel sharply.
これは非軍事勢力管理局との契約に抵触する。それだけじゃねえ。我々の許可なしに非武装エリアへ侵入することは犯罪に当たる。
An administrative crime.
局長殿、申し訳ありませんが、従ってください。
We're
抵抗しない
taking
限り
yours.
危害は加えません。我々に引き金を引かせないでください。
Leva and Lena exchange a glance and move to shield Kruger at the center.
外部に繋がらない。通信を妨害されているわ。
やる。数は相手の方が上だけど。
局長の安全が最優先。
どうやらあなたの想像以上に部下たちは覚悟が決まっている。
That's a good observation.
奴らめ。
こうなってしまっては仕方ない。総裁、契約を変えよう。
The conference room doors close behind the marionette dolls. The red warning lights go out. Okay, yeah. Ooh, boy. See what happens next. Ah! The Defy dolls move swiftly through the underground passageways. Beneath their feet lies shattered combat automatons and bodies riddled with bullet holes.
Clear. 新たな敵へなし。
地表に近づけば。
I mean,
通信妨
I
害
wish they'd just made Voya Mestina just this girl right here. Go out and fight, just like Alpha is this girl right here. She doesn't need a damn combat mech.
でもその前にヘレナはどこ？
置いてきた。場所はここだ。
The moment Voya Mestina appeared, Alva could already guess what she had decided to do, but she still clings to a sliver of hope and scans the surroundings. Voya Mestina does not bother to search for Helena. Her wolf eye has already swept the area countless times. The answer is obvious. Disappointment and regret are written all over Voya Mestina's usually impassive face.
本当にここで合ってるの？
Voya Mestina walks to a small broken opening along the sewer wall. Alva switches on her flashlight and shines it inside. There is no sign of Helena. Come here, kitty kitty. Yaw. Cocoa Pop.
激しい戦闘の痕跡が残ってる。 自動防御システムのビーム跡だ。
捕まったか。
Boy, Mestina bends down and picks up fragments of shattered communicator, her gaze heavy.
私の判断ミスだ。すまない。
Oops. Alva checks her terminal, but she cannot locate the signal from the container.
さっきあなたの言う通り、すぐに撤退していれば。
If we had withdrawn completely according to your plan, we might have saved the life.
私が引っ張ったから、敵にヘレナを探す時間を与えてしまった。私のせいだ。
いや、私がもっと早くあの人形を倒せていれば。
うん。撤退できただけでも奇跡だよ。ヘレナのことは後で考えよう。今は得た情報をアップロードしないと。
Right.
強行突破だ。
うん。その方が早く動ける。銃声。
遠いな。だが間違いなく戦闘が起きている。誰かが警備隊と戦っているのか。
I think it's us.
私たちの撤退ルートにいる。一体誰が。
Damn it. Okay. Don't have Klukai, but I could go ahead and take my physical team in here.
ショータイム。耳を澄まして。
May not be the best, but I should be able to kill these guys just fine. We get to watch Yuhi dancing for almost 30 seconds. I apologize in advance. But she's good at what she does. Just inspiring everybody with her buffs. He also does a particularly high amount of direct fire damage. Yeah. Yay. Just knife that guy. Nice. Yeah. Defy moves through the underground corridor. Just as Alva suspected, the passage is packed with defensive units. Combat automatons and dolls have already built fortifications waiting for Defy to walk straight into the trap. But the automatons before Alva's eyes are completely motionless. Their drooping limbs and weapons indicate that their neural circuits have been fried on the spot.
Kevin か?
いや、 ケビンのやり方じゃない。でも運がいい。
そののんきさ嫌いではありません。
Oh shit. Hi, Igla.
しかし幸運の女神はいつも気まぐれです。
Alva immediately searches for the source of the voice, but Igla is nowhere to be seen. Boy Mestina suddenly shoves Alva aside. The massive force slams her into the wall. As her vision spins, a violent explosion erupts from where she'd been standing just moments ago. Scrambles back to her feet and sees that the ceiling overhead has been blown open. Igla drops down from above, her dagger already buried in Boya Mestina's forearm. Boya Mestina lowers her stance to dissipate the force, shoves Igla aside, then lashes out with a brutal kick. Igla blocks the strike with both arms and lands lightly on the ground after arcing through the air.
ここまで私を楽しませたのは
Fuck.
あなたが初めてです。
Boy Mestina pulls the dagger from her forearm and glances at it. The blade had originally been aimed at her core. Focuses her attention on Igla, who makes a brief gesture toward her.
倒さないと先へ進めないようだね。任せろ。
任務完了。みんな警戒を怠らないで。安全に帰還するまでは気を抜けないわ。
Okay, Diane and Groza top of the heap. Okay, we're gonna continue. Lukai pulls her connection jack free from a control panel. After releasing an abnormal surge of current, the panel gradually falls silent, but her frame is still shaking violently.
電線も大したことないわね。
You're not quite as good at that as Leva. Supported by her teammates, Klukai barely manages to stand up. Even with 4 dolls plus the equipment carried by Andorra sharing the load, the immense computational strain from the hack has nearly caused her to crash. Fortunately, before Klukai's neural core could burn out, he managed to breach the system's defenses and destroy the automated command chain throughout the entire facility.
指揮官、ハッキングで施設内のすべての自動戦闘ユニットをダウンさせました。
さすがね、クルカイ。
当然です。どんな任務でも完璧に遂行します。
Almost fried herself to do it. It's like, damn.
頼もしいわ。セキュリティシステムの権限をこちらに譲れない？
はい、確認お願いします。
うん、無事入れた。地下エリアで4カ所から大量の損傷報告が上がってる。
反逆正体ですか？
可能性は
誘導してください。
ええ、任せ。
Okay. These are just regular marionette dolls. There's nothing special here. I will bring the fire team out. Harry, you're up.
じゃあ始めよっか。
Hi, Julian. Nice to see you. Going through the new story stuff from Girls Frontline 2 here for the event. Yeah. Everything's dead. 404 enters the facility without a hitch, disappearing from view even through the binoculars. I watch their coordinates on the terminal and consider what they might encounter next. Based on the information, the area is very likely where they'll run into Defy. With the combined combat strength of 404 and Task Force Defy, breaking out of the facility shouldn't be difficult. However, even if they manage to rendezvous with the Defy dolls, the presence of that 3rd gen doll will still pose a major obstacle. Anyway, I hope you're doing well tonight, Julian. Sorry, I forgot to ask. I'm alright. Before you ask, I'm having a good day. To be honest, I don't have that much confidence that our current dolls can defeat Igla inside an underground facility. However, defeating her isn't our objective. We just need a plan to shake her off and leave quickly. As I study the facility map, an idea suddenly comes to mind. There's no data in the terminal to support this plan, though. Looks like it's time to seek support. I quickly gather my thoughts and call Kalina. She picks up almost immediately.
カリン、ジラードの地下施設の見取り図が欲しい。
何のために？
イグラ相手に正面戦闘は厳しいわ。潜水艦基地の時にやったことを覚えてる？
ええ。
同じ手を使いたい。
あなたらしいですね。ですが、ここは当時と違ってホワイトエリアの都市です。社会的影響を考えたことはありますか？
だからこうして打診してるじゃない。
Right?
また私に後始末を。まったく相変わらず人使いが荒いですね。
私は政府内部のことはよく知らないからね。カリンが協力してくれると助かる。
Please clean up after me.
そうですね。戦闘を地下に留めることができれば、なんとか。
Okay.
報道管制を敷くことはできますが、それ以上はクルーガー局長の手に負えるかどうか。
This game is... I really enjoy this game. I really like the storytelling in here. It's actually top-notch. And they're... You know, they have a huge... a huge world. They've had like a half dozen games before this one that they're building all their stuff on here, you know. And it's pretty damn fun. But you know, give it a try. Don't spend any money on it. Just give it a try and see how it feels for you. It does take a little while to unlock all of your stuff, which is, in my opinion, kind of a poor design choice. But that's what they did. But the game is still really good, and if you can get through to the point where you've unlocked all of your daily stuff and all the things that you can do, you will probably, well, I hope anyway, that you'll enjoy the game. But they have really good characters in this game too. Also, you know, fairly, you know, pretty dark cyberpunk type future that I really enjoy.
ええ、ありがとう。そうだ。今回の件が落ち着いたら、一緒に食事でもどうかしら。
Ah. Oh.
お互い誤解があるようだし、これを機に解消しましょう。
There you go.
どう？嫌なら。
指揮官様のおごりなら考えてもいいですよ。でも、すっごく高いお店を選ぶので覚悟してくださいね。指揮官、聞いてますか？
ごめん、404だ。また連絡する。
Okay.
はい、お気をつけて。
来るかい。どうしたの？
目標エリアに接近していますが、激しい戦闘が行われています。
Yep.
熱源反応によれば、片方は第三世代人形のイグラです。
Right.
もう片方は反逆小隊のメンバー AK-15 と AN-94。
よし、すぐに接触して一緒に離脱するのよ。イグラに絡まれたら。この場所に移動して、着いたら教えて。爆破トラップで追撃を阻止する。
Alright.
了解。すぐに向かいます。
I take a deep breath. Groza has already prepared her weapon and stands silently beside me, awaiting orders.
グローザ、ここに爆薬を仕掛けて。柱を4本爆破すれば足りるでしょう。
了解。
コルフェン、車をパークの近くに回して。中の人形が地上に出たらすぐに迎えに行く。
Right.
はい、準備しておきます。
Bring the wheels, Golfney.
そうだ、ヘレナの薬も用意してあるわね。
もちろんです。
ホワイトエリアに長居して体調が悪化していないといいのだけど。
My Discord's my Discord's called Kaijo USA.
検査の用意もお願い。
But you can always just click the link and, well, if you're already in there, it'll be there, you know.
ヘレナちゃんを見つけたらすぐに精密検査をします。
ええ、任せたわ。
All right.
作戦終了。帰ろう。
Okay, well, see you there, Julian. Be sure to read the rules if you haven't. I mean, they're pretty common. Probably nothing that would be weird or surprising. Okay. Oh, hey, I actually got some goodies here. Let's grab those. Hooray. See if I can buy any of the goodies. Okay, I'll get the last one of these. 750 left. Yeah, I'll just wait till I can buy that one. Okay. And I've gained 210 goodies. And of course I had to put Catgirl on my front. Yep. Yeah. You can customize the back here with your different dolls and stuff. I've honestly invested a lot of time in playing into this game. I've been playing pretty much daily for the last 6 months. And I don't know, I just really love the action in it. Especially some of the tougher missions. I actually have a pretty good list of dolls here. Not free to play, but I do the daily premium resources and the battle pass every time. So anyway, I'm gonna put my most fancy skin up here for a few minutes, and I am going to go ahead and actually take a short break here for a bio break, and I'm gonna come back and continue the missions. Alrighty, I am back. And let's go ahead and spend our energy real quick before I forget to do that. What do I even need?
壮大な考えと素晴らしい幻想を数えきれないほど託すことで、人間は精神を呼びましたか?
Yeah, I guess I'll just go for weapon upgrades. Do that real quick. Bam. Now you can go through and manually fight the battles, but you know, just want to do it quick.
何か悩み事でも? では一緒に呼びましたか?
Hell yeah, done with this weapon now. Level this up a little bit. Alright. Woohoo. Oh, actually I should check one more thing. Checking their remolding patterns. Okay, see if I can upgrade her. Nope. Alright. Anything else? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and just jump right back into the event quest here. Part 2. Alright, we have a battle here. We have an easy battle here. I hate how it goes from way too easy to holy freaking crap, I can't even fight these guys on heroic mode. That kind of sucks. Under Klukai's lead, 404 moves through the underground facility and arrives near the battlefield. Now they can clearly see the full scope of the fight. I'm sure day one players can clear it though. The underground sewer has been utterly devastated by the clash. Walls riddled with bullet holes and chunks of concrete lay scattered across the ground. Amid the ruins, AN-94 and AK-15 are locked in an intense engagement with a woman wearing a suit. Oh, it's really... Oh, sorry. I keep forgetting to not read over the B8 stuff. The battle has clearly been going on for quite some time. AK-15 is covered in injuries, and AN-94's movements are noticeably more sluggish than Klukai remembers. Worse still, their ammunition appears to be nearly depleted. Igla seems more like she's performing a dance than engaging in a fight. The rapier in her hand traces elegant arcs through the air, beautiful yet lethal. Even when facing the combined assault of the two Defy members, Igla remains utterly unfazed. With her extensive combat experience, Klukai can tell at a glance that even with the dolls beside her, taking Igla head-on would be extremely difficult. But she doesn't hesitate for a moment. The commander has given the order, and she has full confidence in completing the mission entrusted to her. On level 2, she orders the other dolls to deploy to positions where they can maximize their firepower, while she herself charges toward the battlefield at high speed. Okay. The Defy dolls show no change in their movements upon receiving the transmission. Igla's raging assault allows them not a single moment of slack. Even under such dire conditions, they maintain astonishing tactical coordination. Flukai closes the visual range. Under her gaze, every round fired by AN-94 precisely targets Igla's vital points, while AK-15 engages Igla in close quarters combat. Their coordination is flawless, yet Igla still handles it all with such ease that even Flukai feels a little unnerved. But she doesn't falter. Seizing the instant when the hulking doll and Igla briefly separate, Flukai fires several grenades accurately towards Igla. The unexpected attack sparks clear anger in Igla. Taking advantage of Igla's momentary distraction, Voya Mestina's flying kick slams into Igla's waist, while additional grenade explosions force her to retreat further. It is time to go. Blue guy, 416. Shouldn't you be? Now isn't the time to talk. The commander sent us to pick up you and AN-94, so start by getting out of that thing's attack range. Got it. I can hang on for a while longer, so take AN with you and mount a fighting withdrawal. Evacuate everyone. Achieve victory. Win within 8 turns. Win within 10 turns. Okay, that's all the clear conditions to max it. And yeah, my fire team clears quickly, but I'm enjoying my lightning team. They will also clear quickly, so it's no problem. They're so cute. Especially Lena. Okay, let's go, girls. Now I can control the team move by move, but they're just going to base roll these guys. There's no need to control them manually. If it's a tough fight, I'll take manual control, but builds up. I love her, how she kills everything on the opponent's turn. First one evac. Okay, bye-bye. I think they're all dead. Oh, she can't move far enough. Now she got it. Alright.
グローザー、状況は？
指定位置に到着。柱も確認済みよ。
建物全体が崩落しないよう爆破範囲を調整して。
了解。
Alright, let's try not to destroy too much stuff. Rosa moves swiftly. In just a few seconds, she sets up 4 directional demolition charges at the designated locations.
爆薬を仕掛けたわ。
私が合図したら爆破して。
I stare tensely at the terminal. 404 is advancing towards the area I sent earlier, and the signal they're detecting can only belong to that relentlessly pursuing 3rd gen doll.
後ろに追っ手が。
分かった。そっちが爆破範囲から出るのを待っている。
了解。あと10秒です。交代。
The moment Klukai is distracted by the transmission, Igla, burning with rage, lunges towards her with rapier in hand at a speed nearly impossible to track with the naked eye. Alva fires a shot that strikes the blade aimed at Klukai. The tip deflects, embedding itself precisely into the bolt of the rifle that Klukai had raised to block. Yeah, it's got Japanese and Chinese, I think something else, but no English. Klukai immediately drops the rifle, draws her pistol, and empties an entire magazine into Igla at point-blank range. Even from such an extremely close range, rounds of this caliber barely phase Igla. The other dolls of 404 immediately lay down full auto fire to suppress Igla, finally forcing her back slightly. Boy Mastina rushes forward, grabs Klukai by the back of her collar, and pulls her back into the doll's firing formation with a powerful leap. Klukai blinks in surprise at her new position, then snaps back to her senses and shouts into the comms. Rose's finger is already poised on the detonator, ready to activate it at my final command. The shockwave from the explosion shakes the entire building. The precise directional blast causes the entire section of the floor beneath Igla to collapse. For the first time, a flicker of alarm crosses Igla's face as she plunges downward, caught completely off guard. Let's roll. Yeah, that's not gonna stop her. Alva and Boya Mestina exchange a glance and nod to Klukai while the dolls of 404 have already stowed their weapons and begun moving. The building exit is just ahead. Behind them, a figure leaps up from the depths amid swirling smoke. Alva doesn't slow her run. She senses that something about Igla is different. Indeed, the figure in the smoke doesn't move. She simply stands there watching the dolls depart. Yeah, just go. Klukai looks back towards Iglu's position. Just as Alva said, there's no attack. And outside the building, the flash of headlights is already spilling into the interior. The screech of brakes signals that the extraction vehicle has arrived. I yank open the door and jump into the rear cargo bed, clearing space for the dolls. 404 quickly piles into the Jeep. Seeing there's no room left inside, Alva and Voya Mestina leap into the cargo bed as well, sitting beside me. Rosa watches Igla's direction tensely, waiting for extraction to finish, while Kolsny scans the area repeatedly before asking anxiously, yeah, we gotta go. It makes a sharp turn and speeds out of the industrial park. The figure that was standing in the smoke earlier, damn it, I couldn't read it all. Yay. right. Yeah, hey, Julian, if you're still here and you're in my Discord now, go to, actually, go to my Discord and check out the video I just posted today in the girls' Frontline. It's absolutely hilarious. Okay, story node. More story node. God, more. Holy crap. There are 4 story nodes in a row. Well, if they're smaller. Okay. Well, yeah. Inside a dimly lit date-sec safe house, only the blue glow of several computer screens illuminate the cramped space. The walls are covered with maps and photographs. A few empty magazines and medical kits are scattered across the floor. Dolls are replenishing their supplies using what's stored in the safe house, while Alva hands a small chip to Voya Mestina takes it and starts uploading the data at a nearby terminal. When the upload begins, Alva finally exhales in relief.
周囲を警戒して。
ああ。
さっきの戦闘でジラードの戦力を大幅に削った。ケビンも近づきやすくなったはず。F ランクの装備を持ってこさせよう。イグラに勝てる力をつけないと。
Oh, if they're giving her, well, if they give her Mac right now, I will pull for Voya Mestina. If this is a story thing that happens, to be able to defeat Igla, I will do it.
ここはホワイトエリアだぞ。
責任は私が取る。
Yep, it's my fault. It's okay. We just gotta beat this bitch.
わかった。
The corner of Voya Mestina's mouth lifts almost imperceptibly, but she quickly suppresses the smile and focuses on making external contact through the terminal. Standing in the center of the room, it occurs to me to whom the safe house belongs. I let my gaze sweep over the members of Task Force Defy before finally settling on Alva. Alva notices the question in my eyes. He introduces the new names she and Voya Mestina are using, and briefly recounts what they have been up to recently.
まだ保安局にいるの？
いえ、今は協力関係です。10年前から反逆正体は完全に独立しています。
Nice.
本当なら近況を聞くべきだけど、今はもっと聞きたいことがある。
Yep.
どうしてリビウに来たの？ヘレナを連れ去った理由は？それと、あの施設で一体何が起きたの？
Alva doesn't answer immediately. He just keeps typing while data scrolls rapidly across the screen. After a moment, once all the data is parsed, he looks up at me and speaks seriously.
順を追って説明します。この10年間、ずっとパラデウスを追い続けてきました。
Damn.
ご存知かと思いますが、奴らは滅んでなどいません。私たちは先日、パラデウスの基地の位置情報をつかみました。保安局の協力のもと、潜入に成功し、シルロビグというネイトに遭遇しました。
シルロビグがネイトですって？
Yes, she's a Naito.
彼女をご存知で？
楽園計画の主導者の一人で、オルフェルーネ、ジラードグループの令状に信頼されている。パラデウスの関係者と睨んでいたけど、まさかネイトだったなんて。
Yep.
そちらもいろいろ情報を掴んでいるようですね。私たちは潜入した基地にあった資料から楽園計画の存在とジラードとパラデウスが手を組んでいる情報を得ました。計画の詳細は知りませんでしたが、パラデウスが関係しているとなると
叩き潰す。
その通り。なのでリビウにはその調査に来ました。ヘレナに関してはこちらとしても想定外でした。あの子は楽園計画の中枢を担う O43 で、放っておけばイグラに奪われそうでした。ジラードの手に落ちてしまったら何が起きるか分かりません。
ならどうしてもっと分かりやすく協力してくれなかったの？カリン。管理局の人間もあの場にいたのに。
財団に私たちのスパイがいます。その情報によればジラードと管理局は手を組んでいます。詳細は分かりませんが。
だから管理局がわざとヘレナをジラードに奪わせたと思ったの？
Yep。
それはありえない。局長はあのクルーガーさんだし、現場にいたのはカリンに404のメンバーよ。
クルーガーさんやカリーナさんを疑っているわけではありません。10年前共にフランクフルトで戦った戦友たちに関しても同じです。私たちも最初は介入するつもりはありませんでした。ですがカリーナさんにヘレナを守りきることはできないと判断しました。
Right。
何よりカリーナさんたち以外の管理局の関係者が信用できませんでした。自らの利益のために不義理を働く人間がいてもおかしくありません。
I'm momentarily speechless. Sharing the same concern myself, I find no grounds to refute Alva.
それで
ヘレナを連れて逃げながら応戦しました。しかし途中で彼女の入っていた箱が機能を停止。私たちの本来の目的は楽園計画の調査なので選択を迫られました。ヘレナの争奪戦に介入した以上、隠密調査はもはや不可能と言っていいでしょう。そこで一つ作戦を思いつきました。
とてつもなくリスクの大きい作戦を。
Yes, definitely.
でもうまくいった。
どんな作戦だったの？
私がイグラの足止めをしている間、ボイマスティナにヘレナを連れて逃げてもらいました。もちろん私が叶う相手ではありません。イグラに倒された私は奴らの実験室。
わざとなの？
Yep。
反逆正体のメンバーはお互いの居場所がわかります。2キロまでですが、あらゆるジャミングを避けて位置情報を発信できます。それを頼りにボイマスティナは施設を見つけ、イグラたちの不意をつき攻撃を仕掛けました。その隙に私は奴らのデータベースにアクセスしました。
Yep, I am right here in the middle of all your stuff. I'm going to clean out your computers like Tidy Ball. Alva stands and walks to the holographic projection table in the center of the room. He inserts a small storage device into the projector. Instantly, blue holographic imagery unfolds in the air, revealing complex data streams and architectural schematics.
これがダウンロードしたデータです。
I stare at Alva in disbelief.
これは。
はい。楽園計画の真相です。表向きは再生可能エネルギーの研究プロジェクト。実際は数々の技術を検証するためのもので、大規模な粒子の吸収、散布はその一環に過ぎません。他には植物が粒子照射を受けて起きる変異の検証や、とあるサンプルのクローン培養実験も兼ねています。これらの実験、指揮官もどこかで見ませんでしたか？
I recall my past encounter with Diane and the others and suddenly realize that someone of unknown identity once saved my life. Sleep well, Joy. You have a good night. back.
まさかあの時ロケット弾を撃ったのは。
はい。私たちもあの地下施設を調査するつもりでしたが、指揮官に先を越されましたね。私たちより先に保安局のエージェントが派遣されたのですが、全員指揮官のおかげで安らかに眠れたと思います。他にもパラデースが異常な関心を示していた実験がありました。免疫体を利用した遺跡を起動する実験です。おそらく鍵を通して彼岸スペースに触れるつもりなのでしょう。
Alright.
ヘレナがその鍵です。
Okay. I press a hand on my forehead as a wave of dizziness washes over me. Nirvana. Nirvana again.
そんなこと。設備に鍵。どれも簡単に揃えられるものじゃない。その上、さらに膨大な量のコーラプス粒子が。
そういうことです。ジラードは植物を利用してコーラプス粒子を吸収する実験を行う一方で、パラデースは免疫体のクローンの培養に成功しました。奴らが遺跡の設備を入手した情報はありませんが、楽観視はできないでしょ
う。Right.
そしてロレの内部でそんなものが手に入れられる人間は。
はい、あなたの推測通りです。なのですでに入手しているものと思われます。奴らはフランクフルトに現れた空間の裂け目をもう一度作るつもりです。
Ooh. I can't speak. I simply stare at the projection that Alva is showing me at the information she stole from Chilovade. The other dolls, having finished resupplying, overhear our discussion and hurry over, eager to learn more. 膨大な量のコーラプス粒子に蓄えられた放射線はエンジンである遺跡の設備を動かす燃料になる。そして鍵であるヘレナと設備が共鳴し、彼岸スペースに通じる裂け目が開かれる。
それじゃヘレナちゃんはそんな量の粒子を全部吸収しちゃうんですか？
うん。むしろその方が都合がいいんだけど、免疫体は粒子の影響を受けない。だから裂け目が開いた瞬間、大量の粒子が周囲にまき散らされる。だから計画の始動と同時にリビウ全体が死の大地と化す。
あいつら町の住人全員を犠牲にして。でそのお嬢様はここまで来て何も知らないってわけ？バカ。
それは正当な評価じゃない。チルロビグがオルフェルーナの研究に注目したのはジラードの支援を取り付けるためだけではない。研究の核となる部分はオルフェルーナ自身が完成させたものだ。これは噂に基づいた推測ですが、10年前のフランクフルトで彼女は彼岸スペースの裂け目を通して自分の認知を超えたものを
Okay.
なるほど。それが真理なのね。
もしそうなら指揮官と同じ祝福を受けたものですね。
そんなものを祝福と呼ぶの？
すみません。不快な表現だと思いますが、パラデースのデータベースでは悲願を見たものをそう呼んでいます。
Okay.
そして私たちの知る限り、それはあなた一人だけじゃありません。
Alva manipulates the projection, switching to a city map marked with red dots.
不幸中の幸いですが、今ならまだ阻止できます。 資料によればチルドビグは先ほど破壊した実験室の他にさらに秘密の実験室を持っています。そこが計画の中心となる場所です。
見せて。
The other dolls crowd around the projection as well, trying to grasp the battle ahead.
一息ついたらすぐにその秘密実験室に向かいます。多分ヘレナもそこに。楽園計画を阻止してヘレナも奪い返します。
Sounds good to me.
手伝ってくれますか、指揮官。
もちろんよ。でももっと戦力が。
Right.
管理局の関係者に全てを教えるのは推奨しません。カリーヌさんや他の人形に加勢してもらってもいいですが、こちらの目的を知られてしまう可能性があります。言いたいことわかりますか？
I fully understand Alva's concerns. On one hand, with my strength alone, the operation will never be foolproof. I must ensure that if I fail, there's still a backup contingency plan to evacuate innocent civilians amid the disastrous fallout. On the other hand, I admit that Nompa is not entirely trustworthy. But among them, there are some who are absolute exceptions to me. For example, I look at Alva. She looks back at me. I raise my terminal then and there.
カリン、聞こえる？
指揮官様。
すぐにジラードグループ本部を封鎖し、全市民を町から避難するよう誘導して。
What?
どういうことですか？
理由は教えられない。でも多くの人命がかかっている。
わかりました。
Alright.
ありがとう。クルーガーさんは？
会議に来るはずなのですが、連絡がつかなくて。
そう。連絡がついたら教えてほしい。
はい、わかりました。
Yeah, Kruger's kind of hostage right now.
頼んだわ。全部終わったら行きたい店を教えて。
I end the call and turn back to Alva.
今こちらの予備戦力は4人よ。そっちは？
後方に特殊装備を要請しました。あとは私たちだけです。
パラデウスの計画を止めてヘレナも助け出す。私の指揮下に入ってくれる？
Alva glances back at Void Mestina, who gives a affirmative nod.
望むところです。
Nice.
よし。では今からグローザ、コルフェン、反逆小隊と一緒に私についてきて。
了解。
Okay.
来るかい。ダイエンと合流してオルフェルーネの監視状況を共有させて。
Okay.
その後は私たちを援護。ジラードや警察との戦闘に備えて。
はい、手配します。
I mark out operational routes and requirements on the digital map using a few markers, then check my watch and synchronize timing with the dolls.
一班は私とビルに突入。パラデウスの実験室が最優先目標よ。30分後に連絡がなかったら、2班はこことここ。それからここの出入り口を押さえて。グローザ、屋上にヘリを止めるようセンターウレイシーに伝えて。最悪それで脱出する。
ええ、3班に用意させておくわ。
今回はこれまでにない危険な作戦よ。無事脱出できてもロレン当局に追及される可能性がある。
The dolls quietly check their gears or study the routes. No one responds to my final words. I look around at everyone, then nod. Alright, that's not too terribly long. More story. How many do I have now? 295. Inside the Gerard Group headquarters, marionette dolls stand in formation outside the control center. Now dressed in a brand new suit, Igla sits before the console, her long fingers lightly tapping the screen. On the surveillance feed, Krieger and Oleg are clearly visible, detained inside a conference room. The lead marionette doll steps into the control center and snaps to attention with mechanical precision.
報告します。オレク・ジラード並びに非軍事勢力管理局職員を会議室に拘束しました。通信妨害もかけてあります。
緊急時の対策は
4通り立案しております。必要に応じて武力制圧も検討します。
クルーガー局長への攻撃は極力避けてください。オレク様に至っては生死は不問です。監視を続けてください。異常があれば報告を。
Igla walks on the corridor and stops before a heavy metal door marked Experimental Zone. Authorized personnel only. Inside the laboratory, Chilovig is dancing about in front of a massive transparent containment chamber. Helena, who is floating within it, has returned to a sealed state. Dressed in rumpled and tattered lab coat, Chilovig hums an off-key tune while hammering away at the keyboard.
反逆の追跡を打ち切らせ勝利をみすみす手放した理由教えてい
勝利コテンパンにやられてたくせに
今なんと
冗談だってば。あのバカたち O43 を置いていったんだよね。一度は騙されたけど私の O43 への執念舐めてもらっちゃ困るな。
回収できたのですか？
連中を足止めしてくれて感謝感謝。やっぱ最後に勝つのは私なんだよ。あの子がいれば楽園計画は安泰。反逆とかどうでもいいんだから。喜びなよ。お嬢様にめちゃくちゃ褒められるかもよ。
ですが依然疑念が晴れません。あなたにそそのかされて忠義に反したこと、果たしてお嬢様を許してくださるでしょうか。
Chilovig spins around abruptly, an exaggerated smile blooming across her face. I must say I'm happy that Igla is finally having some doubts here. He performs a pirouette and skips over towards Igla.
大丈夫だって。あんたも見たでしょ。あのじじい、私たちは愚か実の娘まで売ったんだよ。放置してたら何もかも台無しよ。オルフェルーネも分かってくれるって。
それでも非軍事勢力管理局の局長を拘束したんです。ロレン当局に喧嘩を打ったも同然。あなたに残された時間はわずかです。
Yep.
大丈夫大丈夫。O43 がいるんだから。もう私は誰にも止められない。
では計画を進めてください。各所が反応を起こすまでにうまく立ち回る手札が必要です。
Chilovig lets out an exaggerated sigh and spreads her hands wide.
相変わらずクソ真面目なんだから。これから歴史を作るんだよ。
O43 の状態を教えていただけますか？
Ilovig strides over to the chamber, presses her face against the transparent wall, and makes a silly face.
ぐっすり眠ってるよ。体調も万全。あんたたちが暴れたせいで衛星都市の実験室がダメになったけど、ま、用済みだからいっか。リストに書いてあるもの、ホワイトエリアの実験室に持って行って。
Igla straightens up. Her posture is immaculate and forbidding as ever.
お言葉ですが、どちらの実験室もあなたではなくジラードグループの所有物です。
Ilovig grins widely, revealing her pointed little canines.
もちろんもちろん。私はただの雇われ科学者だもんね。でも有効活用していたのはどっちかな。
He presses several buttons. The chamber begins to descend slowly, moving down a transparent conduit into the depths below.
これでようやくオルフェルーネも一息つける。長い間楽園計画のために心血注いできたもんね。
お嬢様の挙げた成果は称賛に値します。だからこそ計画指導の場にお嬢様が立ち会わねばなりません。
Ilovig guffaws, her belting laughter echoing through the laboratory. Circles Igla once and steps as light as a dance.
大丈夫だって。全部予定通りに進めるよ。種も土壌も用意した。あとはお嬢様があの赤いボタンをポチッと押すだけで綺麗。
Her voice suddenly drops as she leans close to Igla's ear.
もしもの話だけど、あの子に何かあれば私が代わりにやってもいいんだよ。
Igla steps sideways, putting distance between herself and Ilovig, her gaze sharp as a blade.
何度も強調したはずですが、計画に関してはお嬢様に一任されています。お嬢様の許可を得ていない行動は全て違反行為に該当します。
Heh, he might kill you again. Igla's voice is not loud, yet it carries an unmistakable authority, filling the very air in the laboratory. Ilovig shivers theatrically, then immediately breaks into laughter again.
怖い怖い。嘘だって。本気にしないでよ。オルフェルーネを待つに決まってるじゃん。あの子のことめっちゃくちゃリスペクトしてるからね。
Ilovig prances over to the large display, her fingers flying across the control panel.
でもさ、あの子は自分が何をしているのか分かってるの？あの子は再生可能エネルギーしか見えてないけど、そんなんじゃもったいない。私が興味あるのはその先にある無限の可能性なんだよね。
Igla smooths the sleeve of her suit and speaks calmly.
何はともあれ、私の役目はお嬢様を守り、それらは他の全てより優先されます。
Ilovig turns around and makes an exaggerated bow, with her right hand pressed to her chest.
あんたは間違いなく私が見てきた人の中で一番忠誠心があるよ。
Igla inclines her head slightly and turns towards the door.
お嬢様の元へ向かいます。あなたは最後の準備にだけ専念してください。
じゃあね。心配しなくてもちゃんとお花を咲かせるんだから。
After Igla leaves, the laboratory doors slowly close. Ilovig's smile vanishes in an instant, her eyes turn cold and razor sharp. He hops lightly back to the console, fingers tapping wildly at the keyboard. A loyal little button.
頭の中がお花畑だこと。王43が花を咲かせるためだけにいるわけないじゃん。最初に咲く場所を知ったら びっくりするだろうね。ああ、もう待ちきれない。その時のあんたたちの顔早く見たいな。
All right. And one more. Oh my god, 2 more stories. So I've done half of them. Four story nodes in a row. Inside the penthouse suite where Orphalune is currently staying, gilded decorations glitter beneath the crystal chandelier. The desk is piled high with repeatedly revised speech drafts, every page covered in handwritten notes and corrections. Orphalune Gerard stands before a mirror, constantly adjusting her already flawless evening gown and carefully styled golden curls. She smooths non-existent wrinkles from her dress and tucks a strand of already secured hair back behind her ear. Orphalune appears far more irritable and restless than usual. She stares at her reflection, anxiety flickering in her eyes. Then she turns and walks to the desk, picking up the latest edited speech draft. She suddenly flings the manuscript onto the desk. Orphalune paces to the window, her high heels tapping crisply against the floor. She looks down at the brightly illuminated city of Leaf below, her hands clenched into fists. She knows perfectly well what the source of her distress is. Orphalune tightens her grip on her braid. The words of that imposter journalist continue to echo in her mind. It is utterly ridiculous. The more she thinks about it, the angrier she becomes. She even thought she was a kind soul who understood her. Her gaze shifts towards the tablet on the desk, its screen filled with complex charts and equations. Orphalune walks over, swiping the screen and scrolling through layers of data as her brows slowly knit together. Her fingertip hovers over the screen. Though these are all materials she has reviewed countless times, none of it is registering in her head now. Gradually, her attention drifts elsewhere, and her expression grows distant. Her thoughts are interrupted by a soft knock on the door. Orphalune immediately straightens her back, regaining her composure and resuming the posture of a proud scientist. Igla enters carrying a cup of tea. Her suit is perfectly pressed without a single crease.
お嬢様が大好きなアールグレイでございます。いつも通りレモン汁3滴とミントを少々入れてあります。
Orphaluni accepts the cup with deliberate poise and takes a small sip. Her eyebrow lifts slightly.
まあまあね。でもミントはもっと少ない方がいいわ。
Igla bows slightly.
以後気をつけます。
Orphaluni walks back towards the window. Turning her back to Igla, her voice softens a little.
イグラ、衛星都市の違法実験室のこと調べたんでしょ？
Igla raises her head slightly, a trace of worriness flashing through her eyes.
はい、初歩的にですが、非軍事勢力管理局によって情報管制が敷かれています。現時点ではあれらの実験がチルロビグ様ないしパラデウスという名の組織と関係している証拠はありません。
Orphaluni turns around, biting her lower lip.
あの記者、いや、偽記者のことを思い出すの。私の研究が邪教に利用されていて、チルロビグはその一員。粒子収集技術も生き袋やブージャムを作るためのものだって。
She grips the teacup tightly, her voice trembling slightly.
誤った方法で正しい結果は導き出せない。この言葉が忘れられない。もしチルロビグが本当に。
Igla sets down the tray and steps beside Orphaluni, her gaze gentle yet resolute.
お言葉ですが、あの道家の言葉を真に受けてはなりません。お嬢様の才能と努力は世界でも有数の科学者たちに認められたのですよ。
Orphaluni places the teacup down heavily on the desk, spilling some of the tea.
でも、もし私の研究が私の手に負えないとしたら、本当に誰かが私の研究を利用しておぞましい人体実験を繰り返していたとしたら、あの偽記者は正しかったってことじゃない？
Orphaluni's gaze shifts towards the computer screen, her voice growing lower.
フランクフルトを生き延びてからずっと証明したかった。自分の力を、そしてジラード家が世界を変えられることを。でも楽園計画が本当にそういうことなら、私って。
お嬢様。
Igla interrupts Orphaluni's self-reproach. She raises her hand, hesitates briefly, then gently rests it on Orphaluni's shoulder.
100歩譲って、そのようなリスクがあるとしましょう。あなたはあの記者にこうおっしゃいました。科学がどういう結果をもたらすかは、それを扱う人間次第。計画の善悪を決めるのはあなたなのです。
Igla's voice is warm and steady, like a soothing current calming Orphaluni's uneasy heart.
チルロビグ様の正体がどうであれ、彼女の知識はすでにあなたのもの。それをどう使うのかもあなた次第です。そんな言いがかりで長年の夢を捨てるおつもりですか？
Hesitation flickers in Orphaluni's eyes.
でもそれを否定できる根拠もないでしょ。
調査は続行します。楽園計画の管理体制も強化します。確証が得られるまで世界を変えるチャンスを逃すべきではありません。あの道家の杞憂が事実だとしても、お嬢様なら必ず正しい方向へ導けます。
Orphaluni slowly straightens her posture. The unease in her eyes gradually gives way to determination.
そうよね。私はオルフェルーネ・ジラードよ。この私がいいように利用されてたまるものですか。
She pats her own cheeks to psych herself up.
今夜のサミットで楽園計画の偉大さを分からせてやるわ。あの二隻者の言ったこと、絶対に起こさせやしない。あんなやつに科学者の何が分かるっていうの？
それでこそお嬢様です。お嬢様とジラードの力を世に知らしめるのです。
ええ、そうよ。今夜全人類が科学のもたらす奇跡を目にするわ。私を軽んじてきた連中に目に物を見せてやるんだから。
Just as Orphaluni regains her confidence, Egla's communicator suddenly rings. Egla glances at it with mild surprise, then answers.
どうぞ。
A hurried voice comes through the communicator. Egla's expression gradually turns grave. Her eyes flash with a trace of
わ
alarm.
かりました。引き続き監視を。むやみに動かないでください。すぐに向かいます。
She ends the call and turns toward Orphalune. Her expression remains composed, though the vigilance in her eyes lingers.
どうしたの？
Egla smiles calmly, her tone steady as usual.
警備上の確認事項です。ご心配には及びません。
Lie.
ですがお嬢様の発表に支障がないよう、念には念を。
You lie a lot, girl. Orphalune lifts her chin, her golden curls swaying lightly with the motion.
いってらっしゃい。裏側は任せたわよ。ジラード家の名誉はこのサミットにかかってるんだからね。
仰せのままに。すぐに戻ります。
Egla respectfully exits the suite, gently closing the door behind her. Orphalune walks back toward the window and gazes down at the bustling city of Leave once more. Her expression is resolute and confident, yet deep in her eyes that faint, gnawing doubt still lingers.
科学がどういう結果をもたらすかは、それを扱う人間次第。私はこの技術を使って歴史を作るのよ。必ず。
Uh-oh. I think our little girl's going to learn a painful lesson pretty soon here. The whisper is nearly inaudible as it fades into the empty suite. Okay. Ray. I am at 204 now. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and take a break here because, yeah, that was definitely a lot to sit through, but nice thing is we have combat maps 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6 combat maps before the next dedicated story node after this one. So that'll definitely be a little less rough to sit through. I mean, the story is good, but sometimes you're sitting there like, come on, damn it. You know? Hell yeah. And I have an... Oops, wrong one. Part 2. I have enough to buy that. Hooray. Let's go ahead and drop that.
何か悩み事でも？
Yeah, I'll throw the new one in. It's probably got a higher crit rate. Hell yeah. Change that out. Yeah, Vapley could use it. Anyone else? Crazy.
はじめまして。
I'm gonna throw this on Perichia. She does not have any. So, start somewhere. I have not invested in her at all other than leveling her up. You know? There it is. Okay. Yeah. The neural helix here, these data nodes here, they are super, is the rarest resource for leveling characters. And this is the one you concentrate on your most powerful doll and, you know, put them in there initially. I'll be building her later. I just finished, just today, opening all the nodes on Lena, which gives a significant combat boost. But I mean, I kind of want to finish Nemesis. I only have one more to do, but I really need to start on Andorra so I can finish my electric team correctly. Yeah, she needs all this stuff. So that's probably where I'm going to concentrate my fire next. Did I get anything? Let's check this real quick. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and set my crew deck as the background here. There's only a couple of girls hanging out here, but that's okay. Alright guys, I am going to take a break. That'll be 10 minutes or less, okay? I will be back soon. Alrighty, I'm back. Sorry for the delay, guys. I was, yeah, it just took a little longer than I was expecting. Me take care of that. Okay. So, we've got another story node here. Knock it out. Soldiers wearing specialized masks are inspecting the site where a firefight has just taken place. Kruger sits on a sofa, watching soldiers patrol the area. He loosens his tie and lets out a long sigh. Shifts his gaze to the other side of the room, where the supreme leader of the Gerard group had been sitting. There is now only a corpse, blood still seeping from its chest. When the stray bullet struck Oleg, no one on either side spared a thought for whether he lived or died. In his final moments, he could only grip Krieger's hand tightly while his mouth hung open, desperately trying to form words in vain. Okay. Mr. Javier. An elderly man leaning on a cane limps into the conference room. Krieger immediately rises to greet him. Okay, so how did this firefight break out? Javier waves a hand at Krieger, signaling him to relax, and motions for his attendant to hand him a terminal. Krieger tries his best to put on a poker face to keep his earlier emotions from showing. Fortunately, Javier does not seem to care much about his expression.
事態はまだ制御下に置かれている。あなたが来るほどじゃない。
そう構えるな。別に君の仕事に口を出すつもりはない。昔馴染みがまた落とし物をしてしまってね。その尻拭いに来たんだよ。
That's an interesting cybernetic in his eye.
落とし物?
Javier hands the terminal to Kruger. Kruger has barely read the beginning before his brow furrows.
だとしたら国際情勢に響く。今でさえ東西両陣営の関係が悪化してるんだ。こんな大事な時に。
だから尻拭いと言っただろう。今ならまだ大事にならずに済む。
So did this? Well, anyway.
さあの決定を疑うつもりはないが。最近の情勢を見るに新しい政策は財団の動きを制限できてない。これは
Hey bro, come here. Here he is. It's a Mr. Gatto, bro. What? He says he wants the water.
皆まで言うな。今のうちに後始末を済ませられれば、すべては彼の計画のままだ。それが私たちの仕事じゃないかね。
Kruger nods and hands the terminal back.
そういえば、君のお気に入りの部下も来ているようだな。
Heck, kid. Heck. Kruger's expression darkens. Only after a moment does respond.
我々がやろうとしていることはフェアじゃない。知っている。だがこの世に公平など存在しない。あの指揮官に深入りするなと伝えるな。やっと自由の身になれたというのに、また厄介ごとに首を突っ込んで生贄になる必要はない。君の言葉なら指揮官も聞くんじゃないか。 あなたが言った方が説得力があるのでは。
すまんすまん。怒らせるつもりはない。だが確かに君に言わせるのは酷だ。私に任せてもいい。君は自分の役目に専念してくれ。先ほど新しい命令が来たはずだ。お互い仕事を始めるとし。
Cougar nods helplessly and walks out with Javier. Before leaving, he hastily writes a handwritten note to Leva and whispers a few words into her ear. Just as he steps out the door, he casts one last glance at Oleg's body and mutters under his breath. Okay. With that, he leaves the room without looking back. The air in the brightly lit backstage area leaves the International Convention and Exhibition Center is thick with tension and anticipation. Staff members hurry back and forth, commands crackling non-stop through their earpieces. Orphalune Gerard stands alone before a full-length mirror, gazing at the radiant figure reflected back at her. She is dressed in a tailored deep blue evening gown. Her long golden hair is perfectly swept up, diamond earrings catching and refracting the cold light. She takes a deep breath, her fingers tightly intertwined. You have lots of fuzzes, Kitty. I am going to brush you.
落ち着くのよ、オルフェルーネ。たかが発表、いつも通りやればいい。今回が一番大事だからって今までと何も違わないし。
Her fingers lightly brush over the speech draft, the formulas resting quietly on the page, waiting to be unveiled to the world.
ダメ、やっぱり緊張するわ。絶対に成功させないと。
A staff member knocks gently and peeks inside the dressing room.
ジラード様、本番まであと5分です。今、司会の方が挨拶をしております。
Orphalune straightens instantly, the familiar pride of the Gerard era settling back into her face. Come on, kitty bro. Quit messing with my monitor.
わかりましたわ。今夜、世界がこのオルフェルーネ・ジラードに震撼すると伝えなさい。
Orphalune turns back to the mirror, takes out a lipstick, and carefully reapplies it. The color hasn't faded, she's only doing it to steady her nerves. Quit it, bud. Unbidden, her thoughts drift to the person who had helped her suppress her anxiety before the press conference 2 days earlier.
あの偽記者、あいつも来ているのかしら。いや、そんなわけないわよね。
Oh no, we're definitely coming if we're not here already.
今回はそんな奴が入ってこれるような場所じゃない。
As Orphalune's thoughts wander, the host's voice carries into the backstage area through the speakers.
本日ご来場していただいている皆様、世界に名だたる科学者の皆様、報道メディアの皆様、ジラードグループ楽園計画全世界同時発表サミットへようこそ。今宵我々は共に見届けるでしょう。科学の歴史に残る偉業を、世界のエネルギー事情を大きく変える革命的な技術を。
Bang. Bursts of gunfire and explosion erupts outside, abruptly cutting off the host's introduction. Guests exchange stunned looks as hushed murmurs rapidly escalate into panic chatter. The gunfire grows closer. Several soldiers begin storming in through a side entrance of the hall. Uh-oh. An officer strides onto the stage and forcefully takes the microphone from the host. His voice booms through the speakers, drowning out the chaos. Who the hell are they exchanging fire with? Probably Gerard's security, I'm guessing. The venue plunges into chaos. Prominent figures stare at one another in shock. Reporters scramble to capture footage, flashes firing incessantly. Hearing everything through the speakers, Orphaluni's eyes widen in disbelief. She springs to her feet, ready to rush out, but is intercepted by a staff member with a brain. Oh. Yeah, that's a good idea. Just as she is about to force her way past the staff member, Egla suddenly pushes the door open, her expression unusually grave. Her suit is still immaculate, but the calm in her eyes is replaced by a rare urgency. Yeah, it is time to go. Orphaluni turns to her, fury blazing. Igla steps swiftly to Orphaluni's side, her voice low and firm. Ow. With respect.
これは明らかに楽園計画を狙った襲撃です。警備部隊が今も抵抗を続けていますが、
Yeah, we gotta go right now.
会場は包囲されています。計画のために、そして何よりお嬢様の安全のために。
楽園計画を狙った。まさかあの偽記者が。
Igla gently shakes her head, cutting off Orphaluni's speculation.
説明はまた後ほどに。今はまずここを出ることが先です。
Yeah, it is time to go.
警備部隊ではそう長く持ちません。秘密通路の方から離脱いたしましょう。
Orphaluni frowns, hesitation flashing through her eyes.
そんなものがあるなんて聞いたことないわ。
You're too dumb to keep a secret, kid. Oh, sorry. Igla extends her hand almost deferentially, yet her tone allows no refusal.
お嬢様をお守りする身として、様々な可能性を考慮するのが私の役目です。時間がありません。どうか信じてください。
Orphaluni meets Igla's unwavering gaze and finally nods. Igla immediately leads her through a concealed service door into a narrow corridor.
イグラ、正直に話して。一体何が起きているの？なぜ軍が介入してくるの？楽園計画を止めに来た目的は？
Let's move the camera a little bit to get a better view of Ganomon.
それと、どこに行くの？
Igla does not slow her pace as she scans the path ahead.
楽園計画の技術をよく思わない者たちがいます。リスクがあると誤認し、その発表と実用化を止めようとしています。
リスクですって？私は何度も検証を重ねてきたわ。 そんなのただの言いがかりよ。
その通りです。しかし人は理解できないものを恐れ、ですがご安心を。用意はできております。今から向かうのはチルロビグ様の実験室です。そこにある設備で楽園計画は依然実行可能です。
Orphalune suddenly stops and grips Igla's arm. In the dim light, her eyes gleam with suspicion and doubt.
チルロビグの実験室?
Yeah, why does Chilubig's Yeah, that is a good question. Good question, Orphalune.
イグラ、私に何か隠してる?
Huh? Igla looks straight into Orphalune's eyes, a flicker of complex emotion crossing her face.
私は決してお嬢様にとって不利益なことはいたしません。ただ最悪の状況に備えて私の方でいくつか手配させていただきました。チルロビグ様の実験室もその一つです。楽園計画が妨害を受けた場合に備えて。
Orphalune bites her lip.
イグラ、正直に言って、あの二隻者の言ったことは本当なの?
Hi, Mr. Inky. Yes, we have a kitty eclipse on the camera here. Or at least we did. There he is, a little bit. Silly cat.
私の研究に私の知らない何かがあるの?
お嬢様の研究は純粋で崇高なるものです。サジを報告しなかったことは認めます。ですがそれもお嬢様の才能を存分に発揮できる環境を築くためです。なのでどうか私を信じてください。今までのように。
After a brief silence, Orphalune takes a deep breath and straightens her back.
わかったわ、イグラ。ただし、すべてが終わったら本当のことを教えて。
Yeah, that would be... Oh my.
洗いざらい全部。これは命令よ。
Igla bows deeply.
かしこまりました。
Meanwhile, in a temporary command center somewhere outside the city, the lights burn brightly.
サミット会場は完全に制圧しました。ジラードグループの警備部隊の激しい抵抗に遭い、20分ほど戦闘が続きました。医療班もすでに待機中です。
ああ、上出来だ。
Oh, that's Javier's men. Okay.
目標オルフェルーでジラードは見つかったか?
They are very lucky that Igla did not decide that she prioritized keeping Orphalune safe instead of wrecking them. The officer looks somewhat embarrassed.
くまなく捜索しましたが、目標及びその側近は発見できていません。
Javier lets out a soft sigh, showing no surprise.
ジラード家は相変わらず狡猾だ。捜索を続けてくれ。ただしくれぐれも騒ぎを大きくしない。警備部隊もゆっくり処理していけばいい。相手はジラードグループの令嬢だ。下手な損失を出すことは誰も望んでいない。
I like this guy's VA.
はっ。前処します。
we got some action. And Colton looks so goofy in this picture. I sit in the car reading the surveillance report Diane has sent over. The military has already sealed off the Gerard Group building. Armed PSA units are stationed everywhere around it. The main roads are blocked as well. Rosa keeps turning into side streets, trying to get the car as close to the building as possible. But soon even Groza runs out of road and has no choice but to park in a narrow alley. Yes, the cutest little kitty, bro. Oh, you're making a happy kitty face. Got a gooby. There you go. Gooby's up a little bit.
カリンのやつ、仕事が早いわね。アルバ、車で本部に入るのは無理みたい。他に方法はないの？
必ずしも中に入る必要はありません。本部ビルの地下には大量の施設が広がっていて、チルロビグの実験室もそこにあります。
つまり近づけさえすればいいということ？けれどこのまま地面を爆破するわけにもいかないでしょ？
Sure we can.
協力者から見取り図をもらいました。隣接施設から侵入することができます。
Hell yeah. Alva sends the coordinates to Groza. It's not far from our current position.
この建物はあの実験室とつながっています。ただ、厳重な警備が予想されます。ボイマスティナの装備がもうすぐ到着しますので、それまで待ちますか？
Yes.
ええ、人形2個招待だけではリスクが高い。見取り図をこちらにも送って、作戦を考えてみるわ。
はい。
Alva transfers the data to my terminal. As I study the map, I start deploying the rest of the dolls. I switch to another screen to review Diane's surveillance feed and open a channel to her.
ダイアン、オルフェルーネはまだジラードグループ本部の中にいる？
はい、指揮官。最後にオルフェルーネさんの姿を確認したのはビル中央に位置する休憩エリアです。その後はあの第三世代人形に連れ去られて外部からでは追跡することができません。
Even if Diane can't track them, their destination isn't hard to guess. Egla and Shiloveg have made extensive preparations. At this point, they won't give up easily. The military's intervention will likely force them to accelerate the launch of Project Eden. There. We're running out of time.
こちらは404と一緒に地下施設に侵入する。入り口の座標はここ。あなたたちはその場に残り、周囲の監視を続けて。それから3班と共にいつでもこちらの支援に回れるように準備を。もし地下で何らかの緊急事態に遭遇した場合、あなたたちに支援を頼むことになる。
了解しました。
I end the call. Rosa leans in closer.
3班もこちらに回すの？地下の状況はわからないし、最悪の場合も考えないと。
時間が許せば、私だって人手をもっと増やしたいわ。
今楽園計画が始まっても、粒子の収集に時間がかかるはずよ。
Right?
それもそうだけど、危険な賭けには出たくない。
I rub the bridge of my nose, wrestling with whether to wait until all forces are assembled before acting. While I'm thinking, a comm request pops up on my terminal. It's Kalina.
指揮官様、言われた通りにリビウの封鎖と避難を開始しました。さっきはヘレナさんに関する情報を入手しましたよね。
ええ、ヘレナの位置はすでに判明している。今から救出に向かうつもりよ。
それについてはもう心配いりません。警察の誘導に従い 避難してください。ヘレナさんの方はクルーガーさんがすでに部隊を派遣しています。
クルーガーさんと連絡が取れたの？
はい、無事でした。クルーガーさんはオレク総裁と交渉していた時に拉致されていました。救出に成功しましたが、オレク総裁は流れ弾に当たり死亡しました。
つまり計画の全貌を知ることができたの？
はい、コーラップス粒子をどう集めようとしているのかも。それでリビウを汚染しようとしているのでしょう。すでに避難命令が出ています。
He has no idea about the real details. As I think this, I switch the communicator to my other hand so I can study the map more easily.
避難誘導もかなり順調みたいね。クルーガーさんもなかなかの決断をした。いい
え、クルーガーさんは関係ありません。
へ
封鎖と避難の指示はハーベルさんが直接リビウ主席と掛け合った結果です。
Yeah, I'm kind of getting the vibe that people don't argue with Mr. Javier. Hey, this is my first time encountering Javier in the game. My hand jerks in shock. The terminal slips from my grasp and falls beneath the seat. What did sneezy little gato, bro? You okay, bro? I fumble to retrieve it.
ハーベルさんもここにいるの？
軍の方と一緒にジラードグループ名義の施設とサミット会場を制圧してくれました。会場には計画用の設備も保管されていましたし、クルーガーさんもすでにハーベルさんに保護されています。事態はすでに収束に向かっているので、指揮官様も避難した方がいいとクルーガーさんからの伝言もあります。
You should run away. Everything's hitting the fan. That's the vibe I'm getting. No. This isn't right. Javier, the military, the conglomerates, Paradeus, Project Eden. And even though everything is under control, Mr. Kruger tells me to leave immediately. And most importantly, Callan just said they know the full scope of Project Eden, yet what she described completely misses the real issue. These seemingly unrelated coincidences are all design. A powerful sense of deja vu surges through me. In an instant, the logic clicks into place. I'm all too familiar with this. Nothing has changed. There are simply more sacrifices and scapegoats now, along with the same nauseating calculations behind the scenes.
指揮官様、聞こえていますか？リビウは危険ですし、これから管理局も介入します。もう指揮官様の出番はありませんので、おとなしく避難して、あとは私たちに任せてください。
Yeah.
ごめんね、カリー。私との通信記録をすべて消して。これから私のやることはあなたとは何の関係もない。
Yep.
私と話したことは誰にも教えないで。
Yeah.
急にどうしたのですか、指揮官様？
さようなら、カリー。
I cut the transmission immediately. If my deduction is correct, every extra detail Kalina knows puts her in more danger. Kalina would never lie to me, especially not about something this important. He truly knows nothing. But Javier, his movements are far too swift. The military was prepared. He clearly anticipated all of this. That man knows everything. And knowing everything, he still allowed the situation to unfold and reach this point. This so-called Project Eden might very well be...
アルバ、これ以上は待てない。直ちに作戦開始よ。
Yep.
誰よりも早くヘレナを奪い返す。
Yeah.
誰よりも、ロレンよりも。
Yep.
ええ。
もしかしてサーを危惧しているのですか？
楽園計画。ジラードグループは使い捨ての駒に過ぎない。
Yep.
これがただの偶然か、それとも意図的なのかはわからない。ただ結果的に言えば、奴は10年経っても自身の企みを諦めていない。許せない。出発。
Okay. Kitty kitty. He's a cutie kitty. Damn. Okay. Boy Mestina and Macti. He's huge. Hmm? Damn. She looks even bigger than before. I bet she's scarier than 5. No, 10 Klukais. Is something the matter? Is something the matter, little doll? It's nothing. It's really been a while. That's cute. Thanks for including that, Micah. That was cute. Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah, gonna switch in fire team so they have something to do.
じゃあ始めよっか。行くよ。
Yeah. Alright, ladies, let's do this.
こんなにいい話めったにないですよ。
後悔しても知らないよ。
Your invisibility means nothing to me.
みじん切りと素揚げ、どっちがよか？
Nice.
それがしが守る。
Here's your fire. Yeah, are all the enemy? Oh, there's a couple still alive. Bye. Alright, I think there's no baddies. Oh, there's one. Ouch. It did kind of hurt. It's Mr. Kitty Kitty. Yes. You're making the happy kitty face. Yes, he is. Oh, okay. Inside the laboratory, countless pipes wind between the walls like serpents, and instruments flashing with cold light emit a low mechanical hum. Kilovig is checking data before the control console while humming an off-key tune. Several suspicious dark stains mark her white lab coat. At her side, also at the very center of the lab, stands a massive transparent chamber. Inside the chamber, Helena opens her eyes. Oh, by the way, they got the whole Code Geass gas canister in the middle of the thing here. Of the first episode. Well, a few episodes actually. Realizing she is imprisoned in a strange place, she bangs on the transparent wall in panic. Helena's eyes widen with terror the moment she sees Chilovig. He shrinks back into the corner of the chamber, trying to get as far away from the woman as possible. Chilovig chuckles and walks closer to the chamber. Her slender fingers slowly trace along the glass in an almost affectionate motion, yet her gaze carries a morbid possessiveness. We're just gonna electrocute you. Okay.
今日は特別な日だからね。あんたの成人式兼オルフェルーネの晴れ舞台。リビブ全体の未来が変わるんだ。あんたには真理の扉を開く鍵として大活躍してもらうよ。鍵。いい表現だと思わない？
Lena hugs her knees tightly, barely reacting to Chilovig's mania. She mutters faintly. Chilovig narrows her eyes, the corners of her lips curling upward. Well, that's some company I'm keeping there. Thank you, Chilovig. Well, the foolish king was Oleg. Okay, Igla's the dreadful dragon, and you are definitely the evil witch, Chilovig. Chilovig presses a finger to her lips and looks down at the trembling Helena. He notices the fear in Helena's eyes, and a hint of cruel satisfaction seeps into her smile. Suddenly she lifts her head as if interrupted by a thought. Her gaze drifts into the distance. She turns and walks back to the console, the hem of her lab coat floating like a ghost. Her fingers dance across glowing buttons and touchscreens. The laboratory lights shift with her commands, changing from blue to violet, then to an eerie red. The sound of energy flowing through the pipes grows urgent, like the heartbeat of some massive machine. Chilovig suddenly turns towards Helena, her expression frenzied and almost intoxicated. Helena squeezes her eyes shut and continues to tremble silently. Shit. I had no idea she was Persica's student. Elena's eyes flicker with confusion at the unfamiliar name.
偉大な発見ってだいたい予想だにしない状況でされるものだしね。科学にハプニングはつきもの。真実は往々にして受け入れがたい形をしている。敬愛するアインシュタインもこう言ってたし。
And that's the truth. Damn.
いや、ラブクラフトだったかな。それとも私？
Ilovik spins lightly back to the chamber, her fingers brushing the glass.
ねえ、知ってる？あんたの体を構成している分子の一つ一つ、塩基配列に至るまで私が作ったんだよ。
So Chilovik's the mom and the dad.
完璧な作品が今まであったかな。
She presses her forehead against the glass and stares directly at Helena. Her pupils are unnaturally dilated under the red light.
あんたも最初は数多い実験体の一つに過ぎなかった。それが今花開いて未来を変える鍵となった。
She lightly taps the glass as if petting a child on the cheek.
お前おかしい。
That's a good take, Helena.
何するつもりだ。
Also a good question.
もう結構噛み砕いて話してるはずなんだけどな。残念。先生と同じ目をしてるのに知能は受け継がれなかったんだ。
先生。
Ilovik's expression softens suddenly.
あんたの遺伝子提供者で私の死。
Oh shit.
コーラップス粒子に関する知識は全て先生から学んだ。そして今、
Oh wow.
先生が想像もしないような偉業をなそう。
Now that's a revelation. Helena stares in confusion. Ilovik seems to have a sudden realization. She blinks, then bursts into laughter.
ごめんごめん。また自分のキャラを忘れるとこだったよ。ペルシカの愛弟子？著名な遺伝子学者の助手？それともジラ？
She spreads her hands theatrically, her eyes gleaming with
肩書
mischief.
きはこの白衣と同じ。汚れたら着替えればいい。あくまで目的を達成するための手段。でも今日の私は真理の立ち会い人。そしてあんたは真理への鍵。
Helena retreats until her back hits the chamber wall. There is nowhere left to go.
やだ。どうして。
Ilovik returns to the console, fingers leaping across the keyboard. Complex genetic maps and energy waveforms fill the screens.
どうしてあんただって？いい質問だね。
Her voice carries genuine enthusiasm as if she were explaining an interesting experiment with a student.
免疫体としては不完全だけど要件は満たしている。遺伝子が完璧なおかげで劣化しても完成度は高いまま。先生の遺伝子さえあれば免疫体は彼岸スペースとリンクできることが立証されているからね。
She presses several buttons. Displays across the walls illuminate, showing Helena's complete genetic map, simulations of a strange energy field.
見てよ、この完璧な二重らせん。塩基配列の一つ一つに目的があるんだ。数ある私の作品の中でも歴史に名を残すのはあんたに違いないよ。誰もが得られる経験じゃないよ、O43 ちゃん。前の42人は残念だけど、かわいそうに培養ポットから出ることもできなかったな。
Tears fill Helena's eyes. Her voice trembles.
お前が殺した。
Ilovik blinks.
やだな。私が殺したわけじゃないし、少なくとも直接では誰も。
At that moment, the laboratory alarm suddenly blares. Ilibig frowns and strides to the surveillance monitor. On screen, a squad of dolls have broken through the outer defenses and are advancing toward the lab's core area. Yay! Ilibig's expression shifts from surprise to a peculiar delight. A fervor burns bright in her eyes. Yuri's back to the console, fingers dancing. Deploy some speed bumps. He slams a red button. Helena pounds the glass in terror. He turns and sits down in her chair, thoughtful. Blue-green culture fluid begins to fill the chamber. Helena cries out as she beats desperately at the glass. Damn it. Liquid engulfs her and her cries are drowned out. Her consciousness fades. Just before losing awareness completely, her mind seems to struggle outward, piercing through the laboratory walls, calling into the distance. Ilibig spins her chair to face Helena floating in the fluid. He presses two fingers to her lips and blows her a kiss. Turning to the surveillance monitor, she watches with admiration as the commander breaks through the defenses of the lab. An eager smile spreads across her face. Elena touched her. Yep. I knew it. The corridor outside the laboratory has already become a battlefield. I raised my weapon. Yay, parry. Getting a little, been sitting for a minute. Hooray, more goodies. 485. About a third of the way to a 10 pole. Okay. Knock this out. completely mixed team. Damn. Alright, since that guy was spawned, he didn't count. Hey. We'll see how she reacts to this shit. The elevator doors slide open slowly. Orphaluni steps out, her heart still racing. The chaos moments ago has already left her shaken, but what greets her beyond the elevator only deepens her unease. Even as the heiress of the Gerard group, she has never seen this place before. She draws in sharp breaths, trying to calm herself through steady inhalation, but her heart pounds erratically with an icy chill climbs from her feet to the crown of her head, leaving her unable to think.
地下にこんな広い場所があったなんて聞いてないわ。
オレク様の許可のもと建造されたチルドビグ様の実験室です。
どうして私に内緒にしてたの？楽園計画を順調に進めるための保険だよ。事実、ここがなければ計画はとっくに阻止されてた。
Big flips into Orphaluni's view with a cheerful grin, patting her shoulder as if offering comfort. Staring at the woman she once regarded as a confidant, Orphaluni feels only strangeness. The intimacy she once believed they shared now seems like a hallucination.
どうして軍がお父様とも連絡が取れない。何が起きてるの
An inescapable despair keeps ringing in her head. Everything she thought she possessed has been destroyed. Her eyes start brimming with tears. Igla bends slightly, intending to wipe them away, but Orphaluni angrily pushes her aside.
イグラ、あなた知ってたでしょ。いつも私のためとか言って何も教えてくれない。もし本当に私のためならこんなことにはなってないでしょ。それはさすがに言い過ぎ。イグラはずっとあんたのために身を粉にしてきたんだから。イグラの手配がなければ計画はもう終わってたんだよ。どういうこと？人類に変革をもたらす計画をたかが一企業に利権を独占させるわけないでしょ。ロレンは計画の価値を見抜いて成果を奪おうとしている。でも大丈夫。正義は遅れてやってくる。この計画におけるジラードグループとあんたの貢献をアピールさえできればいい。そうすればセロンに負けてロレンも関係者を処分しなきゃいけない。ジラードもきっと息を吹き返せる。本当に？当たり前じゃん。イグラに聞いてみる
Orphaluni turns to Igla with hopeful eyes. Igla lowers her gaze, then nods.
これが正真正銘最後の機会です。
ほらね。だからさ、早く計画を実行しようよ。
Orphaluni's eyes waver. Doubts still grip her, and she does not fully believe their words. But what choice does she have now? At last, she lowers her head and speaks to Chilovig as if resigning herself to fate.
分かったわ。コンソールはダミー人形についていって。私はまだイグラと話すことがあるから。
Orphaluni follows the marionette doll out. Before leaving, she casts a reluctant glance at Igla. Igla offers her a reassuring smile. Only then does Orphaluni close the door and depart. But the moment Orphaluni vanishes from Igla's sight, her expression darkens. Chilovig approaches with a faint, sly laugh.
ちょっとアクシデントはあったけど、これで順調に進められるね。
ロレンの動きの速さは予想外です。計画の成否に関わらず、ジラードグループはもはや存続不可能でしょう。
ほらね、これが降伏した結果、あのジジイロレンに見逃してもらえると思ってたんだから。結局は骨の髄までしゃぶり尽くされて虫けらのように死んじゃった。あんたは同じ鉄を踏まないようにね。
私やオレク様がどうなろうとさまつなことです。お嬢様だけはあなたには可能な限り協力してきました。お嬢様の安全だけは保証
I would not entrust Chilovig to take care of a goldfish.
はあ？条件出していい立場じゃないでしょ。
警備部隊の指揮権は私にあります。今投降すればロレン軍がすぐにでもここを制圧するでしょう。
But yeah, I do have a bargaining chip.
やだな、誤解だってば。そんな条件出さなくても私たちの間柄なんだから、ちゃんとオルフェルーネを守るって言いたかったの。約束約束。
賢明な選択です。ジラードが滅んでもお嬢様さえいらっしゃれば。お嬢様、
ほらほら、干渉に浸ってないで。キャストも揃ってきたし、ますます見逃せないな。
どういう意味ですか？
Chilovig does not answer. She simply pushes Igla forward, I think. Okay. So yeah, might as well try to put together a. Might as well take my somewhat substandard unbuilt corrosion team out. But Lind and Nemesis will carry them. Lind just killed 8 guys with her first move.
避けないんですか？怪我しますよ。
楽にしてあげる。
真理と荘厳を
Damn.
捧げ。
Well, hello, Mr. Inky.
深いわね。
Oh wow, we've gone. Okay.
地上の電波が受信できない。
いや、通常この深さでも電波は届くはず。
Must be jamming
通
it.
信が妨害されている。
それにしても随分防御が手薄ね。
ジラードの戦力の大半はハービルさんの部隊に引きつけられている。
Coordinates confirmed from the start. We blast through the successive walls and quickly reach the laboratory's outer perimeter. The explosions destroy some equipment along this side of the wall. Unidentified liquids and indistinct organic matter are scattered everywhere. I crouch down and dip my finger. Indeed, that's stupid. I crouch down and dip my finger in a puddle of semi-translucent slime on the floor. Still holds faint warmth, glowing pale blue under the cold lights.
以前見た培養液と違う。グローザ、サンプルを取って。
Groza seals the liquid into a container. I rise and scan the surroundings, then frown.
また何か新たな実験を。
指揮官、そろそろです。
My gaze settling on a half-open airtight door not far away. Beyond it, more complex instruments are faintly visible.
ヘレナの自動防御システムの信号が近くに。
She pauses, worry flickering in her eyes.
信号の性質からして、おそらくヘレナは中にいません。
Rosa chambers around, rare tension in her voice.
なら急がないと。
I draw in a steady breath.
前進。ヘレナはいる。シルロビグが何を企んでいようと。行くわよ。
当然の結果ですね。
Kitty, kitty, kitty.
残念ですね。
Come on.
あなたはここまでです。
Okay. Let's confirm this. And yeah, I gotta take another break here. Not gonna be super long, but got 3 more. Bam. 950. Let's see if I can buy anything. I'm gonna go ahead and just save up so I can buy this. It's actually really pretty. Cool rifle skin. Oh, I got a mail. Oh, hey. Nice. Let's see if I have enough to do a pull on the regular. I do. Okay, I'm pulling for this machine gun for Paratia. Well, I got a gold. See what I got. Hell yes. Very, very nice. I've already got her maxed out, so I don't. So I'll get bonus. I'll get bonus resources from that. Nice. That is awesome. Okay, so now let's switch. Oh, I'm gonna pull from Mezzaluna next. Actually, up real quick. I have 128. Gonna pull some more of Lada's neural archives here. If I get one more of those, I will be able to assemble Lada, and therefore have 3 people for a for an ice team. Oh. Okay, thinking of which. Oh.
では一緒に解決策を練りましょう。はじめまして。あ、
But yeah, I already... Oh, right. I gotta take the attachments off. Damn it. I always do that on accident. Okay. This is her imprint skill. Okay. Raise it to level 28 to start. Oops, I gotta put her attachments back on. Okay. So that's on her. And Latara is going to get the other one. But let's take her attachments off. Switch this weapon out. That's why I wasn't really bothering to level up that weapon she had, because I was planning on pulling this. And there's a big kitty bro who wants up on me. So I did that. Put on the Human. He is just going to tease me. Okay. So... go with Leva here for now. And is there anything else? Okay, just that crew deck notification. Oh, I think they want me to grab these. Hooray. And I got a mail. Oh crap.
何か悩み事でも？では一緒に解決策を練りましょう。
Well, let's take a look at the storeroom here and see if there's Oh, okay. Right. Jeez. All right. Okay, I'm just gonna do that for now and grab my mail. All right. All right, I am going to take a break. I will be back in about 10 minutes.
壮大な考えと素晴らしい幻想を数えきれないほど託すことで、人間は精神を何かの象徴にしてき。にゃー。
Alrighty, I am back. Get something. I do have some more of these. Those are nice. Trying to collect all the stuff for the crew deck right now. That's why I'm doing the Merkle leaves. Alright, I'm 45% of the way through, and I started 3.5 hours ago. Okay, these two are going to be very fast. What? There's actual story here? After hearing the engaged tone through the communicator, Kalina spaces out for a while before numbly ending the call. Ooh, they're interesting. Did it again without saying a word. She just went off by herself again without telling me anything. This time I'm not going to stand around waiting like an idiot. Hey, Bugs. Yeah, on the easy stages like what I'm facing right now, my guys are more than powerful enough. I can just push autopilot and they kill everything. On a more difficult, stage, I would really want to be controlling them, Alina clenches her fist. The after effects of falling for that trap in the city haven't fully faded and her head still aches faintly. However, she powers through it with sheer will and forces herself to get up before changing out of her hospital gown. Yeah, it is kind of chess-like in a way. More like 3D chess because you do have levels to deal with on some maps. 2 Nomfa guards are standing watch outside her sick room. Alina makes up an excuse to get them out of the way, then surveys her surroundings, ensuring that there's nobody around to see her. But right as she's about to head outside, her communicator finally rings again. Yeah, just turn them on autopilot and the dolls will go kill everything. Leva. I love Leva. He's one of my favorite characters for sure. Talent. Lena and I are headed to the hospital. The evacuation of Liv has begun and it's a madhouse out here. Stay in your room and don't wander around. We're coming to get you. Most of the time this is voice acted, so I guess these little side missions here, they didn't have the budget or time. I'm fine. This place is still safe for now. So focus on helping Nomfa to organize the evacuation. I'll meet up with you at the safe house. So normally I narrate the parts that are not voice acted. Since none of this is voice acted, I'm narrating it all. Callan, are you hiding something from us? Why do you say that? You're planning to go it alone again, aren't you? I do want to confirm some things, yes. Callan, you should know by now that this is a secure internal channel Lena and I made for 404. You don't have to worry about being overheard by anyone else. And with Leva's hacking skill, I would believe her. What's this big secret that you can't even tell us? The line is silent for a moment. Kalina closes the door with a click and then heads over to a secluded corner of the sick room. I want to help the commander. What? You want to help the commander? What happened to her? I use the female model because she's hot. I don't know. But just now the commander told me to delete all my comm logs with her. So I strongly suspect she's going to do something dangerous by herself again. That's why I want to help her. But Callan, your body... I know, you don't have to tell me. Yes, I feel like poop. I've been in the hospital. I'm breaking out of the hospital right now, I know. But I am not going to watch the commander walk into danger again while I do nothing. Something else about this game, Bugs, the story is excellent. I mean, there's been like 6 other games before this, and the world is huge. And they've got all sorts of detail, and it's intriguing to me anyway. I thoroughly enjoy it. Lena laughs helplessly. That should be Leva, actually. Looks like you're determined to do this. I take it that nothing I say now can change your mind. Yeah. Alright, fair enough. Still, there's no reason for you to hide that from us, you know. You do know our commander has no name or identity in the system, right? Were you seriously planning to try and track her down in a big place like Leave all by yourself? When she contacted me earlier, I managed to pinpoint her location. Oh my, you really were going to look for the commander all on your own. Kalina sighs heavily as she realizes the unspoken meaning of Leva's words. This game isn't actually old. This game is just celebrated their first anniversary. But I like the robust storytelling in this game. It's deep, it's full of twists and turns, and has within their futuristic sci-fi world a much higher degree of realism that I found in a lot of games. I enjoy it. Listen to me, Leva. What I'm about to do is most likely going to violate Nomfa's confidentiality regulations as well as various URNC laws too. If the powers that be decide to conduct an investigation, what happens to me is one thing, but I don't want you to end up. Aw, so you do know what's in store for you after all, don't you? I love Leva. But Kellen, have you forgotten? The only reason we ever joined Nomfa in the first place is because of our personal relationship with you and the director. We're here to help you, not the URNC. Surely a situation like this is when we can truly shine, right? But if the commander and I end up as wanted criminals after this, you'll become illegal dolls too. Illegal dolls, haha, that takes me back. You do remember I was using an SF frame until recently, don't you? That's hardly law-abiding behavior. Right. We just arrived at the hospital. Leva's gasp of surprise is accompanied by a shrill alarm going off inside the hospital. Emergency, your attention please. Unidentified life forms have breached the hospital perimeter. Emergency response measures have been activated. All staff are to cease their duties immediately and evacuate along their designated routes in an orderly manner. Medical personnel are to assist mobility impaired patients in their care and prioritize their evacuation. Security personnel are to assist them. Please remain calm, do not push or shove, and follow the fluorescent signs to the nearest exit. We repeat. Leva, what's going on out there? The hospital PA system saying that there's breached by unidentified life forms. Does that mean? Yep, Elids. But Liev is a city in the white zone. How could they? I believe all this is related to what the commander was telling you just now. Unfortunately, we don't have time to figure out exactly what she meant. Our current priority is to evacuate you safely. Monstrous roars can be heard through the comm channel coming from Leva's side. Used to be, you would only hear things like that in the yellow zone. Lena, prepare for battle. Got it. So I gotta take my Electro team out there since that's where I have Leva and Lena. Yeah, this game actually has pretty good graphics and detail, you know. But anyway, I'm gonna turn it on autopilot so these girls can stomp these guys. This is a pretty well-developed team, but this character here, Andoris, I still haven't maxed her stuff out yet. But I just finished maxing out Lena's neural helix today, so that helped. So let's go forth and kill my pretties. Oh crap, that thing gonna blow up. That's what you get for taking cover by something that's gonna explode, you silly girls. Smite. I believe it just kills everything. Kalina, are you alright? Are you hurt? I'm fine. Let's leave the hospital and head for this location ASAP. I lost contact with the commander. My last contact with the commander placed her at that location. Lena analyzed the coordinates Callan sent us. Okay, leave it to me. As Lena analyzes the coordinates, the alarms inside the hospital grow increasingly urgent. Orderlies and nurses rush to help their patients to the emergency exits. Some of the patients in question were in the middle of surgery when the alarms were triggered. Their procedures were suspended and they were wheeled out of the operating theater after receiving only the basics of emergency care. It hurts. Okay. Please hold on a little longer. We'll give you pain meds in a minute. A nurse pushing a gurney races past Kalina and the others. However, one of its wheels suddenly seizes up, sending it careening down a flight of stairs. Oh, this is terrible. Look out. Or rather, it would have if not for Kalina rushing over and grabbing one of its side rails. Oh, hooray. Let me lend you a hand. Thank you so much. Kalina holds onto the side of the gurney and helps guide it to the emergency exit. However, the nurse is followed by more medical staff helping patients evacuate. They're coming from all directions and they all flood into the corridor where Kalina is standing. I'm sorry, but we only have space for severe cases. Why don't I help you move? Bless your heart, young lady. Hey, isn't anyone going to help me out there? I paid a lot of money for a top-class ward. I deserve top-class treatment. Hey, you over there, you're a doll, right? Get over here and help me get out of this place. Leva. Leva looks up and glances coldly at the man. However, just as he finishes speaking, a gurney rushing out of an operating theater crashes into his wheelchair and sends him flying. The wheelchair spins several times and comes to a halt, teetering precariously at the edge of a wall. It is then that Kalina realizes the man in the wheelchair has lost both his legs. But before she can think about the matter in detail, a heart-rending scream from behind draws her attention. Make way, please, everyone. This lady is about to give birth. Oh my goodness. We need to get her to safety ASAP. Just then, another, more frantic alarm comes in over the hospital's PA system. Damn. Once again, this is an emergency announcement. Unidentified life forms are currently closing in. All medical personnel, please evacuate your patients to the designated safe areas ASAP. However, the loudspeaker's announcement is swallowed up by the clamor in the background. All it does is blend with the background noise and add to the babble of noises around them. The hospital's security does their best to maintain order. However, they were clearly too used to peace because a sudden outbreak of chaos leaves them at a loss for what to do next. Miss Callan, I've finished analyzing the coordinates. I've cross-referenced it with a local map and uploaded it to the comms channel. According to the map, the commander's last known position was near a research building owned by the Gerard Group. So are we heading out? As she takes in the chaotic scene before her, Kalina finds herself unable to decide immediately. She has waited 10 whole years just to find the commander's trail again. She would like nothing better than to rush to his side right away and face whatever is coming with her. Even if that means plunging into hell along with her. But the massive, monstrous silhouette of an Elid bursts into the hospital building, accompanied by the sound of breaking glass and its ferocious roar. The security guards try to return fire, but their efforts are futile. In an emergency like this, their lack of combat experience means that they do little more than serve as appetizers for the monsters. Let's put that on hold for now. After a brief silence, Kalina takes out her handgun and takes aim at the Elid. Leva, Lena will focus on protecting and evacuating civilians. As for the rest, we'll worry about it later. Yes, ma'am. No, that makes total sense that we get to do this little side quest in the hospital here, given all the BS that's going on. Okay, so let's knock out the next part of this. Everyone, make way, please. Something else I would like to say about this game is that it actually plays very, very well on mobile. I am Counselor Kalina from Nomfa. Until corporate security troops arrive, I will be taking charge of this evacuation. All combat-capable personnel, fall back now and prioritize evacuating civilians. Avoid engaging the Elids as much as possible. Kalina didn't need to emphasize that. These ordinary security guards have no chance of surviving a direct clash with the Elids. However, Kalina's leadership means that their formation isn't as sloppy as before. As they cover the orderly withdrawal of the patients, they also manage to avoid needless casualties. Lena, sit rep. They've got 5 or 6 unknown heat sources near the hospital. 3 of them have been visually confirmed as Elids. Half a dozen. I can't believe there are so many out there. Looks like this isn't an accident. No wonder the commander said all that. Callan, the human guards won't last long. Their defense line breaks, the Elids will run riot through the building. Not going to be pretty. Galena, the other enemies on the perimeter are coming over. They're Elids too. Got it. Leave Lena from now until the evacuation is complete. I am lifting all restrictions on weapon use in the white zone. Get out there and kick their asses. Nice. Thank you, Galena. Looks like I'll be getting a proper workout. After all, I haven't been in a proper fight since I changed over to this new body. I'll work with Leva. It'll be the best two-doll combo ever. Curious. I almost want to see if Leva and Lena can do it by themselves. Let's give it a shot, see what happens. Half of them are down already. Bye-bye. Kalina looks back at the almost empty hospital lobby and puts her gun away. In front of her, Leva and Lena are wrapping up their battle with the E-lids. The evacuation's almost complete. You guys had better run for your lives too. As Leva addresses the hospital guard, she studies the E-lid limbs scattered across the ground. These men are lightly armed and barely qualify as combat capable. They look at each other and then nod to Leva and Kalina before beating a hasty retreat. If these E-lids manage to reach a hospital in the middle of the white zone, the outside must be absolute chaos. And we can leave the rest to Nomfa. Leva stretches and heads over to Kalina. Say, Kalin, since the people Nomfa is sending to take over the scene haven't arrived yet, you have a chance to do what you want to do. Yeah. Kalina nods. Lena, send me the map and those coordinates from just now. Children's crying. Wah. The faint sound of a child's crying filters its way over from a corner of the hospital lobby. Callum looks for the source of the voice and finds a trembling child hiding behind an ornamental plant. Hey kiddo, why are you still here? Where's your family? Pig says, I don't know where mommy went. There, it's alright. Big Sis will take you to a safe place. Kalina takes a look around. The hospital's evacuation corridor isn't closed yet. She just needs to bring this kid to the underground holding area and hand her over to the workers there. After that, she'll have enough time to go find the commander. With that thought in mind, she bends down and takes the girl's hand. Come on, let's... Leva, IR imaging shows we still have mobile heat sources. What? Leva immediately realizes something is wrong somewhere. Small guns used by the security personnel don't have much in the way of stopping power. It's entirely possible that hitting an E-lid in its vitals might not have been enough to finish it off. However, Kalin, behind you. There's no time to turn around. Kalina scoops the girl into her arms, operating entirely on instinct. She doesn't have time to see what's behind her, only to roll aside, aiming for a piece of cover. The ponderous report of a sniper rifle's discharge fills the air behind Kalina. The E-lid staggers back, a gaping hole in its head, before crashing to the ground, completely motionless. And stayed out. Kalina hears a familiar voice coming from above her. She looks up and sees a pair of dolls emerging from behind hidden positions on the hospital's second floor. Miss Kalina, are you alright? That's good. Very, very good backup. Beside Springfield, Macchiato puts away her smoking gun. Both of them jump down from the balcony and approach Kalina. Springfield, and is that you, Macchiato? Shouldn't you have gone back after being cleared by Nomfa? This area is very dangerous and there's no telling what might happen next. I'm worried that... Don't worry. We'll be fine, provided Leva and Lena don't report our illegal discharge of firearms to the administration. Oh dear, it's a bit late for that. I just reported a case of illegal arms possession by a civilian doll, as well as the use of said firearms without authorization. It's a really serious charge, you know. Eh? Leva? Hey, this isn't the time to be joking around. Galena looks at the two of them and a worried look crosses her face. So, anyway, why are you two still in the white zone? I mean, she must need all the help she can get, right? After reading between the lines, Springfield smiles in a soothing way. She knew you all too well. She told me that she was afraid you'd get impulsive and do something stupid, so she asked us to secretly protect you. Protect me? But she's the one who needs the most protection. She's the one who ran off to a dangerous place like a Gerard Group lab and then said, "Don't contact me again." Haven't you realized it yet, Miss Kalina? What? You're doing exactly what the commander did 10 years ago. You mean... 10 years ago in Frankfurt, the commander did what you just did. She tried her best to protect everyone. I'm not that great. I can't bear to watch the people around me in danger and not do anything about it. But that was the same pure mindset the commander had when she set out to save everyone around her. I know I don't have the right to comment on this subject, but as long as your hearts are aligned, why worry about meeting her sooner rather than later? As long as you both walk the same path, then someday you will encounter her again. A mix of emotions wells up on Kalina's face. She lowers her head, shrouding her face in shadow as though she doesn't want people to notice the red around her eyes. I understand. I know I shouldn't be saying this, but sometimes I'm jealous of all you dolls, Springfield. I'm jealous of how you can discard everything and stay by her side. Some typos here, but I'm trying to get around them. But as for me, I still have responsibilities to bear as a human being. Well, my current self does, at least. And there are still things I can do. Kalina raises her hand. The confusion on her face is gone, replaced by a look of determination. Springfield, Macchiato, can you help me send this girl to a safe place? Right now, I'm going to be like the commander.
私が強かった？あなたの采配のおかげよ。
Leva carried the team. Not too surprising, though. What was I gonna look for? A server room. Okay. Collecting the goodies. Okay. I'm a little more than halfway to a 10-pole right now. Alright, 55%. Hooray. Damn. We pass through the final security door, and the sight before us makes our breath stop short. This is no ordinary basement, but a mind-bogglingly enormous void, as if the entire underground of Leave has been hollowed out. The space rises into darkness, vast as an underground city, its walls covered in countless intricate devices. The light is dim, save for the vine-like structure spread throughout the chamber, emitting a faint blue glow. I can hardly tell whether they are organic or mechanical. Some are as thick as giant pythons, others as fine as a hair. They function as conduits, transporting some luminous substance toward the center, where a massive translucent sphere floats in midair. And at the heart of the sphere, Helena is suspended in culture fluid, drifting silently. My breath catches. I rush forward almost instinctively, stepping onto the edge of the immense space. Yeah, don't be a dumbass. The warning comes too late. The moment I step in, the entire chamber lights up. Countless spotlights shine down from the ceiling, blinding white light like midday, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. The ground beneath my feet suddenly rises, lifting all of us into the air and forming a stage-like platform. At the same time, the vines covering the walls withdraw to either side like theater curtains, revealing something horrific. Embedded in the walls are thousands upon thousands of amber-colored transparent cells, each one holding an entity that's somewhere between human and non-human. Some have limbs fused with plant tissue. Some sprout bony protrusions from their skulls. Some bear organs in their chests that are decidedly not human. Every face is twisted into an expression of extreme agony, frozen forever in that moment. Alva's expression hardens with anger, but she remains composed and swiftly analyzes the environment.
バイタルはあるけど、これじゃまるで人間じゃない。
指揮官が以前パラデウスの拠点で見たものと似ているわね。
いや、何かが違う。なんというか、バイオ燃料のような。
Suddenly, applause echoes through the cavern. The bag. All of us look toward the source. A strange woman stands upon a floating platform above, bathed in blue light. Dressed in a pristine white lab coat, she claps with exaggerated enthusiasm and an almost intoxicated smile on her face. I know at once she must be Chilovig. She spreads her arms like a prima donna taking a curtain call. Her gaze settles on me, her eyes gleaming with manic light. She turns toward the central sphere, her voice softening into a gentle and eerie murmur. I draw my pistol and aim at Chilovig. Oh, okay. I pull the trigger without hesitation. The bullets whistle towards Chilovig, only to be intercepted at the last instant by a vine that lashes out. Another vine erupts in the ground and coils around my wrist, knocking the weapon from my hand. Chilovig lets out an unpleasant laugh. Her expression suddenly turns solemn and her gaze sharpens.
主人公といえどもそれは変えられない。時代の波に流される数ある石ころの一つに過ぎない。
指揮官、彼女を撃っても無駄です。あれはただの器。おそらく彼女の意識は外部記憶媒体にあります。器が破壊されても何度も生き返ることができます。
Gilevig tilts her head slightly, a chilling smile spreading across her face.
やっぱり頭いいね、節郎ちゃん。半分正解。
She strokes her cheek lightly, her gaze turning distant.
死を克服してしまうと、命というものは途端につまらなくなる。でもね。
She suddenly raises her head, her eyes blazing with mad fervor.
真理を前にして、無限の可能性の一端を覗いてしまったあの感覚。
Suddenly, a hatch high above the laboratory slowly opens and a beam of intense light shines down. Gilevig's smile widens, anticipation glittering in her eyes. I look sharply upward, my anger shifting to surprise. A vertical platform descends from the hatch. On it stands Orphaluni and Igla. Orphaluni is wearing the elegant evening gown prepared for the summit, looking strangely out of place under the cold blue glow. Igla stands at her side, vigilant and composed, her hand resting on her sword hilt. The platform descends slowly. Gilevig spreads her arms, her voice brimming with zeal.
楽園計画の創始者で私たちを導く者。そしてその背後に立つのがこの物語真のヒロイン。
Orphaluni's gaze meets mine, and she instinctively grips Igla's hand in her bewilderment. Her eyes are full of confusion. She clearly does not understand why she'd find me here in this laboratory. She begins to survey the chamber. Her confusion shifts to surprising curiosity. This place is as unfamiliar to her as it is to us. But when she sees what fills the ember cells, her expression freezes. Her voice cuts off. Her face turns pale. She takes a step back. Igla moves half a step forward, shielding her protectively. The platform finally settles onto the ground. Orphaluni forces herself to look again, more carefully this time. Her shock gradually gives way to dawning realization and fear. Her gaze fixes on Helena inside the sphere. Her pupils contract sharply. Gilevig leaps down from above and lands not far in front of Orphaluni. She beams.
ここが楽園計画の根拠地だよ、オルフェルーネ。
She turns gracefully, spreading her arms as though presenting a masterpiece.
10年前、あんたがフランクフルトの瓦礫の山で見た未来そのものだよ。人間と崇高な存在が融合した新たな世界へ。
Turns back, madness gleaming in her eyes.
長い間、あんたの構想と理論の実現に向けて協力してきた。そして今、収穫の時が来たんだ。
Orphaluni slowly shakes her head. She cannot tear her eyes away from the amber cells.
でもこれは私の考えたことと 私はただ純粋に再生可能エネルギーを。でもこの人たちは一体。
Ilovig smiles gently, dangerously. Her voice is almost hypnotic.
あんたは私が見てきた中で一番知識を持ってる人間の一人だよ。でも知識と知恵はイコールじゃない。
Her fingers tap lightly in the air as if arranging invisible threads.
あんたはいつも肝心な部分を見逃している。エネルギーのことは見えてもその源が見えていない。未来のビジョンがあってもそこに至る道も代償にも気づいていない。
Her voice grows fervent.
でもあんたが悪いわけじゃないよ。あんたは芸術家で私は職人。あんたの練った構想を私が実現する完璧なコンビじゃない？見てよこのエネルギーの回路を。尊い目標のために一人一人が捧げた命の輝きなんだ。
I turn sharply to Orphalune, my voice urgent and resolute.
奴の言葉に耳を貸さないで。これは世界を滅ぼす計画よ。免疫体を使った彼岸スペースを開くつもりなの。フランクフルトの出来事は刑事なんかじゃない。ただの最悪。シルロビグはそれを再現しようとしている。
Ilovig turns to me, her eyes flashing dangerously.
うるさいよ勇者さん。台本にないセリフは言わない。
She waves her hand and a vine lashes up from the ground towards my throat. The way Mestina strikes like lightning, severing it with her blade. Ilovig only snickers softly and turns back to Orphalune, her voice once more gentle and coaxing.
この光景がちょっと刺激が強いのは分かってる。でもこれは常識にとらわれずに探索を続けた結果、科学の醍醐味じゃない？
She steps closer, fervor shining in her eyes.
今までの努力を思い出してよ。この10年数えきれないほど夜更かしして何度も何度も失敗を重ねてきた。あんたは人類に変革をもたらした天才として歴史に名を残すんだよ。
He points to a console nearby where a conspicuous red button waits.
あのボタンを押せばあんたの理論が実践される。エネルギー革命も現実となる。ジラードグループは力を取り戻して一族の汚名も返上できる。
Igla's body tenses slightly. Her gaze shifts between Chilovig and Orphalune, her hand never leaving the hilt of her rapier. Orphalune falls silent. Her eyes grow distant, as though recalling something. She slowly approaches the central sphere, drawing closer to the imprisoned Helena.
フランクフルトで起きた爆発。あの白い空間。
Her voice grows softer as she mutters to herself. Ilovig leans forward, hands clenched, eyes fervent.
そう、その白い空間が悲願の縁。あんたは神に愛された選ばれし人間なんだよ。その崇高な扉を私たちは自分たちの手で開こうとしている。あとはボタンさえ押せばもう一度真理を目にすることができるよ。対症療法でしかない浄化事業と再生可能エネルギー程度でジラードが起死回生できると本気で思ってるの？なん真理を手にすること以外連中をひれ伏させる手段はない。
騙されないで。シルロビグの研究所にあった楽園計画に関する資料を読んだけど、
Thank you,
言っている
Alva.
ことと全然違う。
オルフェルーネさん、あなたたちは騙されてる。
うるさい。部外者は黙って。
Oh, shut up, Igla. You are just wrong. Igla turns to face us, her expression unreadable. You look kind of pissed to me.
計画を完遂してください、お嬢様。
でも目の前のこれ、私の考えた計画じゃ。まさか計画を実現するためにこんな犠牲が必要だなんて。
いいえ、紛れもなくお嬢様の計画です。すべてあなたの知識と構想から来ています。チルドビグ様は異なるアプローチを取ったに過ぎません。
私の知識。
Orphaluni closes her eyes as if retracing all the effort she has poured into Project Eden.
何もかも全部フランクフルトで見たものなんだから。あなたの言う通りね。もっともっと世界を変えられるものを見なきゃ。
Oh, damn. Orphaluni steps forward, for real. Her gaze moves between Chilavig, Igla, and me. Her expression is tormented. She looks at the red button. Her fingers tremble as they reach toward it, then withdraw. I see her hesitation. I know I must make one final attempt.
あなたが世界を変えて自分を証明してジラードの名誉を回復したいことは分かっている。でもこのやり方は間違ってる。ヘレナを見て、何の罪もない一つの命よ。そんな命の多くが実験で生き袋に変えられた。計画が実行されればコーラプス粒子は確かに吸収される。でもそれはエネルギーに変わるのではなく、リビウの街に一気に散布されるのよ。大勢が放射線で死ぬ。そのボタンを押せば歴史的大虐殺に加担したことになるわよ。
Uh-huh. My voice trembles with emotion as I struggle to make her understand.
あなたは殺戮者として記憶されたいの？科学は人々の幸せのために使われるんじゃないの？
でもしょうがないじゃない。ずっと目指してきたことがようやく叶うんだから。彼岸スペースを開けばされたものをまた。
ずっとあの時にこだわっているようだけど、あの日フランクフルトで何が起こったのか分かっているの？
当たり前じゃない。いきなりミサイルが落ちてきて死にそうだった。でもだからこそ真理に触れられた。真理に導かれて未来のあるべき姿を見ることができた。その姿を目指してずっと頑張ってきた。あの日は本当に怖かった。彼岸がなければ生き残ることなんてできな。
Suddenly, as if seizing a lifeline, her expression brightens.
未来を見せられたおかげだから。リビウが汚染されるとしてもその未来にたどり着くことが
Oh my goodness, girl, you sound like you're going crazy too. Orphaluni places her hand on the button once more.
私もフランクフルトにいたの。知り合いも大勢いた。でも彼らは私たちのように運が良くなかった。みんな死んで私たちだけが生き残った。だから同じ生き残りとして断言できる。あなたの見た未来は決していいものではない。あれはあなたの認知を歪めて都合のいいように操る。いつかここで止めないと無数の人間に悲劇が訪れる。それは本当にあなたの望んだ楽園なの？本当の楽園は誰かを犠牲にしなければ成り立たないものなの？そんなものはまやかしよ。
Orphaluni's hand freezes midair. She lifts it, lowers it, and shakes her head in anguish.
ありえない。あれだけ頑張ったのに。
Not this version of it.
私を信じて。
信じる。でもずっと信じてきたものが崩れ去ろうとしているのよ。もし本当なら私の生きる意味は何なの？
なら殺戮に加担すれば生きる意味があったとでも言うの？
わかんない。
Orphalune withdraws her hand again. Seeing her trembling in tears, Shilovig's patience finally snaps. A twisted, contemptuous expression overtakes her face.
やっぱそうなるか。王室育ちのお嬢様に世界を変える一歩を踏み出す度胸なんかないよね。祝福を受けた者が2人もいるのに、そのどちらもふぬけだなんて。でも大丈夫。あんたが躊躇している間にあんたの生態情報を取っておいたから。なんですって。
I can start it without you now.
あんたも知っての通り、楽園計画で使う設備はすべてあんたの生態情報なしじゃ使えない。
I'll just grow a new one.
でもあんたがここに記載すれば計画の8割は成功したも同然。ここには全ての設備が揃ってる。あとはあんたの生態情報があれば条件クリア。本当はあんたが自分の意思で押した方がいいんだけど、まあそれじゃ。ね
え、申し訳ございません、お嬢様。不安要素は全て排除せねばならないので。全ては楽園計画が滞りなく実行されるため。
Damn, Egla.
ジラードグループにはもうあなたの居場所がないのです。
どういう意味？
できればこのことをお知らせしたくはなかったのですが、先ほどオリク様が保身のためにロレンにあなたを売りました。
お父様が？
Yep.
やっぱり。
はい。楽園計画が失敗すればあなたは死にます。ですが計画を通してあなたの力を世界に見せつけることができれば、そうなればジラードグループに頼って生きる必要はなく、自力で栄誉を享受できます。ジラードグループが潰れても楽園計画を実現したお嬢様はきっと恩赦を受けられるでしょう。
Igla looks at Orphalune. This is the first time she has defied her, but Igla's expression has never been firmer.
あなたが生き残れるなら私は全てを犠牲にするつもりです。それがたとえリビウだとしても。
Damn.
でも
Yeah, I don't want you to do that. That's not okay. Igla no longer looks at Orphalune. Instead, she turns towards Shilovig.
ジルロビグ様、始めてください。
もう止められないよ。
Shilovig suddenly presses another button at her side. The entire laboratory begins to tremble. The amber cells around us start to crack. The half-human beings within liquefy instantly into viscous, glowing flesh and surge through the conduits toward the central sphere. Helena convulses in agony within the sphere. Her eyes snap open, filled with terror and pain. The energy field surrounding the sphere fluctuates violently as it flashes with ominous light. Shilovig's voice rings out over the thunderous roar of machinery brimming with mad triumph.
悲願は開かれ、真理の光が夜を照らす。そしてあんたたち全員がこのターニングポイントの立ち会い人だよ。ヘレナちゃん！
Bolton cries her name and tries to rush forward, but the ground splits open. Twisted elids crawl out, blocking her path. They take many forms. Some still retain humanoid features, others have fully mutated into plant-like monstrosities. All emit an ominous glow. The elids roar and surge forward. Battle erupts in an instant. Ilovig stands beside the console, laughing wildly, her arms raised high as if conducting a dreadful symphony. Damn. Andrew, you're too close to those vines. Be careful. Don't worry about me. Just find a way to save Helena. If she gets dragged into Nirvana, everything we've done will be for nothing. Alright, got it. I'm gonna use Groza's squad.
Fatigato.
Bam bam! 反抗するなんてね。消去。痛くない。痛くない。全員死ね。フォンクスの玉見せ。痛くない。痛くない。バンバン。真理と荘厳を捧げん。勝った？当たり前ですよ。ゴルフェンは容赦なんてしないんですから。
Alright.
そう、私の
Damn, this story is going by pretty fast. So much to it. Hey. All right. We will put our cat girl front and center here. I think, yeah, I'm going to take a little break here. I will be back in about 10 minutes. Right, guys. Right? You're gonna numb them. I just got her matching weapon here tonight while I was on stream. Still leveling it up. Yeah, it's only level 28, but it's already, even though the weapon's only level 28, her power is still comparable to what it was when she had this level 60 gold weapon here. That wasn't her imprinted weapon, so it's actually pretty awesome. No. She's part of my corrosion team. Still working on it though. I still need several, well, at least, hell, if I could get Mekti, that would actually be a really awesome acquisition for my corrosion team, since I already have Lind. Adults filled with expectation, children screaming soundlessly, and nutrients dissolving into blood. It all happens too fast, so fast that although I want to stop it, I can only stand there and watch as everything unfolds. The liquid in the pipes running in from every direction begins to surge, racing to funnel the amber nutrients into the floral pod that encases Helena. In mere seconds, the pod swells from a human-sized translucent sphere to a colossal bud filling half the laboratory. The sepals slowly unfurl, leaving... damn it, I missed it. Oh, crap. Oh, damn. We're getting some action. Oh, shit. Oh, that is so bad. Oh, no. Yeah. You know things are exciting when that happens in this game. There are so many Evangelion references throughout this quest tonight. I'm not surprised they use that image. My body sways. For a moment I nearly collapse from the vertigo in my mind. Wave of acid rises in my stomach, nausea overwhelming me. I force myself to breathe to steady myself. My consciousness was somehow displaced. That instant, I'm certain it was only an instant, felt like an eternity. I clearly remember what I saw, or so I thought, but when I try to recall it, pain lances through my temples and nothing comes to mind. The laboratory ceiling is pierced through by the plant, revealing a blood-red sky. Through the shattered dome, I see that the once clean and orderly streets outside have already been overtaken by wildly rampaging, rapidly growing vegetation. Countless vines burst from the earth, their branches extending at terrifying speed, greedily claiming every inch of land they can reach. Then new shoots sprout from those branches, and at the tips bloom countless buds that unfold into tiny blue flowers. Collapse of epitheliums. No, though strikingly similar, it was not the same, but something else deceptively alike. Rosa steadies my shoulder. Only then do I realize that my body has been trembling non-stop since moments ago. My hand grips the gun so tightly that the pattern on its handle has been engraved into my palm. Dogs respond to my order immediately and open fire at the roots of the vines snaking outward. But bullets are no match for the plant's growth. For every vine severed, more surge forth, spilling outward in all directions. We need vector and her thermite grenades, I think. The vine slithers behind me before I even notice. Boy Mestina dives, tackling me aside, then raises their weapon and blasts it apart in one swift motion. That's a good idea. Right? Above us stands Igla with a bewildered Orphaluni at her side. Grotesque image of Nirvana is reflected in Orphaluni's eyes, the only color upon her pale face.
当然よ。あの事件が起きたこと自体過ちなんだから。
違う。私は確かに見たの。放射線も息袋もなく、苦しみから解放された世界よ。でも今の光景は全然違う。10年間目指してきたものが嘘だったっていうの。
現実を受け入れて。あなたはチルロビグに利用された。
いや。
私ならきっとそうだ。チルロビグ、あなたはもう降りなさい。権限を私に返して。私ならきっともっといいやり方にたどり着ける。だって天才なんだから。世界を救うにはもうそうするしかないわ。
Nobody answers. I look up at Chilovig only to find her gazing in rapture at the hellish tableau before her. That exaggerated, nauseating smile once again on her face.
見てよこの景色。悲願には全ての物質、全ての思想、全ての知識、あらゆる次元の存在が同居している。時間の本質は？生命の起源は？意識はどうやって生まれるのか？宇宙に果てはあるのか？これらの答えが全部見つかる。後世の科学者はどういう風に私を評価するんだろうね。
That's a nut job.
偉大にして白深く常識にとらわれない型破り思考と先見の明の持ち主で比類なき才能を遺憾なく発揮し、世界を変革へと導いたチルロビグ博士とか。あ、そもそも気にする必要なんかないか。たとえ評価されるまで50年、100年、200年経とうとも、私はその時まで待てばいい。私はもう時間に縛られない自由な存在なんだから。 そうは言ってもやっぱ今すぐにでも聞きたいな。シルロビグ、早く。これ以上の悲劇が起きる前に何もかもリセットしないと。
Hearing her name, Chilovig shades her eyes theatrically and looks around.
あ、呼んだ？こんなの間違ってる。早く権限を私に返して。はあ、お嬢様ね。でもさ、間違ってるってどこが？こんな犠牲払うべきじゃないわ。何より私が見たものと違う。かわいそうに。まだわからないの？この世の全ては代償が伴うんだよ。それもあんたが想像するよりずっとね。
Chilovig leaps down from the platform, approaching Orphalune step by step. Steps directly before her.
彼岸スペースで何を見たかなんてどうでもいいし、それもあんたのものじゃない。所詮は叶わない幻想。あんた天才なんかじゃない。ただの祝福された運のいい凡人。真理を見るべきは私みたいな本物の天才なんだよ。私たちの夢のために一緒に頑張ってきたんじゃないの？
No, no, that's just her nature.
最初から違う目的を持っていて、なおかつリビュー全体を犠牲にするつもりだったの。嘘でしょ？
Just a little bit.
正気じゃない。しかも私まで共犯者に仕立てて。だってしょうがないじゃん。彼岸スペースに選ばれたのはあんたなんだから。祝福を受けたものなのに、私が何年も協力してようやく壁を乗り越えたくらいバカなあんたをね。選ばれたのが私だったら5年前にはリビューをショードに変えてたの。でもバカなおかげで私の思い通りに動いてくれたのも事実だしね。もっと頭のいい誰かだったらここまでうまくいかなかったかも。有名な例え話なんだけどさ、知識は刃物、医者が持てばメスだけど人殺しが持てば命を奪う道具。あんたのような科学に敬意がないにもかかわらず真理をつかんだバカにはこの世を切り裂く殺戮者がお似合いってわけ。ことが済んだらロレンに生体情報と頭の中に入ってる全てを奪われるだろうね。ま、その時まで生きていればだけど。
Ooh.
下劣なペテン師が。
Okay. Before any of us can react, Iglis seizes Chilovig by the collar and slams her to the ground. Her body lands in a grotesquely twisted posture, bones snapping crisply. Igla is no longer the picture of grace that she once was. With her cold mechanical hand, she claps down on Chilovig's throat and rains punch after punch upon that detestable face. Though Chilovig's features contort in agony, her lips twist into a grotesque, lopsided grin.
無駄だと分かってるのにご苦労様。やっぱりあんたが一番怖いのはお嬢様に内緒で。黙れ！
The sharp crack, the connection between Chilovig's head and body seemed to give way. But Igla doesn't stop. He continues hammering the corpse until its face becomes an unrecognizable mass. Beside them, Orphalune's mouth hangs open. She seems about to scream, but no sound comes out. Yes, this is what your friend is really like, Orphalune. Hello, Chilovig.
汚れ仕事
たこと。
Newly regenerated Chiliveg steps forth from the hatch, barely finishing a few words before collapsing into blood once more. Then a second, a third, a fourth. Igla drops her emptied pistol and draws another, firing toward the platform again and again. Hey, I didn't lie to you. Well, except about being a reporter.
お嬢様、これはすべてあなたの。
私のため？もう聞き飽きた。
Thank you.
私のためとか言って私を言いくるめて、ジラードの悲願を叶える道具、都合のいい操り人形にしか思ってないくせに、私が何も知らないとでも思ってるの？自分が凡人なことくらい分かってる。数学の授業で居眠りしてた私が一夜にして天才になれるわけないでしょ。お父様に聞いても何も言わないし、ただ嬉しそうにメディアの前で私を天才少女科学者に仕立てただけ。いくらに悩みを打ち明けても、そんなことより研究に注力してくださいって言われた。やっと分かり合えたと思ったチルロビグも研究のボトルネック。果て私のことを今まで会ってきた中で一番の天才で世界を変える希望だって言ったのに、何度も研究を投げ出したくなったのに、あなたたちが励ますからなんとか走り抜けてきた。でも結局はあなたたちが用意したレールを走ってただけ。私の意志を一度でも尊重したことある？私はただ家族や友達のいる普通の生活さえ過ごせればよかった。本当は天才なんかになりたくなかった。散々その肩書きでいい思いしてきたくせに虫が良すぎない？さ、わがままを言う暇があったら頭を上げて本当の天才が誕生する瞬間を見ててよ。
Yet another Chiliveg steps from the hatch, as if there's no end to how many times she can do this. Igla lowers her gun in despair. Seeing her surrender, Chiliveg shrugs and turns to leave. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she pauses mid-step.
そうだ。あんたにはいろいろ助けられたから雑な扱い方はしたくないけど、さっきのが痛くてイライラしちゃってるんだよね、私。共鳴にはあとブージャムが1体必要なんだけど。
Oh my.
じゃあね、イグラ。
Oh my. I would not like an Iglaboojum. That sounds icky. I love her little smile she does at the end of every sentence. The instant Chiliveg reaches out her hand, Iglab's body suddenly begins to convulse violently. She drops to her knees in agony, barely managing to prop herself up with one hand. On her back, something seems to tear through her usually immaculate clothes. Two blood-soaked skeletal frames pierce through the third-gen doll's synthetic skin and extend outward. I can almost hear the frenzied sound of bones growing.
第三世代人形、こんなこともできるの？セクスタンスの素体にあったブージャム細胞の痕跡。
With no time to think it through, Igla's body rapidly swells, elongates, and contorts, transforming into a massive monstrosity before me. She stretches the bloody and bony wings on her back and lets out a shrill, anguished screech. The mutated Igla seems to be consciously struggling to control her movements. but under the grip of the transformation, all effort is futile. Her enormous body beats its wings and launches indiscriminate attacks in every direction. Caught off guard, the dolls and I are swept off our feet by the gale from her wings. Groza and Coltney drag me back, but the first to be caught in the shockwave is Orphalune, who stands frozen, staring blankly at everything unfolding. Boy Mestina charges towards Egla. Just before a massive wing sights down over Orphalune's head, she seizes the tip of its bony spur with her brute strength, but even with all her power, she can only barely hold it in place. The blade-like wing descends inch by inch. Boy Mestina's body sinks lower and lower, her frame beginning to emit the ominous creak of imminent structural failure. Seizing the opportunity, I rush Orphalune to safety under Groza and Coltney's covering fire. With a metallic clang, the gleaming bone spur slams down like a guillotine onto the spot where Orphalune stood moments ago, nearly piercing straight through the platform. You were used by bad people that were manipulating you.
404が解読を試みています。
あとどれくらいかかる
？5分です。
分かった。ボイマスティナ、正面は任せた。はい。グローザは私と一緒に側面から敵をかく乱。コルフェンはオルフェルーネを守りつつ援護して。
Sounds good.
作戦開始。頼んだわよ。みんな。
Let's do this. Okay, so there's one elite here, but it's not the Iglob thing. Fire team.
こんなにいい話めったにないですよ。毎度あり。後悔しても知らないよ。みじん切りと素揚げ、どっちがよか？それがしが守る。
Yep. We need Vector down in that hole there to burn those vines. We just gotta wait for those two to spawn before we can kill them.
リーム。だから彼女があれだけ警告したんだ。指揮官早く。
Uh-oh.
アルバ来るかい？聞こえる？
I lose contact with Alva and all the members who went to support her. Try desperately to re-establish the connection, but only static echoes in my headset.
グローザ、回線に異常はない？
いいえ、他の通信は正常よ。アルベがデータストリームと言っていた。電子戦を仕掛けられたと思うわ。
Okay. On the front line, Boy Mestina bears the full brunt of the assault alone. Igla's body may be enormous, but her movements are far more agile than expected. Even with Boy Mestina's reflexes and movements pushed to their limits, she cannot fully withstand the wide-range attacks. We can't decisively defeat Igla here. Escalating to a high-yield attacks will only enrage her further. We only have 3 combat units on hand. There's no advantage to be gained. But we absolutely cannot afford to drag this out any longer. I have no idea what happened on Alva's end. Need to find out as soon as possible.
ボイマスティナ、残弾は？
マガジン2つですが、
グローザとコルフェアがここに残ってボイマスティナの援護。私はアルバたちの様子を見てくる。
待って、私も連れて行って。シルロビグからいろいろ話を聞いたことあるわ。絶対役に立ってみせる。
Okay.
中に敵が残っていたら、
悲願で見たものの中にこの事態を解決するヒントがあるかもしれない。せめてその可能性にかけさせて。何もできないのはもう嫌なの。
分かった。連れて行こう。グローザ、そよ風正体をそちらのへ。
必要あります。戻るまで持ちこたえます。
Boy Mestina's voice cuts in suddenly. Though the battle is at a deadlock, her tone remains as calm as ever, carrying unquestionable confidence. Even in the face of such dire circumstances, I find myself trusting her completely. Can't imagine Boy Mestina failing.
分かった。グローザ、そよ風に撤退の準備をさせて。
了解。
オルフェルーネ、ついてきて。シルロビグを止めよう。
作戦終了。帰ろっか。
Yeah. Here we go. Yay, more goodies. 100 this time. Where am I at? 995. 505 more and I can do a 10 pull. Alright, 2 stories in a row. Alright, how far am I? So that's my idea. I intend to finish this story tonight. Oh boy, I am going to take like 2 minutes here real quick. I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. Just need to go get some more energy drink. Because I really want to finish this one tonight. Oh boy. I can't see. Oh. All right. Get through some of the story here.
数学のテストまた赤点。
きっと問題が難しかったのでしょう。お気になさらないでください。
そうよね。でもお父様に何と言ったら。ねえウォルター、週末お父様は会いに来てくれるかしら。
いいえ、今週は大事なパーティーに出席される予定です。難しいでしょう。
Okay, it doesn't go any lower.
お父様に会いたいけど、歴史のテストでいい点数取ってからの方がいいわよね。怒ってるお父様は見たくない。
そうですね。さあ。
Uh-oh. Boom. Oh shit, this must have been Frankfurt.
空襲警報を発令します。反乱軍が宣戦布告を行いました。フランクフルト上空に敵機が接近しています。お近くの防空壕に避難してください。繰り返します。
空襲警報？学校の避難訓練と同じ音だ。あれって何時間も鳴るから。
No, this is serious. The broadcast continues. The housekeeper has no time to explain to Orphalune. He hastily grabs a coat and drapes it over Orphalune's shoulders, then helps her into her shoes.
お嬢様、逃げましょう。
え、こんな時間にどこへ行くっていうの？明日友達とクレープ食べる約束したから早く寝ないと。ウォルターも多分知ってるお店よ。
今はフランクフルトから出ることが先決です。最低限の荷物だけお持ちください。車を回してきます。
5 minutes later, Orphalune is sitting in the back seat. In her arms is a somewhat worn rabbit plush.
後でまた取りに戻れるかしら。大好きな模型とぬいぐるみを置いてきちゃったわ。お父様からもらった誕生日プレゼントなの。
Maybe later.
シートベルトをお締めください。今は一刻を争います。
The housekeeper presses down on the accelerator. The roads out of the villa district are desolate, but once they reach the main road, traffic quickly grinds to a standstill. Horns blare all around.
おい、前どうなってんだ。どうしてこんな時にエストしてるのよ。頼む、乗せてくれんか。
ねえウォルター、あのおじいさんを乗せてあげようよ。
ダメです。何をしてくるか分かったものではありません。ほら、しっかり。
Oh no. The last thing Orphalune sees is a vast bloom of fire swallowing the earth. Then all sound and color vanish completely from her world. boundless white. Not light, not snow, not a sea of clouds. It is nothingness. The girl walks forward. She searches for an exit, but there is no direction here, no space, no sense of weight. Orphaluni begins to run, though she feels no fatigue, an inexplicable fear wells up in her heart. Yeah, no, that's probably where I would go with that if I... an explosion and woke up like that. That's what I would think. She reaches out, trying to grasp something. Perhaps a god hears her plea, or perhaps some supreme existence decides to bestow mercy. When Orphaluni opens her hand, she finds a seed resting in her palm. The seed takes root and sprouts, extending vines and leaves. Along those stretching tendrils, she sees a city. Green pulses throb through a jungle of steel. Neon lights intertwine with tree branches like colored stars scattered across emerald fields. The haze before her, whether lamplight or moonlight, reflects off buildings that seem to breathe with photosynthesis. Transparent conduits carry flowing liquid, delivering nourishment to the and the world unfolds before her. Something is suspicious about that. Humans usually don't identify themselves as humans. This girl's voice is kind of like Chilovak's. The girl lets out a soft giggle. Orphaluni doesn't understand what's so funny, but she straightens her back, unwilling to be looked down upon. The girl shakes her head in confusion. Orphaluni tilts her head, thinking for a moment. Yeah, it kinda is. The girl smiles meaningfully, as if amused. And now I understand Orphalune. You master mathematics, perhaps one day you can return here.
その時はまた遊ぼう。
After some unknown length of time, unfamiliar voices sound near her ears. This one's still alive. Get the door off. Alright, I'm on it. Don't worry, we've got you.
ミサイルが直撃したのに生き残るとは。同乗していた運転手含め、あの場にいた人間は全滅した。この子だけ。奇跡としか言いようがない。
ここは。
This silly cat.
さっきまで綺麗な場所にいたのに、夢？
So slippery. Oh. Got him. For a minute anyway. There we go.
なんだか
Oh,
すごく時間が経った気がする。オルタ。お父様。
ダウルフェルーネが1位か。ほぼ満点。容赦ないわ。
くそ、このままだと俺の推薦枠が。もう何もかもめちゃくちゃだよ。
あれ？あんたオルフェルーネと仲良くなかったっけ？
誰があんなお高く泊まってるお嬢様と。もうすっかり学校の代表面してやがる。俺なんか引き立て役にしかならねえよ。
そうね。住んでる世界が違うし、あんなのと友達になっても惨めな思いするだけ。
Ouch.
何よ。
That would suck.
友達なんか私には。私はただ優秀であればいい。
I've still got a friend on the other in heaven.
そうか、よくやった。さすが私の娘だ。
一緒にお祝いしてくれませんか？お父様と行きたい場所がたくさんあるんです。
Nope.
劇場、競馬場、それに遊園地。
私は忙しいんだ。子供の遊びに付き合う時間はない。入学式なら出席してもいい。
本当ですか？ありがとうございます。
そうだな。その時はいくつかのメディアを呼んで取材してもらおう。記事のタイトルは
Thinking about how to profit off his daughter.
若き新星。私の娘が若くしてホプキンズ大学に入学できたというのだ。きっと業界で話題になる。
What a douchebag.
そういえば専攻分野は決まったか？
はい、志望は
ジラードグループのメインはバイオテクノロジー。ならばお前もその道に進むべきだ。卒業後はグループ傘下の実験室に入り、中心的な存在になれれば役員会での私の立場も上がる。
でも
オルフェルーネ、失望させるな。
B.
はい。
No pressure.
ご期待に応えます。
どうして植物学なんてマイナーな分野を選んだんだい？ 君ほどのポテンシャルがあればどの人気の学科でも活躍できるというのに。
だって植物って面白いじゃないですか。
What she saw in her vision.
それに私がいればもうマイナーだなんて言わせません。私の才能で植物学科を引っ張っていきます。
わかった。君自身が選んだという有名になっても先生のことは忘れるなよ。
もちろんです。
Watching her mentor depart, Orphaluni murmurs softly to herself.
どうしてね、あの時見た緑に覆われた世界を、放射線も戦火もなく平和を謳歌できる理想の世界を再現するんだ。そうなれば私は全人類に認められる。全てを手に入れられる。
オルフェルーネさん、ナンバー E039894 の胚芽の中に電流が観測されました。実験は大きく進んだと言っていいでしょう。
やった、さすがお嬢様。
Hooray!
研究テーマもアプローチも天才のそれです。
当然私の言う通りにすれば成功は約束されたも同然よ。
オルフェルーネさん、失礼します。チルロベルという方がお会いしたいとおっしゃっていますが。
Oh boy. Oh.
チルロビグ？ああ、私の論文を読んでいつかゆっくり話したいと言ってきたあの科学者。まあいいわ、今日は気分がいいし。とチルロビグ、さっき言った理論もう一度おさらいしてくれる？私の構想に必要な、なんだっけ、あのやり方は安全なの？
ゲノム編集ね。私が使ってるのは国際的に認められたクリスパーシステムだから安全面は大丈夫だよ。 E03-98934 からゲノムコードを切り取って私が編集したやつに置き換える。そうすれば成長時に放射線を吸収して開花と同時にエネルギーを放出する仕組みに変えられるってわけ。
Pilavig smiles patiently like a kindergarten teacher guiding a child.
わかったわ。けれど
今度は何の心配？ちんたらしてたらジラードグループの次の決算まで成果出せないよ。
でもやっぱりリスクはあるんじゃないかしら。何か問題が起きたら。
誰の心配してんの？お父さ
ん？いや、大丈夫だって。何か問題が起きてもあんたの頭脳にかかれば簡単でしょ。当然よ。大学の先生から科学に善悪はないって教わったの。だから私たちは科学者として使い方を誤らないよう見張る責任がある。これはリビウ全体の未来に関わる実験よ。もっと慎重に進めたいの。
意外と頭固いんだね。変なことに縛られてたら何もできないよ。
あなたにはいろいろ助けられてるし、私より博識なのも分かってる。でもこれだけは譲れない。
しょうがないな。で、どうしたいの？
このプロジェクトで行うゲノム編集すべては私の指定するコードを使うこと。そしてすべての設備を私の生体情報で起動するように設定すること。ダメ？
分かったよ。言われた通りにすればいいんでしょ。私は実験を進めたいだけだからね。
うん、ありがとうチルドビグ。
じゃ、大体の方針も決まったところでこのプロジェクトの名前を考えないとね。いつまでもプロジェクトって呼ぶわけにはいかないし。
名前か。楽園計画。成功したら誰もが平穏な暮らしを得られて、私もあの場所に戻って。
楽園計画。さすがオルフェルーネ、センスある。人々は何の憂いもなく暮らし、あらゆるものが知恵に満ち、全てが美しかった。
Ilovig's voice grows softer and softer, her last words barely above a whisper.
禁断の実を取る者が現れるまでは。
I cut down the scattered elids along the way and bring Orphaluni into the depths of Chilovig's laboratory. Alva and the 404 members who came to support her lie collapsed before the control terminal, their eyes dim and lifeless. Oh. No one responds. Orphaluni stands there helplessly, wanting to help, but it's obvious she knows nothing about Daltag.
データストリームにやられてフリーズしたか。
どうすれば。
以前ここに来たことは
ないわ。いつももう一つの実験室だから。あっちは設備がシンプルで規模も小さかった。でもよく見たら似ていなくも。いや、レイアウト的にあの実験室をそのまま大きくしただけと言っていいわ。ええ、やっぱり全部あそこの培養ポットとつながってる。ポットから発生した生体電気がヘレナのエネルギー源になっている。これはそうよ、私が一番最初にやったあの実験じゃない。
アルバたちの情報によればバイオポットと設備を切り離せば実験を止められるみたいよ。
Cool. Let's do that. Orphaluni doesn't answer. As if she has noticed something, she inspects the ports for a moment, then runs deeper into the laboratory. I hurry after her. The inner depths of the lab feel like a completely different space from what I saw before. Plants and vines enclose the area in deliberate patterns. Countless strange and vividly colored specimens I have never seen before wrap around the entire chamber, as though obeying some unseen law. At this moment, their leaves sway rhythmically like a heartbeat, as if responding to an invisible command. The mass experimental platform is crowded with instruments and culture vessels. From each device extends a tube, all leading towards some glowing object deeper within the lab. I follow the direction of the tubes with my eyes, but the lighting here is dim and the thick coils of vines make it impossible to see what the object truly is. Data scrolls continuously across the wall-mounted displays, like the readout of some monitoring apparatus. As Orphaluni studies the lines of code-like text, her face suddenly drains of color.
そんな嘘でしょ。どうしてこんなことするの、チルロビグ。そんなに避難スペースに入りたいの？
どうしたの？
Orphaluni doesn't answer. She pushes aside the mass of vines and runs towards the glowing point. We step into a room woven entirely from vines. At its center stands a biological containment tank. Suspended within its translucent solution floats something the size of a fist. A living brain. It releases faint blue currents of electricity slowly, as though transmitting data into the instruments connected to it. An indescribable sense of nausea overcomes me. Its surface is not the gray-white of human tissue, but is sickly blue-green, as though moss grows across it. The moss-like growth embeds itself between the folds, parasitizing the brain in some unnatural way. The brain seems to writhe slowly in the liquid, yet when I focus on it, it appears motionless.
自分の脳を情報処理中枢にしたの？だからあのネイトはただの入れ物で、この脳が本体。 通りで殺せないわけだ。今までのネイトはどんなに強くても不死身ではなかったからね。
ネイト？
ええ、チルロビグと似たような存在で複数いる。いえ、講義的には彼女と同じ人間はこの世にたくさんいる。
Yep.
自分の魂を売り渡してまで不老不死を追い求める哀れな存在よ。でもこの脳を破壊すれば終わりよ。
I draw my pistol and aim at the tank. I emptied the entire magazine into the glass container. The tank doesn't shatter. It doesn't even crack. You could have just shot it once and found that out, bro. Okay, you made it mad. A violent agony strikes as if piercing my soul. The brilliant light radiating from the brain seems to burn through my skin. The glare blinds me. I try to lift my hand, but my body no longer obeys. Seeing my pain, Orphaluni grabs my other arm tightly. Huh. All right. With great difficulty, Orphaluni steps in front of me. The light inflicts the same unbearable pain upon her. Step by step, she walks into the radiance. Behind her, my pain lessens slightly, but a voice seems to echo in my ears. You must not come this way. You still have things you must accomplish. Breathing becomes harder, my vision blurs. Something contracts steadily, dragging my consciousness somewhere unknown. In my final awareness, I see Orphaluni swallowed entirely by the light, vanishing into the void. The pain fades, and so does my consciousness. Okay. Okay, second story node. Let's do this.
脳って不思議だよね。刺激すればするほどどんどん耐性が上がっていく。そして最後はどんな刺激を与えても反応しなくなっちゃう。今の私のように。
Ilivig rolls up her sleeves, showing arms covered in scars.
だからウィリアム先生、私は死を体験してみたいの。死の直前の神経細胞の震え、エンドルフィンによる麻酔と鎮静、そして脳死。その過程における体の様々な変化。
Okay.
私の願いを叶えてくれる
Ilivig sits up from the operating table. She spreads her fingers, examines her palms, and then the backs of her hands.
なんか全然変わっていないみたい。
From the shadows, the other person coldly hands her a pistol.
試してみるといい。
ウィリアム先生、本当に手術してくれたよね。私を騙していないよね。
どうした怖いのか
そんなまさか。先生の名前と今までしてきた数々の実験はとっくに耳にしているよ。私はただありのままの感覚を記録できるかどうかを心配しているだけ。
After a moment of hesitation, Chilivig's face lights with excitement. She takes the pistol. She loads around into the chamber and presses the barrel to her head.
なんて素晴らしい。私はこの儀式であの未知の世界に行く。帰ってきた者のいない死の世界に。私だけが戻ってくる資格を得た。この一瞬の感覚をちゃんと記録しなくちゃ。
誰も触れたことのない領域なんだから。そして近い将来、私は新しい科学を築き上げる。さあ、甘美な死の世界へ。
Oh boy. Iloveg kicks in her chair lightly and turns to face the doctor.
彼岸スペース？何それ？
生と死が集まる場所だよ。そこには君が興味を持つものがたくさんある。君は本物の天才だ。だからきっとあの場所にたどり着くことができる。
おや？私のことをよく知ってるみたいだね。で、どうして私に彼岸スペースに行かせたいわけ？そんなにいいところなら自分で行けば。
私には私の考えがある。嫌なら他を当たる。
やだな、そんなに怒らないでよ。ちょっと気になっただけじゃん。
手に負えないことに好奇心を向けるな。身を滅ぼすことになるぞ。
はいはい。で、どうやって行けばいいの？
鍵は私が見つけ出す。
We need to find this Dr. William guy.
だがそこへ行く道は君自身で探さなければならない。そのためにも君には会ってきてほしい者がいる。
誰？
かつてそこに行ったことがある人だ。
Yep.
やっと来られた。ここが生と死の集まる場所。10年も費やしてきた。あー、なんて素晴らしい。脳を洗われている感じがする。
Iloveg opens her eyes. The world around her suddenly distorts, twists, and loses its original shape. Then it recombines into an entirely new and strange landscape. Her senses blank out like a television without signal. After some time, new perceptions awaken and she can see the sound of springs, hear the color of the world, and reach out to touch thoughts she had never imagined.
これが彼岸スペース。いい。実にいい。ここまでの体験だけでも論文を5本書けるよ。
Iloveg walks forward. A great gate suddenly appears before her, blocking her path.
なるほど。中はどうなってるんだろう。楽しみ。あなたに入る資格はないわ。
Oh my. Iloveg turns. A girl in a long dress stands there, her gaze cold and hollow.
あなたにそれを知る必要はない。ここから離れなさい。は？
Iloveg fails to realize what stands before her. He stubbornly steps forward, closer and closer to the gate. But the distance does not shorten in the slightest.
どういうこと？早く私を中に入れてよ。きっと面白いものがたくさんあるんだから。ずっと待ってたんだよ。私は本物の天才なんだ。あのなんちゃって天才の世間知らずと違って、この中にある生と死の真理を少しでも覗くことができたら何を笑ってるの？知識とは呪い、才能とは呪い。あなたはそれすら分かっていない。あなたが見下しているオルフェルーネにすら劣っている。なんだって冗談じゃない。私はあの子をいいように利用してやっとここまでたどり着いたというのに、あのバカより踊っているわけが。そうね、あなたは自分の運命を覗こうと思った瞬間からこの扉を潜る資格を失ったの。
あなたのしてきたことは全て無意味。資格を失った？どういう意味？私はすでに永遠の命を手に入れた。この世界の誰にもできないことを成し遂げた。なら当然誰よりも悲願スペースに入る資格を持っている。ねえ、答えてよ。あなたに永遠の命などない。あなたは自分のことを見られない哀れな存在。
The voice and the gate before Chilavig vanish. He searches frantically, futilely, and eventually collapses to the ground.
そんなわけ。私のやってきたことが全部無意味だなんて。バカな。
Chilavig remains seated there. After a minute, or maybe 10 years, finally gets to her feet.
まだだ。今回はたまたま失敗しただけ。私には永遠の命がある。時間なんていくらでも。まだチャンスはある。そうだよ。この程度の失敗を気にする必要なんてない。
Chilavig laughs softly and turns around, but at some point, another figure is already standing behind her.
なんであんたが？どうやってここに？
Me?
ここは私が見つけたんだ。あんたみたいなバカが来ていい場所じゃない。この場所。
Oh,
見える。
nice.
なんでまたあんただけ？なるほど。そういうことだったのね。あなたは私から遺跡の知識を盗んでこの道を開いた。だから当然私にも入る資格がある。くだらない願いを叶えるために無数の命を奪った罪を私にかぶせた。唯一私を止めようとした人も殺そうとしている。
Orphaluni looks at her quietly. He steps forward, forcing Chivalig back step by step.
だから私は全てを取り返す。
All right. All right. We have 5 battles and 2 story nodes. Okay. Pet the cat real quick. I don't think there's anything else to do. I mean, I could do all sorts of other things. I just need to finish this. 71%. Okay, these should be fairly short. I am 5 hours and 49 minutes into this stream now. Beneath Leave, Chilavig's laboratory has already been reduced to ruins in the fierce battle between Igla and Boy Mestina. Igla's wings stir up vortices like raging storms with every flap. Boy Mestina weaves between them like a ship sailing between wind and waves. She has little ammunition left, so every shot must strike the greatest threat before her. She refuses to waste a single bullet unless absolutely necessary. At Groz's warning, Boy Mestina leaps upward and grabs onto Igla's raised wing. Perhaps, but because she still lacks precise control over this body, the mutated third-gen doll's massive hand sweeps through the spot where Boy Mestina had been, grasping nothing but air. Oh. I'm gonna try and talk it. Be my lap kitty. Okay, he says no to the lap kitty idea, but at least he's here where I can pet him. Okay. Okay, perhaps because she still lacks precise control over this body, the mutated third-gen doll's massive hand sweeps through the spot where Void Mestina had been, grasping nothing but air. But Igla clearly senses something clinging to the edge where bone and flesh meet on her wing. With a casual shake, she flings Void Mestina straight into the glass wall behind her. The reinforced glass shatters under the impact of Void Mestina's heavy frame. Her body and the shards fly backward together, tumbling across the laboratory floor until she slams into the wall behind, leaving a massive crater before finally stopping. Igla then lowers herself toward the shattered glass wall, searching through it for Void Mestina. Gigantic hand thrusts into the laboratory room. Though the lighting inside is dim and Void Mestina's exact position cannot be seen, it is obvious that Igla has grown thoroughly irritated by the doll buzzing around her like a relentless bee. He intends to trap Void Mestina inside the lab and eliminate her in one decisive move. Though the cramped space prevents the tendrils on her body from functioning properly, it is like sealing a bee inside a jar. After that, she only needs to capture it at her leisure. To avoid detection, Void Mestina presses herself against the wall, lightening her steps as much as possible. She dodges the massive hand sweeping and grasping for prey, making her way towards the laboratory doors. The doors have no handles. The two automatic sliding panels are sealed tightly shut. Void Mestina tries to pry open a gap with her fingers, but the seam offers no leverage to force them apart. Coulsney vaults up 3 levels in quick succession, reaching the area outside Void Mestina's room. After inspecting the door, she discovers a biometric device mounted above it. This visual module locks onto Void Mestina's location. The massive hand has already forced her into a corner, leaving her almost no room to maneuver. Void Mestina could fall into Igla's grasp at any second. The lights along the suspended gangway flicker erratically. Even as she speaks, Coulsney pulls explosives from her pack and starts rigging them. Shadows beyond the wall, Void Mestina moves with agility that defies her imposing build, flipping aside once more and narrowly avoiding the searching fingers. 20 seconds. 10, 7, 6, 5, 4... Just before the explosion, a faint sound comes from beneath Void Mestina's foot. Unknowingly, she has been driven back to the very creator she created earlier. A loose chunk of brick rolls underfoot, and in her cautious retreat, she steps on it. Igla's hand suddenly stops searching. The scene erupts into chaos in an instant. Void Mestina's gunfire, the explosion of the charge, and the thunderous sweep. Damn it. And the thunderous sweep of Igla's hand across the lab floor resound simultaneously, turning the once silent underground facility into a boiling maelstrom. Right before Igla's fingers make contact with Void Mestina's frame, the latter's assault rifle spits a burst of gunfire. Surprisingly enough, the bullets knock Igla's massive fingers away. Blood splatters across the walls, staining the white surfaces in horrific crimson. A wail of pain echoes from Igla's throat. Maddened by the injury, she thrashes wildly, tearing through the lab's corners as blood smears across the ground in long, dragging streaks. Boy Mestina seizes the moment and slips through the breach blasted open by Coultney. There.
正気を失ったようだ。コルフェ、ボイマスティナ、正面戦闘になるかもしれないわ。
問題ない。増援がそろそろつく。
でもそよ風正体がまだ。
Before Boy Mestina can explain, Coultney's urgent shout rings out from the distance.
大量の生き袋がこっちに。
人手も弾薬も足りない。離脱するわ。
Okay. Oh crap. That's a whole bunch of little baddies. Okay. Okay. So, her and Groza are mandatory. So let me go find... yeah, my versions are way more powerful than their versions. So... Go with Vepley. And Nemesis. Let's go, girls. Yay. Ouch. You should have fired on something, Nemesis. Jeez. Quit slacking over there, girl. What's up, little bro? Alright. Under Groza's covering fire, Cole, Queenie, and Boy Mestina break through the encirclement. The three regroup atop the platform. Even though Boy Mestina's ammunition is exhausted, he remains unstoppable with melee weapons and hand-to-hand combat. But the frenzied Igla is not something the three of them can handle lightly. Having lost 2 fingers to Boy Mestina's gunfire, Igla roars as she destroys everything around her. Brick and debris rain down in showers. With a thunderous crash, one of the columns supporting the platform is severed by Igla's vine-like tendrils. The 3 sprint at full speed. Boy Mestina leaps first with Groza right behind her, but Coultney, limited by her smaller frame, is just a fraction too slow. Yeah. That was good. Coultney's fingers scrape across the platform's edge and she plunges dozens of meters downward. Beneath her, a mass of elids claw upward while vine-like tendrils carpet the ground. Boy Mestina, who has already reached the opposite platform safely, stops short and spins around, sprinting back toward the edge. She swiftly evades the tendrils lashing around her, then leaps towards something flying through the air. Oh, we got a cutscene? Nope. I thought that was gonna get a cutscene. Coultney, you just went to hell. You shouldn't be so cheerful. Okay, so I gotta do this one before I can do the side quests. Let's knock this out. Hell yeah. Oh shit.
You got it. Alright, let's fight now. Boy Mestina's communicator crackles with the voice of a familiar man. Eh.
Oh, nice. Boy Mestina secures the powered armor around herself, engaging the thrusters mounted on it. She dives rapidly downward and catches Coultney by the arm. With a light swing, she hurls Coultney back up onto the platform. Then, with an effortless sweep, she drives back the surging elids and clears the obstacles before her. At the same time, Groza's communicator finally receives a response. Boy Mestina activates the scanner on her powered armor. It synchronizes perfectly with the Wolf Eye system within her frame, pushing it to maximum output. This is the invention of Samantha Shaw, the creator of Task Force Defy. Through the Wolf Eye system, Boy Mestina clearly sees every vein and blood vessel coursing through Igla's massive body of flesh. She sees bodily fluids flowing quietly within and beneath the enormous outer shell. She sees the true form hidden inside. Okay, attack her eyes. Got it. Alright. We actually gonna get to fight. Oh, we get to fight Igla. Wow. I mean, it'll be easy because this is noob mode, but damn. I almost wish she would get Igla out of there because Igla might have messed up, but she didn't deserve this. Okay, well I don't have Voimestina, but I do have these two. Okay. Beads. Let's go ahead and go with these two. Oh, I can put down one more. Shit. Alright, Springfield. You're up. A 6-girl squad? Who'd have thought? Jeez. Okay. Damn, I didn't even start the fight yet. Okay. So let's read what she does. Okay, basic attack, okay. Holy shit. Okay, yeah, this girl's very much OP. Totally gonna do this one manually because I want to kind of learn how she works. Okay, let's do it. I'll take a fair chunk of her health. Alright. What the hell? Do we have to go whack those real quick or what?
延でございます。
Okay. Okay, I have to use Diane. Okay, fine. You gotta dance. Come on. You're not going to bother us, dude. Okay.
お待たせしました。逃げられると思う。
Gotta get rid of these damn things quick as I can. I only have to survive a few turns, huh? Gonna go over there and give everybody some armor. Her in Springfield. Okay. Okay. What? That's a bunch of crap. Okay. Okay. Take that. What? I don't benefit from cover, so I guess I'll just kind of move over here for now. Swords. Nice. You heal, take care of that. For real, I can't strike that guy. Okay. No, I will hit her then. What? Alright. And hey. What are you doing, boy, Messina? Okay. Bye-bye. Hooray. More cutscene. Oh shit. Ow. I kind of feel like Igla's a victim here, and that she shouldn't be killed. She should be pulled out of that damn mess. Igla's true body is dragged out from the monstrous shell by Voimestina and flung to the ground. The blood-soaked frame of the third-gen doll crashes violently onto the already ruined floor, sending out clouds of crimson dust mingled with debris. Igla's mind seems to clear with the brutal impact. I am glad that she is not dead. He struggles to rise as if determined to fight Voimestina one last time. A bullet from nowhere pierces straight through Igla's core, and she falls backward. Her scattered hair drifts like thin morning mist, dissolving into the dawn over leave. As everyone scans their surroundings warily, a drone of unknown affiliation suddenly approaches. The dolls raise their weapons in unison, aiming at the incoming machine. After a tense standoff, it does not open fire. Instead, it hovers in midair and extends the grappling claw beneath its fuselage. The claw hooks onto Igla's frame, then it descends rapidly, vanishing from sight. Yeah, I think we got more important things to do. Right?
任務完了。みんな警戒を怠らないで。安全に帰還するまでは気を抜けないわ。
Alright. That was pretty badass. I feel way better about her mech suit now that I see where it came from and stuff. Okay, 11:55. Alright, so this could be the rest of the hospital shit with Selena, possibly. Maybe not. Monsoon had agreed to check in regularly with Groza's squad in 404. However, in their previous transmission, Klukai had mentioned that they would be going deeper underground with the commander. That meant a very high chance of losing contact with the surface. As such, she had asked Monsoon to be ready for any emergencies which might come up. Sure enough, several minutes after that transmission, both teams' signals had started growing weaker until they vanished entirely. Jangyu. What do we do now, big sis? We haven't heard back from the commander or the others yet, but we also need to be ready to evacuate at any time. Zahui, what's the status of the helicopter? Centauressi has touched down on the nearest satellite city helipad to the White Zone. The stealth camouflage has been applied. It's ready to go anytime. Well done. Jangyu, how about your side of things? The engine is running. Once we pick up the commander, I'll get us to the airport at top speed. Understood. Looks like all we can do now is wait for Miss Groza and the others to contact us. But if we can't pinpoint their locations, we can't draw up a more concrete evacuation plan. I say we just dig up the entire area and drag up the commander and the others. You'd be surprised, I'm pretty good at this kind of manual labor, pulling people out of underground mine shafts and all that. If it's being evacuated en masse, if we damage the surface, it might affect the withdrawal of the citizens. While ensuring the commander's safety is a high priority, we shouldn't be too aggressive when we don't have a clear picture of the situation. We're in the White Zone after all. Causing too much of a disturbance will end up inconveniencing the commander. Fine. In that case, I'll just have to find them the old-fashioned way. Monsoon Squad continues discussing their plans for a while longer. After they're sure that there's no other option than to wait for the commander to contact them, they decide to go searching for her signal. Just then, Faye, who is both highly experienced and perceptive, notices that something is off. Wait a minute. This feeling, could it be? What's wrong? Earthquake! Everyone get down! Oh, the look in her face is great. I'm gonna leave it on there for a second while I grab a... Faye says that a loud rumbling echoes up and down the hitherto peaceful street, and the ground beneath their feet shakes violently. It's getting cool. Crowds on the street are knocked from sudden tremor and the entire plunged into. However, no fissures open up and no buildings. Dust clouds thrown up by the quake realizes that the plants around them are suddenly growing at frenzy. Countless cracks of varying sizes open up on the ground, and plants burst forth in a verdant tide. Amidst tangles of thick vines, smaller branches squeeze out and form buds that open up in gem-like flowers. Said flowers are lovely and flawless, but they fill everyone who looks upon them with terror. They're the radioactive. Big sis, I'm picking up a massive spike in ambient radiation levels. Something big is about to happen. I know these plants. They emit radiation depending on their surroundings. I saw them once during a rescue operation. The people we tried to rescue ended up... Damn it, what the hell are things like these doing in a white zone? That's the real aim of that so-called Project Eden? Upon seeing the bizarre sights before them, the evacuating crowds begin fleeing madly in all directions. Then, as though the situation wasn't chaotic enough, even more fissures open up on the ground and several massive shapes emerge through them. Those are Elids. What are they doing here? I've got some on my side too. What should we do? Kill them. We engage? Yeah, we don't have a choice. Everyone, Monsoon Squad will now enter combat. Our objective, eliminate all Elids. Help the civilians evacuate while ensuring our withdrawal route is clear. Need to make sure that we can all leave ASAP once the commander and the others come back. Okay, well... I do have do I have... Who am I missing from Monsoon Squad? Okay, I have her. I have her. Is there another one? I think there is another one, I just can't remember. Actually, it's Zhao Hui. I don't have her. So... I'm not sure who else to throw in there. Well, I haven't used well, yeah, I haven't used Suomi tonight. Might as well throw her in there.
横たわれば楽器、立てれば兵器。横たわれば楽器、立てれば兵器。配置完了。
I think Zhao Hui's up on the multi-banner right now, but Don't really have a big need for her on my team, so... Hell yeah. After clearing the threats from the surrounding area, Diane and Faye struggle to their feet. Thank you. How are things on your side? Okay, I guess. A bunch of Elids were trying to attack the fleeing people, so I ran the Elids over with a jeep. Well done. That was nice. However, you should be more careful on missions. Hehe, don't worry, big sis. That's good shit. I love the happy cat face she's making with the wink. I can take care of myself. The immediate crisis has been resolved. However, they still need to contact the commander, who is deep underground, and tell her just how serious things have become. If Liv has been embroiled in a crisis of this magnitude, they need to get her out ASAP, no matter what's going on down there. Because this once flourishing city may become an Elid-infested hellhole very soon. In the distance, they can hear army units heading toward the city center. Diane directs Monsoon Squad to take cover and conceal themselves to the best of their ability. While Monsoon Squad is technically authorized to bear arms, it's best to avoid unnecessary complications before re-establishing communications with the commander. Just as they're about to try and contact the commander again, there is a massive explosion. It comes from very far away and behind them. As one, Diane and Faye turn to look at it. What they see through their visual modules shocks them to the point where they can't tear their eyes away. Look, over there. A column of light is shining up from the surface. Immediately after that, all of Liev is engulfed by the blinding radiance. Like a keen blade, it slices through the horizon where dawn and dusk meet. Golden light blooms into a giant flower in the sky. It looks as though the light from before has cut through the heavens themselves. The result resembles an invertebrate whose shell has been cracked open to reveal sinister, gory innards within. The dolls have never seen anything like this before, but for some reason it seems strangely familiar. Then they hear the same rhythmic whispers in their neural clouds. The fleeing people all stop in their tracks. They look to the sky, their eyes reflecting the distorted scene on the horizon. Right after that, screams fill the air, making the already disorganized evacuation even more chaotic. The people who see it scatter and flee in all directions. It seems that creepy sight has triggered a fear from the most primal depths of their hearts. Faye is the first to come to her senses. She looks at the place where the beam came from. The light seems to be hiding something. Faye, can you use your scanner function to collect more information on it? It's too far away, but I can try. Faye activates her scanner module and moves the aim point to the center of the light column. However, the results it yields shock her. There are vital signs in there. I'm playing Girls Frontline 2 Exilium. Yeah, it should be listed on the title of my stream there. Vital signs? Since this isn't voiced at all, I'm just doing all the I'm reading it out for y'all. I really enjoy this game. I only stream it once every couple of weeks, but it's a lot of fun. A bad feeling creeps into Diane's neural cloud and she reflexively grabs Faye's shoulder. So, thanks for stepping in, Kingman and Gamer. Moving closer. The hole torn in the sky grows larger and larger, and the beam of light grows ever brighter. The sky around it starts turning a brilliant red, like blood spurting from the body of some living creature. Faye looks at the light. As she focuses her vision, she finally manages to make out the shape of the creature surrounded by the radiance. It's alive. Hearing this news fills everyone with shock. In the end, Diane gathers her thoughts and makes her final decision. Since there are signs of life over there, it's very likely that the commander might be there too. Dahui, tell Santoresi to keep the helicopter's engines running and be ready for liftoff. Will do. Nice. I appreciate you stopping in, bro. Can you bring the vehicle over and follow us to the beam of light? Got it, big sis. We're going to bring Helena and the commander back. Hey. To the next one. Those damned elids, is there no end to them? Damn it, damn it, damn it, out of my way! It's just in front of us! Diane and Faye try to move against the flow of civilians who are fleeing the city. With great effort, they manage to clear a path through the infested streets. However, the elid density grows the further ahead they move. Soon they realize that those elids are coming from the direction of the orb of light surrounding Helena. The elids are coming from there. Looks like things are worse than we thought. It's supposed to be a white zone. How could it end up like this? Is everyone in the URNC a bunch of incompetent dorks? Thank you. Have you reached the target location yet? I'm here. Can you see what's going on over there? There are tons of plants growing out of a big fissure in the ground. Elids are all coming out of it. From underground? Yeah. Can't believe there's something like that underleaved. I bet even Numpha would be shocked by this. Oh yes, how about Helena? Is there a way to approach her? Nope, I just did a scan just now and that ball of light around her contains an incredible amounts of power. There's no telling what would happen if we approached it thoughtlessly. Plus, it's so high off the ground that you need a chopper to get close. Helicopter use. Thank you. Thank you for that. Oh, you know, I mean, hell, I'd be happy to do some voiceovers for somebody, but, I mean, hell, right here is my, tape, man. Dahui, can Santoresi help us out here? Flying into a white zone runs the risk of being intercepted. Diane, it's your call. There's no point being too cautious at a time like this. Leave's in chaos right now and a lot of big shots are all scrambling to evacuate. I'm pretty certain the military won't have the time to bother with a single civilian helicopter amidst the madness. Got it. I'll try to contact Miss Dandelion and have her disguise our signal as an ordinary civilian one. But... wait, that sound is... what happened? Coming from the nearby military air bases. Several military helicopters have just taken off. Looks like they're headed towards Leave. Military helicopters. Is the military going to deploy them against the elids? No, I highly doubt that. Thanks, bro, thanks. If it is just dealing with the elids, a few spec ops units would be enough. I don't know what's going to happen next, but we'd best be ready for it. Attention all members of Monsoon Squad. Immediately enter the highest level of combat readiness. Apart from Dahui, who needs to fly the helicopter into the white zone, all other members will follow the plan and keep our axis of retreat clear. Faye and I will take a shortcut to approach the fissure. Jangyu, find a way to bring the Jeep around on the roads. The closer you can get, the better. Got it. This mission will be a difficult one, but I'm counting on everyone to do their part. You got it. I'll cut a path through those elites for the commander and the rest of us. Alright. Now, if I get enough fans that say the same thing about my voice, I'll have to tell them contact your favorite gacha company there to have me do voiceovers. I'd be happy to talk to them. It'd be great. I can do more than just this voice. This is just my real speaking voice here. So, let's take this fire team in here and pwn these guys. This is not my 100% strongest team, but it is my second strongest. Bye. He just did like... Perry does so much damage. She doesn't do the huge targeted damage that Perry does, but she does throw it around with a big shovel just like that. And Vector like Spider. Two left. Hell yeah. Flame on. Big sis. Thank you. Is our withdrawal route secure? Yep. There were a few enemies, but I got rid of them. The roads are really torn up though, so I stopped the jeep some distance away. Well done. Diane pats Changyu's head in approval. After that, the three of them carefully approached the fissure created by the thick vine and looked down the length of the massive creeper. Big sis, do you think we can contact the commander from here? I'll give it a try. Once again, Diane tries to reach Groza Squad in 404. However, the only reply she gets from the terminal is the crackling of electrical static. Looks like comm signals have been disrupted. Is it because of the high particle density in this place? Yeah, radiation intensity here is off the charts. Looks like the source of this disaster is coming from below this fissure. The Liev City map says that this area is the property of the Gerard Group. It seems they built their R&D labs here. It doesn't look like a lab so much as an experimental mine. Wake up to reality. Nothing ever goes as planned in this accursed world. The longer you live, the more you realize that the only things that truly exist... Oh, well. I was trying to read your thing out, man. It got cut off, I think. It doesn't look like a lab so much as an experimental mine. They built a lab of this size right underneath the Liev? They've got a lot of balls, I'll give them that. I say we go in there and wreck all their equipment. Then we'll definitely be able to save the commander and Helena. Don't be impulsive.
The longer you live, the more you realize that the only things that truly exist in this reality are merely pain, suffering, and futility. Personally, I don't have that point of view, but I'm not going to tell you that your point of view is invalid because, you know, points of view are valid. They're not always right, but they're always valid. I'm not sure, you know. Zhaohui, what's your situation? I'm in the white zone airspace, but I can't approach any closer. What happened? I mean, honestly, what I have done to, you know, because I had feelings like that were similar to what you just expressed when I was younger. And then I came to the point where I realized that it's people wanting to be more important than they are that are looking for a larger meaning and in their lives. Honestly, we don't need to be important. I mean, I don't need to be important. I just need to be fed, housed, clothed, and happy. Well, health would be nice too. I'll take that. But you know what I mean? I don't really need to be important. I don't need to have greater meaning to my life. It's okay. You know, I can exist just fine without that. I'm good. Those helicopters I mentioned earlier, they're all headed towards Helena's position. Before Diane can react, Gangyu exclaims and interrupts her train of thought. Big sis, look! The vines, they're withering. The radiation intensity seems to be dropping too. The three of them exchange glances, then look at the sky. As sun rises, the bloody gash in the sky seems to be slowly healing up, and the beam of light coming from Helena's chest is gradually dimming. What appears to be some kind of grand sacrificial ritual has finally reached its end. Just then, a reply comes through Monsoon Squad's communicators at long last. Miss Groza, finally. Hooray. Alright, got those done real quick. Yeah, hey, I've actually been on this... Okay, I only have one more combat one to complete. I've been on this for almost 7 hours now. I think I want to take one more little break here. Go to the crew deck real quick. Oh no shit. That's cool. Now I've never... I mean, I played that game on a friend's machine. It was I don't remember. It was one of like the first God of War, I swear it was. Many years ago. I played around with it on my buddy's machine when I was over at his house, hanging out. But I never picked up the game or went to play it for myself. So that's cool. I mean, I can make my voice deeper if I want to, but this isn't exactly my natural speaking voice, you know. So I do have a range. I was the baritone soloist in symphonic choir when I was a kid. I could hit like the upper part of the bass range, but I can't hit the bottom part of it, so. Yay, all my girls hanging around. Anyway, I'm just wandering around here for no reason. You gotta have the cute cat girl trying to eat my fish. So,
anyway, yeah, I have been streaming for almost 7 hours. Gonna go ahead and take a little break here. And probably 10 minutes or less, okay? So I will be back soon. And I will finish up the Corposant quest here. I think I've only got 3 or 4 parts to it. That's what I wanted to do tonight. I wanted to do the whole dang story in one run. Just have 3 little parts to finish. And hopefully that'll only take me like a half hour. So, maybe I should change my background a little bit. Actually, yeah. Bring my favorite girl here, Leva. Alright, I will be back in 10 minutes or less.
excuse me. Okay, I'm back. Put the proper camera on so that the dialogue is visible. And finish this off. Holy smokes. Oh, hell yeah. That's cool. I like that too. Hell yeah. I have a kitty kitty. Come here, Cocoa Puff. Come here, baby. Come here, kitty kitty. Yes. Kitty kitty has been kitty napped. Yes, you can sit on me. Her eyes snap open. It feels as though she has just awakened from a long and terrible dream. In that dream, someone tries to lock her away and subject her to some kind of experiment she cannot understand. The laboratory in the dream is deep and cold. A woman named Chilovig stands there laughing madly. But she forces herself awake. As long as she wakes up, that dreadful dream will not become reality. Okay, yeah, that's actually reality, unfortunately.
Sensei. Sensei? またお出かけ? 先生がいないと一人じゃつまらない。
The kitty kitty. She stares blankly at the complicated writing on the whiteboard. Teacher has already told her that this is knowledge, part of the structure of the world itself. Teacher says that once she masters this knowledge, she will truly be able to leave this place. But now, she just can't bring herself to care. Searches every room, but teacher is nowhere to be found. Although she has been told not to wander off, curiosity gets the better of her. She wants to go outside and look. Without realizing it, she walks out of the manor and arrives somewhere unfamiliar. And he's a cute kitty kitty. There she is. She reaches out and touches the green field before her. To her surprise, as her hand moves, the surrounding plants begin to sway as if commanded. Pines become musical staves, and green leaves turn into dancing notes upon them. She waves her fingers and savors a long-lost sense of freedom. Like a fairy, she darts through the green expanse. There is no wind here, no light, no sound. She runs for a very, very long time, yet never feels tired. Only when her vision blurs into a vast white emptiness does she realize she has reached the edge of this place. To her surprise, a small girl stands there looking lost. She has never seen anyone here besides teacher. But she possesses knowledge. She immediately comes to the realization that this little girl must be human, just like teacher. So she tries to speak. Son of a bitch. So it was Helena that encountered her. Eh.
ここで暮らす人間と思えばいい。ずっと一人ぼっちだった。だから友達欲しい。一緒に遊ぶ？つまりこの世界にはクレープすらないの？うん。でも先生の本で見たことある。見たことあるだけなんてかわいそう。いっそうちに来てよ。いろんなクレープを食べさせてあげるから。
What the girl just said seems to have suddenly reminded her of something. She leaps to her feet.
もう帰らないと先生に怒られる。私楽しかった。約束通り帰らせる。本当にうちに来なくていいの？クレープすらない世界なのに。ダメ。
Her expression suddenly turns serious, startling little Orphalune.
私がここを出たらお前帰れない。あの夢みたいにお前の死を本当のことにしちゃいけない。
Orphalune tilts her head, not quite understanding. But it no longer matters. In the next instant, the world before Orphalune begins to collapse, dissolving into blurred patches of color, until all that remains is a bottomless abyss.
もう会わない方がいい。私の友達オルフェルーネ。もうまた夢。
Elena cannot tell what is real and what is a dream. Just now she remembers playing somewhere with a little girl for a very long time. Taught the girl many things and was invited to eat something called crepes. Was it really just a dream? Or did it actually happen? Elena does not know, but now is not the time to dwell on it. She is lost. She has to return to the commander as quickly as possible. Elena gets to her feet and runs on and on without stopping. Here she does not seem to grow tired. Even after running for a long time, she sees no one. Why are we doing this again? Where? Okay. Just as confusion begins to set in, Elena is startled to hear voices in the distance.
だから私は全てを取り返す。ありえない。彼岸スペースはもう開いた。どんなに頑張ったってリビウは元に戻らない。死んだ奴らも生き返らない。
Orphalune does not answer. Her face draws closer until Chilabeg can see her own reflection in Orphalune's pupils. Chilabeg instinctively tries to flee. No matter which direction she runs, she always returns to Orphalune.
無駄よ。この場所は私のルールで動く。あなたはただの侵入者。何をする気？全部終わらせて世界を元に戻す。あなたが触れてはいけなかったパラドックス、永遠の命も含めて。
永遠の命。
Hello.
ヘレナ、聞いたことある。
Orphalune and Chilabeg turn at the same time towards the little girl who seems to have appeared from nowhere.
あんたはカビナ実験の実験体ヘレナ、コード O43。 ありえない。あんたはもう鍵として消費されたはず。ここに現れるわけがない。
相変わらず怖い。
Elena instinctively hides behind Orphalune. But when she looks up, she seems to notice something.
お前、大人になった。
Yeah.
なるほど。あの時、私が生き残れたのはあなたがいたから。ごめんなさい。あなたにひどいことをしてしまって。
何のことかわからないけど、大丈夫。
それにヘレナもなんか楽しかった。
Arpaluni turns to Chiloveg.
私がいるからあの子はここに残った。あの子がいるから私はここに来た。シルロビグ、あなただけが余計な存在よ。あなたは代価を支払わずに死を体験しようとした。今のあなたが得たのは偽りの死と不完全な永遠の命。誰があんたにそんなことを言ったはずよ。あなたは私の知識を盗んだ。だからあなたは私の前で全てをさらけ出したも同然。今のあなたは私が自分の手で編集したゲノムコードみたいなもの。発言した性質を見ただけでコードの詳細がはっきりと目に浮かぶ。この感覚わかるでしょ。
Arpaluni smiles at her. Chiloveg knows that she is referring to her creation of 043. But she no longer has any desire to speak. Because no matter what she says, it is meaningless before Arpaluni. All she can do now is tremble and await her judgment. But Arpaluni does not address her again. Turns to Helena and smiles.
待たせちゃってごめんね。今度は私があなたを送る番。
一緒に来てよ。一緒にクレープを食べよう。
ヘレナ、分かっているでしょ。10年前、私は見てはいけないものを見てしまった。そもそもここから出るべきではなかったの。でもあなたのおかげで私は祝福を受けて運よく戻ることができた。あの時の私の罪はあなたが背負ってくれた。わ
からないよ。
大丈夫。今のあなたはただあなたの声が聞こえる自分の重要さに気づいていないだけ。全てが一つに戻った時、きっとわかるようになる。その時はあの人を守って。それが未来を紡ぎ続ける唯一の方法。
Door appears behind Helena.
一緒に行かない？
Nope.
私は本当の未来を見てしまった。さあ、行って。
私、全部指揮官に教える。お前のこと、みんな忘れないから。
Arpaluni smiles and nods. But she knows that once Helena steps through the door, she'll forget everything that has happened here. Because this is not the real world. That is fine. As someone who has committed such a grave sin does not deserve to be. I don't know, I kind of think Helena might remember her. She was able to remember, Arpaluni was able to remember stuff when she came out of here, just not everything. After watching Helena leave, Arpaluni turns to Chiloveg, takes her trembling hand.
何すんの？怖がらないで。永遠の命でもこの悲願と現実の狭間でなら叶えられる。あなたも祝福を受けたかったんじゃないの？ここに残る子羊は一人だけで十分。ただ何？代価が必要よ。これは 祝福を受けた者が誰しも通る道だから。さあ来て。
My. Orphaluni grips Shilovig's hand. Shilovig struggles desperately, but it is all in vain. Hand in hand, Orphaluni leads her towards the edge of nothingness and steps forward and falls straight down. Everything slowly fades away until only emptiness remains.
Kika.
I finally regain consciousness.
ヘレナ、どうしてここに？
ここに来る途中、ここを覆っていたツタが消えていったから、そのまま装置を破壊してヘレナを助け出したわ。
Nice. I lower my head and see that the tank containing Chilovig's brain has lost its connection to the plants. It has fallen to the ground and shattered. The brain is slowly necrotizing and turning black after being exposed to the air. Beside me, Void Mestina, encased in mobile armor, easily lifts me and sets me on the armor's shoulder. Alva and Klukai, who were struck by the data surge earlier, are gradually regaining consciousness as well.
よかった。みんな無事ね。ここはもうすぐ崩れるわ。今すぐ離れないと。
いや、待って。オルフェルーネは？
申し訳ありません。見つけたのは指揮官だけです。
でも、オルフェルーネは確かに私と一緒に。
Yeah, no, everybody knows that. She came with me. Rosa and Voimestina exchange a silent glance.
指揮官。そのオルフェルーネって一体誰のことなの
He's literally been erased from history. Damn.
何
I am so glad the commander remembers her, though. I look at Groza in confusion. She has been at my side ever since we entered Leave. There's no way she wouldn't know who Orphalune is. Yeah, no, I'm thinking that your interaction with the gateway there is probably what shielded you from having the memory erasure. Because you are part of the distortion for a moment. Did something have happened out there just now? Something that damaged the neural data? I turn to Alva.
Alva, あなたはどうなの？
いえ、知らない名前です。
どうなっているの？
But the urgency of the situation leaves no room for such pondering. We have to move.
あなたたちは先に撤退して、私はもう少し探してみる。
間に合いません。
Nope. But Mestina glances at the radar.
生き袋が来ています。
And here in the deepest chamber of the underground lab, I can hear their distant roars. The shrieks grow closer, as if they will tear through the walls and reach me at any moment. But...
ダメ。彼女を一人ここに残すわけにはいかない。
指揮官。
仮に死んだとしても、遺体は回収したい。
I search frantically for any sign of Orphaluni, but just as Groza and the others have said, I appear to be the only one here.
生き袋到着まで残り2分です。
Don't have time.
諦めたくはない。みんな、悪いけど、あと、ボイマスティナ、ここを一周して、オルフェルーネを探したい。
はい。
Okay.
お願い、ボイマスティナ。無茶な頼みなのは分かっているけど。
わかりました。
You're crazy. We'll indulge you. Boy Mestina offers no objection, no trace of dissatisfaction. He simply stares straight ahead with unwavering resolve.
みんな、指揮官のために時間を稼いで。生き袋は真下、8時方向の廊下と2時方向の実験室からやってくる。 一匹たりとも。
All right. Let's bring out the electric team.
任せて。了解。効果抜群。ごめんね。だるまさんが転んだ。早くやらせて。静かにして。
Oh yeah.
任せて。シロックローの声だよ。えへへ。これでいいかな。任せて。
We have Mothra. Uh-oh. The hell off me. I love Jangyu for that. Damn, just murdered that. Jeez, Jangyu, leave some for everybody else. Hey, she just murdered everything. Seated on Voy Mestina's armor, I circled the entire underground laboratory. But Orphaluni, who was with me just before I blacked out, has vanished seemingly into thin air.
なんでこんなことに。オルフェルーネ、どこにいるの？返事して。
I shout her name, hoping for a reply from somewhere. No one answers.
これ以上は地下実験室が持ちません。ボイマスチナ、指揮官を連れて脱出して。
Yep. Voy Mestina ignites the thrusters without a word, and the armor lifts into the air. Piercing alarm echoes through the lab. Chaos erupts all around us. The ground trembles violently, rubble cascading from the shattered ceiling. Though her armor looks heavy, Voy Mestina maneuvers with remarkable agility as she evades the collapsing walls. Suddenly, a metal beam crashes down from above, hurtling straight toward us. Voy Mestina pushes the propulsion module to its limit. I feel as though I'm clinging to the wing of a jet, the air slicing across my face like blades. I grip her arm tightly. One slip and I'll be thrown into the red-lit abyss below, buried alongside the elids beneath leave. Just as the beam is about to crush us, Voy Mestina twists the armor 180 degrees, catches it with her other arm. The impact rings out with a deafening clang and a visible crack splits across the armor. I know that if she were alone, she could have avoided it easily, but to shield me from harm, she chose to take the blow herself. The armor plummets for an instant, and I hear the thrusters roar back to life. With a violent heave, Voy Mestina hurls the multi-ton beam into the abyss. System warning, left arm damage, sensor failure, shooting aid offline. Warning blares through the armor. I look at Voy Mestina. Her face remains expressionless, yet the rapid flicker of orange light reflected across it tells me how grave the situation is. Rubble continues to rain down. The elids below surge upward in reckless pursuit. The armor darts like an arrow through the falling debris. But the earlier impact has clearly dulled Voy Mestina's responsiveness. Several chunks of rubble fly toward us. Without thinking, I draw my pistol and shatter one mid-air. Ha! 2 more pieces slam into the armor's head with a dull thud. mentioned earlier that the armor's visual system is connected to Task Force Defy's exclusive Wolf-Eye, one of the key advantages that sets Defy apart from ordinary dolls. If the visual system is compromised, her firepower is severely reduced. While fending off Elids trying to leap onto the armor, my mind races for a way to get us out alive. The armor continues weaving at full speed through the violent air currents. I lift my head and begin calling out targets. Boy Messina fires precisely according to my call-out, shooting them down. Seeing her accuracy steadies my nerves. He keeps firing as we reach Groza's extraction point. As an Elid leaps onto Boy Mestina's leg, as her body drops sharply, more begins forming onto the armor. I glance upward. We're less than 10 meters from the extraction point. You're just gonna throw me. Before Alva can respond, Boy Mestina's arm dips. Suddenly, I feel weightless. With all her strength, Boy Mestina hurls me out of the Elid-infested laboratory. Alva rushes forward and catches me. Her strength absorbs most of the impact. We roll across the ground before coming to a stop. I look down into the opening. Boy Mestina is nowhere in sight. Almost a minute passes, still no sign of her. But I refuse to believe she would fall so easily. I refuse to believe Boy Mestina would go down like this. Yay. A thunderous explosion roars upward with a powerful blast of air. One detonation follows another as if something has ignited the sewer gas below, reducing Chilovic's entire research facility to ashes. Alva throws herself over me, shielding me from the searing shockwave. But I no longer care. I turn toward the opening, waiting for something, anything to emerge. Alas, a familiar voice crackles through the comms. As the heat dissipates, a battered suit of armor rises from the opening and stumbles onto solid ground. Good work. Sorry I didn't talk to you about that earlier. That's what you need to be saying. You need to tell me about these things, girl. There's too many people that would have died if you hadn't done it. Alva steps closer and lowers her voice. I mean, we've got all the stuff out of their computers. That should be enough. We have 2 copies from different sources. Alva nods.
それならなぜ保安局を離れたと言っているの？
名義上、私たちは確かにもう政府に所属していません。指揮官と同じように私たちも契約を受け入れた身です。今の反逆小隊はもうただの特殊部隊ではありません。この10年間、私たちはずっとこの名前に新しい意味を見出そうとしていました。今はまだ詳細を教えるわけにはいきませんが、反逆という名前の意味も含めて。少し話しすぎました。本題に戻りましょう。指揮官、今後は立場上苦しい日々が続くでしょう。ただ反逆小隊はいつでもあなたの味方です。かつてのアンジェのように。
I look at Alva in confusion. She offers me a calm, unwavering smile and says nothing more. In that fleeting moment, I'm reminded of the commander they served 10 years ago. The one who truly made the name Defy an irreplaceable symbol. Sun rises once more over Leave. The long night is finally past, giving way to a dawn that stirs both awe and sorrow. The vines that once spread wildly across the city have vanished. Survivors stare at the ravaged streets in confusion, as if unable to comprehend what has transpired. But the ruined buildings and shattered infrastructure stand in silent testimony to the night's events.
指揮官、撤退ルートはすでに確保済みです。あとは
Diane's words are cut short by a heavy mechanical hum, followed by running footsteps and the rumble of armored vehicles. In the next instant, dozens of targeting reticules lock onto me and my subordinates. Guessing this is Johann. Familiar voice speaks from behind me. Oh, Javier. It's Javier. Hooray! Nice. Not gonna lie, I like the Wolfie. Okay. Have all of these now. Where I'm at, 1415. These two are gonna give me 30 each. That'll be 1475. It'll be oh. Okay. Like that. Let's do these. And 3850. Right. Grab that. 1450 left. Okay, I'll just grab this one. Save up for another one. Moment. Oh, hey. Got my daily. It's pretty cool. So daily supply box. Well, hell, I've been on here this long. I might as well knock out my daily stuff, right? Alright, let's get some food. Takoyaki. And a doll to make takoyaki for me. Uh-oh.
Huh. Bad. Job, Krolik.
どうかしら。
Nom nom. Perfectly managed heat brings out a natural harmony of taste. Nom nom nom.
いいじゃない。
Welcome back. Just gonna do my daily stuff real quick before, since the clock rolled over for the day. I'm gonna go ahead and do the daily stuff real quick.
ご主人様。
Yay, Santoresi. Let's make some tea. Nom. I've talked to you about everything, so just click that and skip. They'll have a different doll at the counter each week, and they'll have all sorts of things you can chatter at them about. Okay, real quick, check the weather. Oops, actually, I should gift somebody. Gift her. Goes. Oh, right. Check the weather. All right, Leva. Oh, I did get a new gold weapon, so let me go throw that up in my I have almost all of my slots in my armory occupied with gold weapons now. Only this one, yeah, and so there we go. One more gold weapon I acquire and I'll replace this one, then everything displayed will be a 5-star weapon. That'll be awesome. Oh, by the way, yeah, definitely choose the female commander and get the swimsuit. It's nice. It'll make you happy. It's not default, but you can actually earn it through the event right now, through the Splash Bash. It's actually right now, some of these clothes, like you know, like this outfit here on Nemesis, this is a free outfit. This outfit on Nagant is a free outfit too. The outfit on Bentley is a paid outfit, you know. This outfit on Kihua is a free outfit. And this one is also a free outfit on Vector. You know. The one on Pericha here is a paid outfit. Changju's wearing a paid outfit. Ksenia is wearing a default outfit. You know. Yeah. 3 out of 4 girls have paid outfits. This one on Andorras, oh, this is default on Krolik. But the one on Andorras here, I actually got lucky and got that from the gacha. So, but yeah, I'm not a free-to-play player in this game, and
character clothing is definitely one of those things I will throw money at. Like, this is Leva's default outfit. And I like her paid outfit. I actually did get it. Have her in it. This one. And apparently they're introducing a gacha outfit for her too. She's one of my favorite characters though. So real quick though, let's do the daily stuff. Oh, there is actually something right here. I did play Arc Knights, and it is a good game. It is a good game. It just wanted to take more of my time than I had to give it, because straight up, I'm already playing this game and Wuthering Waves and Honkai Star Rail. And I'm putting a fair amount of effort into those games, into these 3 games, so yeah, Arc Knights was, while I enjoyed it, it just started feeling like a job very quickly. I think I played it for about a week before I was just like, this is going to take more time than I want to give it, so I went ahead and gave it up. But no hard feelings, it's a good game. It just, like I said, it wanted to take more of my time than I wanted to give it. Yeah. And if it wasn't for that, I would totally, I probably would have stuck with it. All right. Hooray. Nice. What? Well, I wish I had Klukai, but unfortunately I don't. Hooray! Got a choo-choo train. Eeg. Yeah, no, just wow. Definitely a good game, but yeah. Yeah, it wanted, like I said, it wanted more of my time than I wanted to give it. Okay. Do my quick PvP matches. Actually do the supply missions real quick. Bam. Okay. Let's do the PvP missions real quick. Alright. Okay, let's find some stronger teams here because... Okay, 79k. That's a strong team. If I mess up, this team could kill me.
See, that's what I want. Yeah, I don't want it to be a face roll, you know? So in PvP, you set up your team in a defensive formation and the computer will autopilot it. Yeah, it's a good thing, man. I'm glad you didn't have to redo all your work, bro. Yeah, now for PvP, if I'm facing a stronger team, which I think this team's got at least 10k on me, or more, need to take manual control, or if they have Klukai on their team, even if it's a weaker team, he can devastate your team almost immediately if you don't take care of that right away. So, I'll be a bastard and kill everything. Half the... Or, no. Okay. Wow, Andorus is being all tough. Alright. I'll kill half the team anyway. Layman. Bye-bye. Okay. Come up here with Changyu and end. We'll have a nice wall of fire to greet them. Damn, that guy's got like V6 Andorus. Very nice. Holy shit. Okay. Now I need to take out Suomi first. She's more dangerous. Oh shit, Suomi's gone. Okay. Didn't expect her to die right there, but I'll take it. Andorus has like double shields up. Damn, I have no confectants and nukes. Okay. Well, basic attack it is. Hell yeah. Okay, and I have 2 more rounds to do real quick. Yeah, I'm just gonna do them. I already proven I can take on something bigger than me, so I'm just gonna knock these out real quick. Yeah, my total power is only 61k, so that team I just took on was like 10k more than me. Almost 10k more.
知らないよ。
Bye bye. Okay. Just for speed's sake, so we can get through this. Well, this is as big as it gets. So Klukai all by herself. Combat start. Let's go. Bye bye. I might have had 4 girls in my squad, but that was a one-on-one fight. Alright, get the goodies. I'm out. Alright. Platoon. Fly. I somehow rose to be a deputy platoon leader. I'm not sure. I am offended that my platoon leader is contributing a bit less than me, but he didn't used to be the platoon leader. Yeah, it was this JJ guy used to be the platoon leader, but apparently he's been AFK for a long time. That's why he doesn't have any merit here. Actually, let's look to see if anybody's looking to join. Nope. So, do the daily patrol. Okay. Do the fire team. I just want to get Centauresi to replace Cheetah, and I would be happy as hell. He's a better healer. Damn, that guy's got good cover. Alright. Flame on. Bye bye. Actually, come on over here to hang out with us. Two more. Damn. I really didn't do that much. All right. Hell yeah. Okay, so do the commissions. Wow, I got all sorts of stuff. Let's check out the milestone. X number of kills and 30 spoils. Okay. See if there's anything in here. I want to wait until I have 480 to buy anything. Bro, quit. Quit, bro. Okay. This. Alright, Bugs. I hope you have a great night, bro. Sleep well. Well, have a great dinner, and I'll chat at you soon, bro. Woo! How many do I have now? I have 8. Okay. Or do a 10 pull on that. Anything in the shop that I need? Oh, hey, I forgot to buy these. Yes. Gotta remember to get into these each week. Grab all the gift boxes because they're pretty good. Hey, bro, quit. No, do not put your claws in me, please. Okay, 60. All that good. Grab all these. Right, battle pass. Oh yeah. 4 levels. I will take it.
壮大な考えと素晴らしい幻想を数えきれないほど託すことで、人間は精神を何かの象徴にしてきました。
Hey, get her weapon some levels.
初めてではありませんでした。新たな任務。
砂糖は入れます。糖質補給。
Trying to get all these girls remolding patterns up to the same levels. This game is available on mobile. I play this game on my phone sometimes. It actually plays very well. Oh yeah. Okay. Getting closer to having all of my main people on the same level here. Okay, so now I have enough to make a 10 pull. I am thinking very seriously about pulling for Voimestine. I
used to play ZZZ. But the game froze on my computer in certain spots. The latest, it was freezing every time I tried to do the Lost Void on the thing. It was about the time the new Void Hunter Yungong dropped, because I actually pulled her, and it kept freezing. I just could not do that content. It would not freeze the game. That wouldn't have been so problematic. It literally would freeze my entire computer. Okay, where I would have to actually just hold my damn power button in order to restart it, because nothing was responding. So I contacted support to get some help, and they were kind of unpleasant to me at the end. Quite honestly, after that unpleasantness occurred, I just said, okay guys, I'm out, you know. I'll probably check it again, like either later this year or maybe next year, and see if it's running if it'll not do that anymore. Because I'm going to be completely honest, I like that game a lot. I like the characters, I like the world, and all that stuff, and the gameplay is good too. So yeah, it kind of made me sad, but it made me really mad the way that customer service guy was being. Oh, it's just like, well, fine, I'm all out. I'm out, bro. So, yeah. Oh, I'm having kind of a hard time. I really would love to get Voy Messina, but I really want Rabella. $22 pulls for a guaranteed. I'm getting into pity time here. That's the same on both limited banners. Like, he's so damned overpowered. There's no question about that. That look on her face when that diner gate came after her is hilarious. Ah, kitty bro. Your claws hurt, bro. Okay. Yeah, he's all like claws sunk into my shoulder here. Dylan. Oh. I mean, I already have Macchiato. I mean, I could pull for a segment on her, but all right, I'm gonna pull for Robella. Wish me luck. Okay. Did I get the gold? Oh, I got gold. Did I get my 50-50? Because I'm on my 50-50. We'll see. Might get a limited banner character and not the target. I already have Sharkry maxed out, but yes, I got her. That was a nice gratuitous panty shot there, thank you. Hell yeah. That's awesome. just... No, never mind. 118. Alright. Now I should have enough to tumble Lada. So now... Well, not ready to go. Nice, nice. Yeah, they have this game on Steam, and they also have it on mobile. Yeah, I enjoy the game a lot. Straight up. Ooh, I almost forgot to do this. Get some goodies. Yeah, feel free to join my Discord there, King Man. And yeah, just read the rules, be cool. The Discord link is at the beginning of the stream chat, but it's also on my YouTube page too. So, up top, I can build Lada. I have enough parts for her now. Hooray! Yes, this game is a gacha game. They give you a lot of free resources though, man. You don't have to sit there and pump money into it. If you're gonna pump money into it though, Battle Pass is probably the best thing because it gives you like 6 or 9 data things, and that's one of the rarer upgrade resources. The most value though, of course, they've got the Lapse Piece subscription that gives you stuff daily for $5 a month, which is similar to other gachas. But I would suggest you just play the game first without getting without investing any money in it, just to make sure you're happy with it. No? Oh. Okay. Now, my copy has 36.25 gigs installed size for Girls Frontline on my phone. But you can delete past quests and stuff like that to make it smaller. I don't know what size it would be. No, this game is not over. This game is mission centric, instance mission centric. Bleh. Hack. Okay, she takes an SMG. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and weapon around. That's gonna be Oh yeah?
Oh, this game actually plays nicely on mobile, in my opinion. This game and Honkai Star Rail are both games. Now, Wuthering Waves plays alright on mobile, but I just am not very good at it, you know? That's my main problem. It's not like... Now, there's some people that complain a whole bunch about WuWa's optimization, and don't get me wrong, they have work to do still, but I think a lot of these people that are complaining do need to get newer devices too. Certainly not all of them, you know, it's not like... That was cool. You took him over. You... Thank you, bro. Okay. All right. I have 3 cats actually. I have a big old black cat too named Inky. He's just not much of a lap kitty. Hell yeah. Yeah. I like to... That's why I put the other camera down here, you know? Okay, I'm just gonna call this good for now. I guess I'll put her up as a favorite too. Yeah. Got him on his napping. Yes. I'll make him make the happy kitty face. Try to get him to turn so you can see the happy kitty face. Well, he's not very interested in looking at the camera right now, I guess. Okay, that's just for us, like... Looking at the camera there, at the display there, I thought there was something on his neck. I was like, what? Okay. Does she have a special outfit? Does. Oh, that's cute.
Oh my.
戦闘準備完了。
Let's preview. You got bunny ears and other stuff. That is really nice. Okay, I'm gonna real quick go ahead and get this. Yep, absolutely. Just gonna... I told you I was a sucker for outfits earlier. Well, here you go. Bam. All right. Let's look. Damn. He really has one heck of a rack. Huh. I totally did. I totally did. Had to. Let's see, okay, Zenai Ryoki is present, but I'm just gonna go with this one. Okay. Katie Bro. Yep. Now later on I'll have to go get Lada's, but in fact, since I'm just using this as a temporary stat stick, might as well put one with better that's been raised up. Actually, yeah. So now with these two characters, they're not ready yet, but I actually have people for. So, think. Yeah, physical burn, electric, freeze. Hydro, I think I can do them all. Yep, I've got... I really do need to get something better than Kolfny, but yeah. I at least have 4 members, and same with Corrosion. I at least have 4 members. So, I can do all the teams now, just barely, and they're not really ready for regular stuff. Oh, what did I get? Collect 30 doll outfits, collect 3 freeze dolls. Nice. Okay. Well, if you choose the male character, you're the male character. I chose the female character because of the hot outfit that, well, I went ahead and you can change your gender with an item that they give you. They give you one for free, and it costs like $5 if you want to buy one though. Yeah, I'll throw Robella up there for now. Get these notifications down. Oh hell, I've got all sorts of stuff going on here. Let's hit the server room real quick. Just grabbing the stuff right now. Okay. Alright, I have the goodies, hooray. Now, went on over here. Okay. The choo-choo. Grab that. Spray. Spray. Just trying to get the notifications off. Ana Papasha. Been a minute since I've been here. Right. All right. Okay. Now, how close am I to? Or 25. All right, trying to get to level 25 because that's what gets me Springfield's cafe outfit. I gotta have that. Yeah. I'll wait for them to collect more. All right. Okay. Grab more of these since it reset. 100. Oh yeah. Now I'll just save up for the 3K pack there. Okay. It's Chigato, bro. Nice. Okay, when you do arrive in my Discord, like I said, check the rules page so you know what the rules are, so and all that, because yeah. Main rule is just don't be a jerk, you know. I don't think you're gonna be a jerk, but good for people to know what they all are, so No misunderstandings. Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and take a quick break so I can take care of bio needs. I will be back. Oh my goodness. Sitting here with my stuff leaking. Gotta clean up a mess here and then I'll go. Expecting it to be. Hey. I can tell you that these silicone can tops really do help prevent messes. Mess. Collected in. Alright. Mr. Kitty Kitty, I'm gonna set you on the chair. Okay, I'll be back in about 5 minutes, I hope. Might be a couple more, but I'll be back shortly. I'll just talk to you soon.
Alrighty, I am back. Oh. Yeah. And just look at my formation real quick. Take this team apart for the moment and put the all-ice team in there. Yeah, they would be super duper weak right now, but Domi would probably be able to keep them alive because she's so fucking strong. So yeah, I went ahead and put my Discord in there right at the top of the chat so you can find it easily. Go ahead and throw a gift at her. Ow. That was exciting. Okay. Not quite done doing assessment for that. But that's actually really awesome being able to get 2 dolls in one night, even though one's only a 4-star. I mean, I'm still missing 1, 2, 3. Well, how many are in a row? I'm missing 13. Honestly, that's a pretty good score as far as I'm concerned. Okay. Did you use the same username? Okay. So you must be Abanavo 508. Okay. Yep. Fair enough. So yeah, you are in there. Yeah, I went ahead and found you just now, but there's channels for games that a lot of the people there play. If you find that you would like to talk about games and stuff that I don't currently have in chat, like Arc Knights or something, I could make a chat for it, you know? Go ahead and message me or make a request in general. On the other hand, I'm not going to put down 10 channels for you. Just saying. So anyway, yeah, there's definitely a few dolls here I'd like to pick up, but I'll get what I can when I can. I'm way more likely to buy an outfit than a pole, though. Bitch. Now that I have Lana recruited, I mean, yeah, I could get her sequences through here too, and I do want to. But I'm probably going to dump those resources into
pulls so I can try and get this guy. Propella's match. Because I have matching weapons for almost everybody. Actually, think of matching weapons. I am curious if Rebella's matching weapon. I mean, not Rebella. Lada's. Oh. Yeah, that's skins. Okay, but hey, if you're starting this game, these basic info cores are extremely valuable. And you kind of, well, you know, it's going to make, you don't want to kind of save these for limited dolls unless you have a 4-star that's like a real core part of your team. You know, I spent a lot of mine on a lot of the starter characters, which isn't a terrible investment or anything, but oh my goodness, it's a cat skin. I have to get it. Okay, sorry. Didn't realize that until now. But yeah, those data cores are rare and very valuable. Okay. So I'm gonna get out of here and get into Corposant part 2 here and finish that off. 2 story nodes. Let's go. I turn around. Javier walks towards me from behind the ring of gun barrels aimed at my head.
ハーベルさん、これはどういうことですか？
こんな形の再会になって本当に申し
Hell yeah.
避難誘導と安全確保のため現在リビウは非軍事勢力管理局と第7区中央方面軍の管理下に入っている。安心するといい。避難は終わっている。厄介な怪物もジラードグループ本部の付近にしか出現していない。
コーラップス粒子汚染。
汚染？リビウはホワイトエリアだ。汚染などあるはずだな。
I glance at the surrounding soldiers. None of them are wearing protective masks, and I see none of the intermittent green haze that accompanies particle dispersal. Going on.
さて、指揮官、少し話をしようか。
話？リビウの地下はほとんどパラデウスのアジトでした。なのに私を問い詰めるのが。
落ち着きたまえ。君を非難するつもりはない。
Okay. They're just gonna try to use you for something.
君は曰くつきなのでね。ここに現れた以上、納得のいく説明をもらわなければ、私も上に報告できない。
Yeah, no, there's the channels right on there. Like I said, just go into there and click on my server, and you can click on the rules, and I'll tell you what not to do. And then feel free to just browse the different channels and check things. You could find some things that are funny or entertaining. If you like cats, there's the Fuzzy channel. You know. My streams channel will alert you to when I'm streaming or sometimes when I'm delayed or canceling. You know. There's the Fun with Linux channel and the PC Fun channel where computer geeks geek out. There's Meme Wars for funny, non-offensive memes, you know. I mean, it's essentially just my personal social media platform there. Here, let me actually put it on screen here. Like in general, I'm sitting here talking to y'all about my showing you my new gaming chair that I'm sitting in right now. But you see here all the different games and stuff. At first, there's the basic server categories with broader subjects. And then down below, there's all the different game chats. Now, there's one for Zenless Zone Zero, Wuthering Waves, Where Winds Meet, Terraria. You know, there's a lot of different channels. There's the stream channel. I just put my new schedule in there the other day and stuff like that. I had to make it a resource for people to access. Also, if you're having computer trouble and stuff like that, in the PC chat and the Fun with Linux channel, depending on what operating your system is using, we can, you can put down, tell people about your problem in there if you've, and see if somebody can help you. We do have a few people in there that are fairly knowledgeable, myself included. I built this computer and a few dozen before that. This one's.
それはこっちのセリフです。なぜ10年前消えたはずのパラデウスがこのリビウで堂々と大規模な実験を行っていたのか。
なぜパラデウスの仕業だと確信している？もし証拠があるのなら今すぐ私に見せてくれ。そうすれば君が満足する結果が出るまで私がいろいろと取り計らってやろ
う。昔のあなたならこんな時に銃口を向けることはなかった。そしてパラデウスを調べるのに証拠がいるなんて言わなかったでしょう。
And calling him out. Javier casts a thoughtful glance at the soldiers around us, then returns his gaze to my face. He waves his hand. The soldiers lower their weapons.
指揮官、信頼は相互関係だ。
どういう意味ですか？
サミット会場の監視カメラに君の姿が映っていた。怪しい人物と接触していたそうじゃないか。
怪しい人物？誰のことですか？
例えば今回の事件の容疑者、ジラードグループの現総裁兼楽園計画の責任者オレク・ジラードとか。
オレク・ジラード？何を言っている？待って。楽園計画の責任者？
ああ。奴はただの操り人形ではあったが、全くの無実というわけではない。そして、このリビューを滅ぼしかねない実験の。
Okay, yeah, no, that is kind of sus. Guess I gotta give you that, Javi. Javier's lie is so clumsy it feels like an insult. I have never attended the summit, nor have I met Oleg. The one who made contact with him was Kruger, and he died afterward. Does not even mention Orphaluni's name. This method is not unfamiliar. It is entirely consistent with their style, and yet something is off. Though I have had no direct contact with him for 10 years, from our prior communications in this meeting, I know Javier has not changed much. Skilled at twisting facts and spinning an official truth for public release. Dealing with me, someone who knows the inside story, he would not treat the other party as a fool. He would offer appropriate bargaining chips instead, making refusal difficult. Forcing fabricated facts onto me and coercing compliance is not his style. Yeah, I took the glasses off. I don't really need them to read stuff on this big screen here, but reading stuff on my little screen, yes, I do need them. That cage.
オルフェルーネは
それは誰なんだい
Javier's expression barely changes. For an old fox like him, that is hardly surprising. But the confusion in his eyes is genuine. He does not know who Orphaluni is. Is not who Orphaluni either. What? Going on? It is as if no one but me remembers that Orphaluni ever existed. Now you're cooking with gas, Commander. Good job.
ヘレナを探し、楽園計画を調査することがクルーガーさんに言い渡された任務です。だから計画の責任者に接触したことも、パラデウスの実験室に潜入したことも、すべて。
指揮官、それは分かっている。だが上にとってすべてどうでもいいことだ。要するに君はやりすぎたのだよ。オレクの企みを止められたのはいい。10年前と同じように君はやってはいけないことをした。だから私も10年前のように君を助けに来たつもりだ。ヘレナをこちらに渡せば君のやらかしには目をつむろう。
Oh. Dude, oh no.
ハーベルさん、私の任務はヘレナを非軍事勢力管理局に預けることです。
私をクルーガーの代わりだと思っ
だったらクルーガーさんと話をさせてください。
Right.
いや、汚れ役は私の仕事だ。君も分かっていると思うが、私の言ったことはすなわち管理局の意思なのだよ。
Alright. Well, I hope you enjoy it, Kingman.
ヘレナをどうするつもりですか？本当にジラードグループを摘発するために証人として扱ってくれますか？
もちろん。
ハーベルさん、ヘレナの安全を誓ってくれますか？
うん。
Ah, I detect a brief hesitation in Javier's tone. Someone who knew and worked with him 10 years ago, that fleeting pause is telling enough.
やはり聞こえのいい嘘。
私は君を困らせるつもりはない。ただ、
ハーベル、私が話そう。
Beyond Javier, a soldier hands him a communicator. Javier frowns, clearly displeased, but still raises the device before me. From the communicator, that cold voice sounds once more. I look at Javier. Perhaps because of the man speaking through the communicator for the first time in all these years, he cannot meet my eyes. In that instant, I understand everything.
やはりあなたですか。さあ。
手短に言おう。指揮官、10年前のことについて。
Okay, I'm gonna be honest, I literally have not been on Instagram in since the last time I posted there. I need to take my Instagram off of my thing because while it exists, it's not something I'm really using currently. You're free to follow me there, but don't expect any activity is what I'm saying. Sorry.
私はもう一度チャンスをあげたいと思っている。君の選択を教えてくれたまえ。結果次第で私はどんな話にでも応じるつもり に任せることすらできる。ハリネズミかキツネか、君はどちらを選ぶ？
Yeah, sorry about that, bro. My only active social media that I use besides YouTube and Discord at the moment are Reddit and Blue Sky.
私は選ばない。
10年。君は何も変わっていないのか？
何も変わらなかったからこそ、あなたの言葉が嘘なのが分かった。今回は逃げではない。私は私の理想の世界のために動いている。さあ、あなたの理想はすでに歪んでいる。間違ったやり方で正しい結果は得られない。
生意気な。
ええ、生意気よ。それでも私は後悔しない。
どうやらもう決めたようだな。
From the communicator, the Earl issues his final command.
ハーベル。
どうかもう一度。
やれ。
Soldiers around us raise their guns once more. Javier turns his gaze toward me and strikes the ground sharply with his cane.
やれ。
Okay. Well, kind of envisioning a
リビウ市にて発生した大規模テロ事件についての調査結果が公表されました。軍によればテロリスト1名および数名の無所属武装人形が市街地にて正規軍と交戦し、多数の兵士が負傷しました。増援部隊が到着した直後、武装人形はヘリコプターに乗って逃走。その途中、リーダー格と思われる人物が重傷を負いました。現在、軍は都市を封鎖し、捜索範囲を広げています。また、今回の事件を引き起こしたテロリストは LVI-13 で発生した事件の犯人と同一人物であることも判明しました。当局は犯人の外見や特徴を公表し、市民の協力を呼びかけています。
Gritting my teeth against the stabbing pain in my abdomen, I sit up and switch off the radio broadcast. When I look down, I see blood faintly seeping through the gauze. Rosa notices that I am awake and quickly comes inside.
指揮官、ようやく目を覚ましたのね。
If you're asking about Instagram follows, I don't all my follows on there. It might have just been a cosplayer or something, you know. I mean, you'll probably find more information on her page, on their page, than what I could tell you off the top of my head.
大丈夫？まだ痛む？
いいえ、平気よ。
I press a hand against my abdomen, hiding the blood from Groza's view. No, not all cosplayers. I would have followed. I would have like hundreds of thousands of follows if I followed all the cosplayers. I press a hand. Yeah.
メイリーが3日も夜更かししてみんなの素体を直したわ。そよ風正体の素体損傷が一番ひどくて部品の交換が必要なんだけど、今の状況じゃ一番近くの修理所に行くことすら難しいわ。だから一旦ポルドニッツァに互換品を注文するしか。
ええ、それでいいわ。
それにしてもあの兵士たち狙いが悪いわね。
ハーベルさんの計らいでしょ。
I recall the scene. After Javier struck the ground with his cane, there was a subtle shift in the soldier's eyes. Seize that moment to have Monsoon Squad deploy smoke grenade. We boarded the helicopter sent to extract us amid the chaos, though I still ended up taking a bullet to the abdomen.
そうだ。アルバとボイマスティノは
偵察に出ているわ。警察も賞金ハンターも私たちを探している。
賞金ハンターが賞金首になる日が来るとはね。
I let out a sigh and flopped back onto the bed as if surrendering to fate. Rosa gently pats my hair to soothe me.
グローザ、頼みたいことがある。
何？
オルフェルーネという人物について調べてもらえる？一体何が起きたのか。
実はもう調べてあるんだけど。自分で見た方がいいわ。
Rosa hands me a few thin sheets of paper.
これだけ？
ええ。それで全部よ。
Skim through the document. Clear that Groza has made every effort to collect what she can about Orphaluni, but the contents are sparse. As Orphaluni's personal history is nowhere near as rich as I remember. The very first line of the file bears a piece of news that leaves me stunned. Orphaluni Gerard, the only daughter of Oleg, current CEO of the Gerard Group, tragically perished in the Frankfurt incident 10 years ago. That makes sense. That's how she put the world right. By never leaving Nirvana. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Kingman. I tried to make it pretty easy to understand stuff, you know? But this so-called fact far exceeds anything I imagined. I stare at the line for a long time, unable to calm my thoughts. Suddenly, I remember the words spoken to me 10 years ago during the Frankfurt incident by the girl named Lunasia, and the many other worlds she showed me. Countless possibilities woven together by threads, stirred by blue butterflies. Yay!
そうだ、指揮官。
Rosa seems hesitant.
どうかした？
メッセージが一件。それを開けていいのか？
メッセージ？
暗号化されているからわからない。
So you're a woo-wah player?
だから安易に開けていいのかどうか。
わかった。転送して。
I ask Groza to leave the voice message with me. After she leaves, I stare at it for a long time. Minutes later, with a soft beep, a message begins to play. That's cool. I'm a very serious woo-wah player. I'll be streaming that either tomorrow or Monday. Not sure if I'm gonna play Honkai tomorrow. Kind of deciding that right now.
指揮官様はテロリストなんかじゃありません。私は無実を信じています。私にできることがあればいつでも連絡してください。
Definitely gonna be bugging your line for me to contact you and yeah. I did. I have to wait. Sudden burst of chaotic noise, big footsteps cuts through the record. Hey, if you want to talk about just general things, you might want to just put it in the general channel there, could ya? Wuthering Waves is where we talk about Wuthering Waves.
You know what I mean? Like, a sudden burst of chaotic noise, heard footsteps cuts through the recording. Oh boy. Thank you. Zimmerman admires the third-gen doll suspended before him with satisfaction. He hangs in midair, limbs fixed by precise metallic arms, as though nailed to an invisible cross. Igla's torso is opened, revealing the intricate structures within. Several data cables wind out from her exposed chest cavity, connecting to surrounding receivers. The only part of her body that can still move, her eyes, roll wildly as if searching for something. Her vocal module is already damaged and only garbled syllables escape her. He still remembers Orphalune. Interesting. Because Orphalune would have died before Igla was created. Zimmerman presses a button. Igla falls silent.
ティマーマン様、今日は珍しくご機嫌のようですね。
Voice is very familiar on that secretary.
役員会のファイルを整理したら上がっていい。
かしこまりました。
Zimmerman exits the opulent and spacious office, leaving the secretary alone to diligently organize the files. A short while later, she places the last document into its folder, closes the cabinet, and dusts her hands off.
今日は忙しかったわ。
At the headquarters of the Oleg conglomerate, a woman who appears to be a secretary finishes her day's work and stretches. Then picks up the phone and dials a number.
あら、今日は帰るのが早かったね。今夜何にする？フィレミニョンのステーキにボルシチはどう？はーい、エスカルゴも付け加えるね。今日の仕事はもう全部終わったわ。残業もない。ええ、だから家でゆっくり待ってて。
After hanging up, she sighs helplessly, sits back down and begins typing briskly on the keyboard.
まったくもう。
彼女からか？
うん。指揮官絡みの面倒事は何とかしてくれるって。
怒られると思って
た。
相手が指揮官だからなのかもしれない。あるいは組織からはお咎めなしになったからかも。指揮官を守るのも私たちの任務だから。
任務がなくともそうしていた。
そうかもね。ただ指揮官とコンタクトを取るタイミングが組織の計画よりもだいぶ前倒しになってしまった。
その方がいい。指揮官には私たちが必要だ。パラデウスは強い。
10年前の失敗はパラデウスにとってそんなに響かなかったみたいね。この状況を作ったのはキツネとハリネズミの争いだけじゃない。裏に潜む大物たちの駆け引きこそ 私だってそういうのは嫌いけど、私たちも武力以外の戦い方を覚えないと。さあ自ら指揮官の前に現れるなんて思わなかった。組織がいてくれなければあっちもそう簡単に引き下がらなかったかも。
What do you mean, what is your Steam? Which channels? Oh, my stream? That's when I will sometime. I have gone into my stream before, like I am right now, and been broadcasting on Discord if people want to sit there and connect with me on voice. You know, that's while during my stream. So I use that, like, say if we were going to be playing games together or something, like while I was streaming, I would have that one so everyone involved in that can be right there. Or if it, but the downside to that is that, you know, people would be able to hear your voice on my stream. They'd be able to hear you talking. Options. Yes, I don't know how to reply to that. That was extremely general. If not for the station, they would likely.
わからないな。全部計画のうちじゃなかったのか?
Alva falls silent briefly. He is not accustomed to nor skilled at navigating conspiracies and schemes. Fortunately, she once had a close partner, true master at the craft from whom she now draws inspiration.
今後どうなるかはわからないけど、誰も予想できない展開の方が私たちにとっては好都合。相手はすでに切り札を切った。なら私たちの切り札もそろそろ現れるはず。
Excuse me.
それまでには少し大変なことになるかもね。
は。
Seeing the look on Voimestina's face, Alva smiles gently.
だよね。そういう。
Alva looks down at the documents on the desk. Her gaze is mild and tender. She murmurs softly, her trust in that person apparent in her steady voice.
頑張ろう、指揮官。希望。
Hey. Oh, they're showing us some of the production stuff here. That's cool. Yeah, they did a lot of work on these 3 sets of quests here, you know? Kitty bro, quit trying to kill me.
When the last night's falling, Dago melts in desert and despair. Left behind the
There were some really cool cutscenes in this adventure.
to see. Why do I walk towards to the end of nameless tears dropping? I hear the praying from ashes, though. What can I offer to give who doesn't know hopes? I can turn back and pretend I am blind.
Yeah. It's just the end of this mission, bro. Shadowless lamps in the operating room blaze with a blinding glare. Ilovig feels a wave of dizziness wash over her. Every joint, every muscle, every bone in her body throbs with a strange and unnatural pain. Yet she is still alive. No, that is not right. Fully alive? Body. Really still her own? No, she cannot make a sound. Nor can she sense anything tangible. Body feels unbearably heavy, yet at the same time it's as though it's floating in a void.
Oh yeah. 目が覚めたかい。久しぶりの手術だから失敗したかと思ったよ。視界から残存意識を救い出し、新しい素体に入れるのはそう簡単なことではない。まずはその体になれることだな。その後は悲願で見たすべてを。
Huh. Hey. Orphaluni does not know when she awakened. She has returned to this place. Strange yet overwhelmingly familiar, but she cannot remember how she arrived. Last memory is of merging with Chilovig into this of the torrent of consciousness. Just as she had surrendered herself to the descent, someone reached out and caught her. Was it? Memory is already scattered like drifting smoke. Now she feels as though she is still floating in the deep sea, rising and sinking with soundless waves. Senses light filtering down through the surface above, shining upon her, warm and viscous. Continue sleeping like this forever? Orphaluni feels that it is time for her to awaken. She opens her eyes. Vision is blurred as though a strange lens covers her sight, rendering the world warped and distorted. The only thing she can see clearly is the reflection cast upon the dome-like ceiling above when she lifts her head. Stares at that reflection in disbelief. You know, there is no money in voice acting when all they have to do is take a sample of my voice and do anything they want with it, dude. You know? I mean, they're already doing it, so yeah. I mean, even if I put a voice acting tape out there, that's why I haven't made an attempt. That's the thing that really kind of bothers me about that idea more than anything else. I mean, there's people that are already in the thing that are going to be able to do well with it, but bottom line, yeah, come on. Okay. Hooray. Alright, man. I think I am gonna call it a night. I have been streaming for 9 hours and 15 minutes now. So, Kingman, thanks for joining me. I really appreciate you. If you enjoyed the stream, like and subscribe, and I will be back tonight. Well, at least by my calendar anyway. You know, about 7 or 8 p.m. my time. Got the schedule, like I said, up in my Discord on the I'm just in the streams channel there. My time zone is UTC -7. If you're in a different part of the world, that'll help you find the correct time, okay? and I pinned the message to that channel there. So if you look at the pins, you'll be able to find my schedule, and I also have it up on YouTube here. But thanks for joining me. I hope you have a great night, and I hope everybody has a great night. And Gato-man says bye-bye. He's a cutie butt. So, I'll talk to you all tomorrow, or, well, tonight, and see you then. Bye-bye.